Chapter 101. A group of chickens and dogs. Iron Sand Realm Technique. A stream of inky black iron sand shot out from the ground beneath his feet. The speed was so fast that it was like hundreds or thousands of spears, making a dignified sound of breaking through the air. "Be careful, run away." Mitarashi Anko's face suddenly changed. However, the moment the voice fell, Chinyu's hand had already pressed on her shoulder. "Don't worry, I really don't take this kind of trick seriously." Chinyu smiled playfully. The blood like scarlet quickly spread in the pupils, and the next moment it instantly occupied the entire eye socket. Susanoo. The scarlet pupil power was filled with the smell of disaster, and the huge body stretched out and instantly turned into a giant of more than 10 meters. This time, Chinyu did not use Uchiha Madara's amplification eye. However, it was enough to resist the iron sand realm. Bang! The spear made of iron sand instantly pierced the illusory body of Susanoo. Under the huge impact force, even the ground was overturned. However, Susanoo standing in the ruins was like a copper wall and iron wall, without any shaking. Hundreds of iron spears were easily stopped. This is too powerful." Mitarashi Anko was full of disbelief. Especially after facing Chinyu's pair of 9 Magadama Sharingan, she couldn't help but say something. The brief contact of eyes made her feel that her soul was almost taken away. "Is it Susanoo? Sure enough, you are not an ordinary Uchiha clan member. It seems that you are the only one who can open this cursed eye besides Uchiha Madara." Orochimaru was shocked. However, he didn't show it on his face. He licked his dry lips and said, "These eyes will soon become mine. No, I should say that you will soon belong to me. You know that I have obtained the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, but you still dare to come and die. I really want to see your desperate look." The slightly long voice echoed between heaven and earth. Chinyu smiled playfully and looked behind him. There were only 2 black-cloaked men left. He said, "Except for the 3rd Kazekage, do you want to defeat me with the 1st Hokage and the 2nd Hokage whose combat power is only 1/10 of that? This is a joke." "What?" Shan Zongfeng's face changed drastically. Although he knew that Orochimaru brought a powerful trump card this time to deal with Uchiha Chinyu. However, he never thought that Orochimaru would even summon 2 Hokage. "Haha, Orochimaru, no wonder you summoned us this time. It turns out that you kicked the iron plate." A hearty laugh suddenly came out. Soon, 2 people in cloaks finally revealed their true faces. As Chinyu said, this time Orochimaru dared to stand on the opposite side, and the 1st and 2nd Hokages obviously became his confidants. "Humph, brother, look carefully, this is a member of the Uchiha clan. I didn't expect that during the time we were away, such a tyrannical clan member would appear. It seems to be similar to Uchiha Madara." The 2nd generation Hokage hugged his hands in front of his chest and said coldly. The look he gave Chinyu was full of undisguised coldness. It can be said that if the 1st generation Hokage was an idiot, then the 2nd generation Hokage was an iron-fisted figure. Hashirama Senju became Hokage by virtue of his strong strength and prestige. However, whether it was Hashirama Senju who was alive or in the era of the 2nd generation Hokage, Konoha could be revitalized quickly, which was inseparable from the series of policies of the 2nd generation Hokage. If his paranoid personality is excluded, he is indeed a good leader. However, all this is not important to Chinyu. The 2nd generation Hokage is just as rumored, targeting everywhere, but I killed Uchiha Madara you just mentioned a few days ago. Chinyu smiled playfully. For those who are facing the impure world reincarnation for the first time, this ninjutsu seems to be unsolvable. But Chinyu knows the original work very well. In addition to using powerful sealing techniques to break the impure world reincarnation, the second way is to cast illusions and let the caster remove it personally. As for the sealing technique, Chinyu now only knows 2 or 3 small techniques. To seal 2 Hokage and 1 Kazekage, this is not enough. The only thing to do is to press Orochimaru to the ground and rub him, and then let him remove the impure world reincarnation obediently. "Boy, you said you killed Uchiha Madara." Senju Hashirama was stunned at first, then laughed and said, "No wonder I can't see that guy anywhere during this period of time. It turns out that he is hiding and living secretly. This guy is really not simple." "Brother, now is not the time to care about such things." Senju Tobirama said coldly. "We don't know whether what he said is true or not, but according to Orochimaru, this guy is a troublemaker. Since he rarely comes back, we need to get rid of him." Seeing the second-generation Hokage say such words, Mitarashi Anko's expression changed. She was about to say something but stopped herself, but Chinyu reached out to her. Chinyu, why don't you let Anko explain it to you and tell the two respected Hokages that I, Orochimaru, am a traitor and you are the hero of Konoha. Maybe they will believe it. Orochimaru's chest injury has recovered. However, the stinging pain in the wound made him hate he couldn't eat Chinyu alive, so now he could bite Chinyu back and make him feel aggrieved, and then his mood would be slightly better. Orochimaru, what are you talking about? Chinyu smiled playfully. A bunch of chickens and dogs, is it worth my explanation? Just kill them all. As soon as the voice fell, Chinyu took a step forward and disappeared like a ghost. When he appeared again, he was already behind Orochimaru. What a fast instant body technique! Orochimaru's face changed drastically, and while withdrawing violently, he shouted in a hurry, "Why don't you stop him quickly?" Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju's expressions froze, and they were obviously buried with control spells in advance. Water-style Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Wood-style Wood Dragon Technique. The two Hokage used a killing move as soon as they made a move. The Water Dragon and Wood Dragon of dozens of meters, as soon as they appeared, strangled Chinyu. Summoning Technique, Triple Rashomon. Orochimaru was not idle either, his hands flew quickly and formed a series of seals, while showing a ferocious smile. Boy, you've been fooled. You are very fast, but facing 3 absolutely defensive Rashomons and the attacks of 2 cage-level players, I wonder how you can dodge. Chapter 102 Orochimaru, I've caught you. Bang! Orochimaru slapped the ground with his right hand. The moment the ground rumbled, the rocks immediately flew up, and the 3 Rashomons formed a Chinese character, blocking Chinyu's 3 ways out. At the same time, the Wood Dragon and the Water Dragon attacked frantically from behind, forming a deadly situation. The sudden scene shook Mitarashi Anko's nerves, and she subconsciously attacked, but saw Chinyu smiling. This is a good plan. Chinyu smiled playfully. However, a chicken and a dog are nothing but a chicken and a dog. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how hard the tortoise shell is, it can't save you. Sage Mode. Chinyu's eyes widened, and the clone that had been prepared for a long time, after instantly performing the Sage Mode, disappeared out of thin air. Under the crazy infusion of the Sage Chakra, it was combined with Chinyu's Lightning Chakra. The violent power was like a torrent, infusing into the limbs. Roar! Accompanied by a roar to the sky, under the blessing of the Sage Chakra, the activation of the Lightning Chakra on the body exploded to the extreme. Chinyu, who was only 1.7 meters tall, had a rapid change in his body, reaching more than 2 meters. With his muscles protruding, he gave people a feeling of an iron tower. Feeling the power in his body that instantly expanded to the extreme, Chinyu's 5 fingers on his right hand suddenly clenched, and the lightning exploded instantly. Under the crackling sound, without any fancy, he directly smashed down on the Rashomon in front of him. Immortal Technique, Super Heavy Flow. Boom! A punch hit, like thunder rolling in the sky, and it was detonated instantly. The violent lightning was like the thunder of the 9 heavens pouring down. The endless power contained in it hit the gate, and the Rashomon, which was known as the Absolute Defense, sank in front of everyone. Bang! The sound of shattering sounded. The Rashomon, which was struggling to support, shattered. Under the shocked eyes of many people, Chinyu grabbed Orochimaru's neck with his right hand, revealing a playful smile. Orochimaru, I caught you. Immortal Technique, Super Heavy Flow. Chinyu grabbed Orochimaru's neck, without any fancy moves, and smashed it to the ground. Facing the sudden scene and the completely unexpected blow, Orochimaru only had time to show a look of surprise on his face, and he couldn't react at all. Boom! The ground shattered, and endless lightning shot up into the sky, like a thunder dragon wandering between heaven and earth. The ground under his feet was even more overwhelmed, and the ground within a radius of 1,000 meters was overturned. In particular, the ground within 100 meters of Chinyu was directly lifted up and blocked all around. It collided head-on with the incoming Water Dragon and Wood Dragon. For a moment, the sky and the earth were rolling with sand and dust, and the 3 Rashomons instantly collapsed between heaven and earth without the support of Orochimaru's chakra. The sudden scene shook the nerves. Mitarashi Anko, who was in Susanoo, opened her mouth so wide that she could almost swallow an egg. Looking at the ruins in front of her, she finally couldn't hold back. Is this a monster? At this moment, Mitarashi Anko finally understood why Qin Yu claimed to be so famous. In such a powerful lineup, he was able to hit the teacher she looked up to with one punch. Who can match this strength? Being able to carry out such a swift and vigorous attack in front of the 3 cages. Who else can do it? Boy, you are looking for death. Senju Tobirama's expression changed drastically, and he stepped out in a hurry. In Senju Tobirama's eyes, although the strength they can exert now is only 1/10 of it. However, let a mere kid, under the eyes of the 3 cages, punch the reincarnation spellcaster to the ground. This is a shame for him. Tobirama, stop. Senju Hashirama stopped him, and looked at the figure that appeared again after the dissipated sand and dust, with a look of surprise on his face. So you, kid, have been recognized by the Miyaboku mountain sage. In the records, the great toad sage has the ability to see through people's hearts and the future. If it teaches you the sage mode, it proves that you are not a great evil person, and you are indeed different from Madara. Seeing the dignified first-generation Hokage give such an evaluation, Yamanaka Feng was stunned. This is completely different from the script. Sir Hokage, why don't you hurry up and kill him? Killing them, leaving the Uchiha clan is a disaster. Yamaka Feng was anxious. Now Orochimaru's figure was still shrouded in sand and dust. What's more, under this violent impact so close, Yamaka Feng didn't dare to believe that Orochimaru would be intact. Shut up! Senju Hashirama's face suddenly turned cold, and the whole person's breath instantly pressed towards Yamaka Feng. The sudden scene made Yamaka Feng's face change drastically. Feeling this crushing breath, it was almost like being in a quagmire. However, this feeling came and went quickly. When Yamaka Feng came to his senses, everything had disappeared without a trace. Haha, I just scared you. Senju Hashirama laughed heartily. You kid, I don't know who you work for, but you are in collusion with Orochimaru. However, I advise you to leave quickly, that kid has controlled Orochimaru. The inexplicable words made Shan Zhongfeng and others startled. But looking at the dissipated sand and dust, the pair of scarlet eyes like blood. And Orochimaru, whose head was shattered by 1/3 as if he was possessed by a demon, and his hands were flying rapidly. Shan Zhongfeng's face changed drastically. In one encounter, Orochimaru, who was regarded as the trump card by Danzo, was defeated. The impure world reincarnation technique, release. If it were someone else, with only half of the head left, he would have died long ago. However, the one in front of him was Orochimaru, and only one cell could be resurrected. He was known as the immortal cockroach of Hokage. Haha, I didn't expect this to be the most aggrieved battle. Just one move, and even the forbidden technique was lifted. Senju Hashirama laughed. It seems that the Uchiha clan really has a peerless genius. Boy, I want to ask, my precious granddaughter, how is she now? For outsiders, Senju Hashirama is known as the great god of the ninja world. But in the Senju clan, he is Sun Chong. Tsunade's gambling skills were learned from him. She left the village and seems to like gambling, and she always loses. Qin Yu touched the tip of his nose. For him, these 3 shadows of the impure world reincarnation may be quite powerful. But this is for others, facing Uchiha Qin Yu. I'm afraid that even the defense of the complete Susanoo can't be broken. Instead of wasting time, it's better to capture the thief first and kill Orochimaru in seconds. What? Xiao Gang, this guy? Senju Hashirama was petrified all of a sudden. Chapter 103, The Whereabouts of the Red Sand Scorpion. Senju Tobirama on the side snorted coldly and said, if it weren't for your old pet Xiao Gang, she wouldn't be like this at all. However, this is off topic. We may meet again next time. If you want to get rid of us with this method, it won't be that easy. The eyes of the Uchiha clan are ominous no matter how many times they are seen. Qin Yu didn't take this to heart at all. He smiled playfully and said, next time we meet, you will find that you still have to look up to me, but you can't do it. Goodbye. Humph. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, but he felt that he couldn't refute it. Boy, let's go. Senju Hashirama was obviously different from Senju Tobirama. He laughed again, and his body disintegrated like dust between heaven and earth. Yan Zhongfeng, who witnessed this scene, turned around and fled for his life. Qin Yu ran away. Yudarashi Anko hurriedly wanted to chase him out. Yudarashi Anko could not tell who was good and who was evil. But the only thing to do now was to stop Shan Zhongfeng. Otherwise, if he escaped back, the consequences would be disastrous. Don't come out, Orochimaru is not that simple. Chinyu raised his eyebrows and directly abandoned Orochimaru in his hand. With the crackling sound of lightning on his body, the whole person disappeared like a ghost. Boy, you die with me. Orochimaru, who only had half of his brain left, suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, scarlet snakes appeared on the ground within a radius of 1 kilometer. The slender body swelled up quickly like a balloon, accompanied by flames and air waves that shot up into the sky. Orochimaru's body was also directly blown to pieces. Boom! The violent explosion air waves rolled back, and the hot flames directly ignited the surrounding trees. For a moment, the whole world was engulfed in a sea of fire. Some trees that could only be hugged by several people were cut off in the middle. Chinyu controlled Susanoo and walked out of the sea of fire. He looked down at the scroll and the small bottle in his hand, and dispersed Susanoo. Thank you for saving me again. Mitarashi Anko came back to her senses, her cheeks slightly red, and said, You are really amazing. But, is the teacher dead? For Mitarashi Anko, the whereabouts of Orochimaru is obviously more important. Earth Centipede is still alive even after death. Orochimaru has developed the immortal reincarnation technique. If you kill him 100 times, he may be able to revive. Chinyu said lightly. After removing the illusion, Orochimaru woke up. However, with his injuries, he obviously couldn't continue to fight, so he directly abandoned this body and detonated the hidden snake hands that had been lurking around. However, he underestimated Chinyu trademark's strength from the beginning, so he made a mistake and made mistakes at every step. This so-called Big Bang attack is just a kid trademark's toy. It tickled Susanoo. He trademark's not dead yet? Mitarashi Anko trademark's face suddenly changed. The child changed his mind and turned around to continue chasing, but was stopped by Chinyu. Don't chase me. With my means, it's hard to catch Orochimaru who is determined to escape, let alone you. Chinyu patted Mitarashi Anko's shoulder. It's getting late now. You should go back first. I have other things to deal with. Aren't you leaving? Mitarashi Anko was stunned. After what happened just now, he had already regarded Chinyu as his backbone and was conquered by his powerful strength. Now she suddenly went back alone, which was indeed a bit uncomfortable. Are you afraid that the root will go back and complain first? Chinyu, I can help you testify. The fight just now was very short, but Mitarashi Anko was not a fool. She also saw that someone in Konoha was mixed with the rebel Orochimaru. Now they are sneaking out of Konoha Ninja Village. If the villain complains first, the consequences will be disastrous. Don't worry, I don't care about this little bastard. Chinyu rubbed Utashi Hunga's head and said, I still have something important to do. I'll find a toad to escort you back. Spiritual Summoning Technique. A series of spells were formed in Chinyu's hands, and he slapped them on the ground. A burst of white smoke filled the air, and the iron-armed toad appeared in front of him first. It's a spiritual beast. I heard that you have to gain their trust to meet the conditions for spiritual communication. Utashi Hunga showed a surprised look. However, the scene that followed made her confused. Is it you? Iron-armed toad was stunned and said in a hurry, No, don't kill me. Looking at the majestic spiritual beast, it was as if it was frightened and stepped back quickly. Utashi Hunga couldn't help but said, You didn't really want to kill it last time. It. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, Of course I didn't, but I almost made a mistake and killed its whole family. Okay, I'll leave her to you for the rest of the journey. If nothing happens, go back quickly. After leaving these words, Chinyu's body was filled with lightning, and the next moment he disappeared from the spot. Looking at Chinyu who disappeared in an instant, Utashi Hunga stopped talking and looked at Iron-armed toad. He looks fierce, but he is actually a good person. It's just that the joke just now was a bit bad. He wanted to make me laugh, but scared you. Joke? The iron-armed toad shook his head like a rattle, and said anxiously, He is a demon, and he almost destroyed my hometown just now. That meteorite is so big. Looking at the iron-armed toad's hands, it feels like if his hands are 5 kilometers long, he can really gesture out the situation at that time. On the other hand, after Chinyu and Mitarashi Anko separated, he chose the right direction and plunged into the canyon. This is the only way to the Sand Village and the main road to Kikyo Mountain. Normally, the Konoha village will appoint many ninjas to garrison here. However, the war between the Sand Village and the Konoha Village is now in a white-hot stage, and the result will be decided soon. So the number of Konoha ninjas stationed here has obviously decreased a lot. However, when Chinyu rushed along the way, he didn't even see half a secret sentry, which was too strange. "My lord, I'm here." A familiar voice suddenly came. Soon he saw Xiaodu jumping out from behind the rocks. "Did you take care of the sentinels nearby?" Chinyu stopped and landed in front of Kakuzu. After not seeing each other for a while, Kakuzu's breath obviously recovered a lot. It seems that many of the 4 hearts destroyed by Chinyu have been replaced. "My lord, you asked me to find out the whereabouts of the red sand scorpion, and I have found it." Kakuzu explained, "Half a day ago, he passed by here and killed the sentinels of Konoha. It seems that he planned to avoid the search of the Sand Village and risked running to the territory of the Land of Fire. It's better to deliver it to the door in person than for us to spend effort to find it." Chinyu nodded and said, "However, the third Kazekage is probably dead, and the red sand scorpion may have made him into a human puppet." "The third Kazekage was killed." Kakuzu's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Then my lord, do we still need to hunt him down?" Before, Kakuzu wanted to hunt down the red sand scorpion, all for the purpose of obtaining the Iron Sand Realm Law. Now that the third Kazekage is dead, the heart can no longer be used by him, and continuing to chase him will not be of much use. Especially a madman who even hunts Fengying, it is not easy to get rid of him if you provoke him. "Don't worry, the target is different, but he is still useful. This time I will go after him with you." Chinyu looked at the woods next to him calmly. "We have guests coming." Chapter 104 You are talented. Who? Kakuzu's expression froze, and he did not find the existence of the target in his perception. "Watch your feet." Chinyu smiled playfully, which made Kakuzu's nerves suddenly tense. Crack, crack. A sound of wood biting suddenly sounded. Soon, the ground was torn apart in an instant, and 2 figures broke out of the ground. 4 arms were like long whips, directly entangled with Kakuzu. At the same time, the bloody mouth opened, and a sharp blade stained with venom stabbed towards Kakuzu's chest. At the same time, another figure that broke out of the ground, 6 arms suddenly opened, the mechanism on the chest was instantly activated, and gave Chinyu a death hug. Ninjutsu Black Secret Technique Machine One Shot. Bang! The dark machine mouth swallowed Chinyu instantly. Kakuzu on the side was no exception, then it was wrapped by 4 arms, and the poisonous blade in the puppet's mouth stabbed directly into the chest. Earth escape earth horn hardening. Kakuzu's expression sank, and his right hand hidden in his sleeve suddenly pinched the seal, and the skin color on his body changed instantly. Bang! A crisp metal collision sound was heard, and the sharp blade stained with venom broke directly. Wind escape wind breakthrough. The ground resentment behind Kakuzu shot out instantly like a spider web. A green face appeared, and the violent hurricane under his mouth exploded instantly like a tide. The puppet wrapped around the body was torn apart in an instant and scattered between heaven and earth. As for the black ant that caught Chinyu, it drilled directly into the ground, emerged from the forest underground more than 10 meters away, and landed next to a hideous figure wearing a black cloak and lying on all fours. "It's the same as my purpose. Just catch one first. The remaining one looks like it can be made into a good human puppet. I didn't expect you to show up on your own initiative." Kakuzu was not anxious. He, who was always indifferent, showed a playful smile instead. "You can't even deal with me, so it's a foolish dream to deal with the adults." The red sand scorpion was startled at first, then he looked at the black ant, clasped his hands together suddenly, and shouted sternly. "Then I will kill him first and see what he can do." The black ant's defense can easily block a dozen tons of impact. Black secret technique bayonet at the end of limbs. The scattered crow limbs instantly ejected chakra blades stained with venom. Stabbed directly into the abdomen of the black ant. Bang! The crisp sound of metal collision echoed between heaven and earth. Looking at the sharp blades that were directly immersed, the red sand scorpion's face suddenly changed. As he expected, these 4 sharp blades, combined with the mechanical sharp blades in the black ant's body, could easily tear Chinyu apart and splash blood under the combined attack of all their strength. However, the scene before him was not bloody, not even a hint of blood. Bang! A low-impact sound came from the black ant's body. The red sand scorpion looked over hastily, but what he saw was a fist wrapped in lightning. The cracked wood chips were very annoying under the lightning. Looking at the black ant that he boasted about being able to withstand the impact of more than 10 tons of force just a moment ago. Being easily shattered by a fist, this slap in the face came too quickly. Can it make people sleep peacefully for a nap? The indifferent voice came from the black ant's body. The next moment, Qin Yu suddenly grabbed the crack with both hands, and exerted force with both hands. The black ant was torn in half. Qin Yu took a step forward, stretched his body, and looked at the confused red sand scorpion. Your personal appearance has saved me a lot of effort. Qin Yu smiled warmly and said, come on, be my subordinate, and I will take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy food. Qin Yu almost had the shadow of Whitebeard with this sentence. However, with absolute strength, I am afraid that if he said, be my son, someone would agree. Be your subordinate. The red sand scorpion could not help but stagnate. I thought you came to me for the matter of the third Kazekage. But, after destroying my puppet, you still want me to be your subordinate. That's impossible. I escaped from the sand village because there was not even a decent strong man there, and I couldn't even have the desire to hunt. At this point, the red sand scorpion opened its mouth instantly, and a series of poisonous stings in its mouth shot towards Qin Yu like a rainstorm. Looking at the rapidly approaching attack, Qin Yu smiled warmly and said, that means the negotiation failed, and it has to be resolved with fists. As the voice fell, the lightning became stronger, and Qin Yu stepped out. The next moment, the whole person disappeared out of thin air like a ghost, and the poison needles in the sky fell directly behind. The face of the red sand scorpion changed drastically, and the voice came in the moment of nerves tense. Guessed it right, but unfortunately there is no reward. Qin Yu smiled playfully. The 5 fingers of his right hand clenched suddenly, and under the entanglement of lightning, he smashed down head-on. Heavy flow. Boom. It was like a thunderbolt falling from the sky. The huge impact force shattered the Fei Liuhu. The ground under his feet was even more unbearable and collapsed. The cracks like spider webs quickly rolled back to the surroundings. The fragments were scattered, like pear blossoms in a rainstorm, and they were more or less stained with venom. However, once they approached Qin Yu's body, they were directly bounced out by the lightning. It was impossible to add a trace of scar to Qin Yu. My lord! Kakuzu instantly landed on Qin Yu's side, intending to suppress him, but was stopped. It's an empty shell. This is a puppet controlled by him. Qin Yu looked at the big tree on the left and smiled. If you want to leave, I hope you can show some strength, otherwise you can only be my subordinate. You. Scorpion of the red sand walked out from the dark, wearing a black cloak, with a head of blood-red hair, which was very eye-catching. His eyes turned and locked on Qin Yu, and said coldly, you are the bloody Ashura, Uchiha Qin Yu, who is popular in the ninja world during this period. I didn't expect that someone like you would collude with the rebel ninja. For Scorpion of the red sand, Qin Yu's current reputation is enough to serve as a hero of Konoha. Now he is colluding with a ninja like Kakuzu who carries a bad reputation. The subversion between the past and the present is a bit too big. Haha, in my eyes, this is a talent, just like you. Qin Yu smiled playfully and said, how have you considered it? Do you want to continue fighting? Scorpion of the red sand was stunned. He didn't expect Qin Yu to give such an answer. He and Jiaodu are not the first after meeting once and working together on some missions, he knew very well how taboo the latter's ninjutsu was. Now he was praised by Qin Yu as a talent, which seemed a bit disappointing. Chapter 105 You are more reliable than Orochimaru. Talent. Scorpion of the red sand smiled playfully, however, if you want me to surrender just by a few words, you are looking down on me. I just got this thing, and I was going to keep it as a treasure. Now it seems that you should look at it with new eyes. For the newly acquired third-generation Kazekage, it can be said that it is the second most valuable collection in the hands of Scorpion of the red sand. After all, no puppet value can be more exciting than a cage-level puppet. Really? Qin Yu smiled playfully and said, I just plan to send him to fight to see whether your puppetry is powerful or my forbidden technique is stronger. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for reaching the maximum level of impure world reincarnation with one click. The voice of the system sounded in his mind at the right time. This is the scroll that Qin Yu took when he hit Orochimaru head-on. It clearly records the improved version of the impure world reincarnation. Although it is not the ultimate version that Kabuto will hold in the future, it is not enough for Qin Yu now. In addition, the bottle that was looted was marked with the cell extract of the third Kazekage. Forbidden technique. Kakuzu was startled, and then he saw the red sand scorpion, and his expression changed slightly. He took out a scroll with his backhand and opened it directly. There is also a shadow in the center of the mysterious seal depicted on it. Facing Qin Yu, who didn't know the depth, the red sand scorpion obviously intended to take the initiative. "Come out, my work of art!" The red sand scorpion shouted sternly. The seal in his hand changed, and at the moment when the explosion sounded suddenly, a puppet wearing a black cloak appeared out of thin air. There was a biting sound from the mouth joints. Is this a human puppet made by the third Kazekage? Kakuzu saw the clue instantly. A hint of pride flashed across the face of the red sand scorpion, and he shouted sternly, "You guessed right, but you will soon become my collection." Iron Sand Realm Technique. With 5 fingers pulling, the puppet of the third Kazekage suddenly exploded. The dark iron sand was spit out from the puppet's mouth, and there was a pause. The next moment, like a rainstorm of pear blossoms, it rushed towards Qin Yu and the others. For a moment, the world turned into a dark black, and Kakuzu's expression changed slightly. Qin Yu disappeared out of thin air and appeared in the dense forest dozens of meters away. Chidori! The lightning flashed, as bright as fireworks, and a cry of surprise suddenly sounded. "How do you know I'm here?" A ninja from the route suddenly tensed up. "I thought that Qin Yu had no time to discover his existence when the 3 powerful men fought. I never thought that the gate of hell had opened when I came to my senses. I guessed." Qin Yu smiled playfully. In the territory of the Land of Fire, Danzo's minions must be quite large. Moreover, this is the only way to Mount Kikyo. Danzo will definitely not miss the opportunity to ambush his pawns here. In the rear, he will have everything on the battlefield under his control. Moreover, the sound caused by Qin Yu's punch that broke Fei Liuhu just now was not small. It is not difficult to alarm these minions to come. Puff! Blood splattered. The right hand wrapped in lightning instantly pierced the chest of the root ninja. Those who kill will be killed. Looking at the sacrifice delivered to the door, Qin Yu took out the bottle containing the cells of the 3rd generation of Kazekage with his backhand, and his hands flew quickly like wheels, forming a series of seals. Bang bang bang! The iron sand instantly penetrated the ground. Kakuzu had already used the ground resentment to withdraw violently. Seeing Qin Yu dare to distract himself from attacking the root ninja in front of his proud puppet, a trace of gloom flashed across the face of the red sand scorpion. This is a contempt for his artwork. Well, I'll see what forbidden techniques you have that can fight against my precious human puppet. The red sand scorpion roared fiercely. At the moment when his 10 fingers swung and flew, endless iron sand rushed out of the mouth of the third Kazekage. Iron Sand Realm Law Endless Sand Spear. With a roar, the black iron sand in the sky instantly turned into hundreds or thousands of dark spears. Under the 5 fingers of the red sand scorpion, it showed a closed posture and shot towards Qin Yu. This wave of attack obviously excluded Kakuzu, intending to kill Qin Yu first with one move. Forbidden Technique Reincarnation. Qin Yu's flying hands suddenly clasped together, looking at the incoming iron sand and smiled playfully. Bang! The thunderous crashing sound rolled back into the forest with a radius of 10,000 meters. A huge air wave was raised, rolling up a large amount of dust. When Scorpion and Kakuzu saw it clearly, their pupils suddenly shrank. The long spear made of iron sand in the sky was blocked by the same iron sand wall 3 meters away from Qin Yu. Behind the iron sand wall, there was a half-open coffin, exuding a cold breath. Scorpion, I didn't expect you to really make me a human puppet. A familiar voice came from the coffin. As the coffin board was kicked away, a figure wearing a wind shadow cloak walked out slowly. Is this the 3rd generation of Wind Shadow? Kakuzu's pupils suddenly shrank. Looking at the familiar and unusual figure in front of him, and the puppet in the sky. Is this another kind of self-destruction? Dead summoning. Scorpion's expression also changed. He didn't expect Qin Yu to retaliate against him. Summon the 3rd Kazekage and fight him. Looking at the 3rd Kazekage with a slightly angry face, Scorpion of the Red Sand couldn't help laughing. Haha, I didn't expect that you also know the alternative eternal art, but you think that summoning a mere dead person can defeat me. I'm sorry. Scorpion of the Red Sand took out the huge scroll behind him with a backhand, and said with a grim smile, Come on, let me show you the means I used to kill the 3rd Kazekage. Red Secret Technique 100 Machines Operation. The scroll was stretched out in response, and a series of dark figures shot out like sharp arrows. Hundreds of puppets instantly turned into a rainstorm, densely packed, covering the sky. Various weapons, stained with venom, sickles like the god of death, and huge sharp blades, etc., flowed coldly in the sun. Let the whole world be filled with cold murderous intent. Kakuzu's face was a little more solemn, and he couldn't help looking at Chinyu and said, "You are worthy of being a person favored by the adults. With this skill alone, it is enough to hunt down the cage level." Humph! The third generation Kazekage snorted coldly and said, "The dignified Kazekage was so quickly summoned as a puppet for the second time, but seeing you is better than seeing Orochimaru. As for you and Scorpion, I hate Scorpion more. Scorpion randomly transformed my body into a human puppet. And I believe that you can help me teach Scorpion a lesson. You are more reliable than Orochimaru." Chapter 106 Killing a Chicken with a Butcher Knife. Really? It feels weird to be praised by a dead person. Chinyu touched his nose helplessly. I was originally planning to solve this matter in a low-key manner, but with such a commotion, it seems that it is better to fight and resolve it quickly. Fight and resolve quickly? The Scorpion of the Red Sand looked stagnant, and then he roared ferociously, "Well, I also want to see how you, a useless person, can defeat me quickly with this move. 100 machines exercise strangle the heavens." He roared continuously, and pressed down with 10 fingers suddenly. The puppets in the sky attacked head-on like a rainstorm. Facing this dark scene, Kakuzu and the third Kazekage also looked solemn. They said they would rely on Chinyu, but when they really faced this kind of lineup, they would inevitably be a little nervous. Looking at the puppets approaching quickly, Chinyu moved. The 9 Megatama's Sharingan suddenly turned, and the blood-red pupil power representing disaster exploded quickly like a tide. Roar! A roar like crazy came out of Suzanu's mouth. The huge body of 100 meters was revealed, and the puppets that rushed over the sky were directly overturned at the moment when the 6 arms flew. Looking at those attacks that fell like raindrops, it felt like hitting an iron plate. The expression of the Red Sand Scorpion suddenly changed. Looking at the Susanoo in front of him, a trace of cruelty flashed across his face, and he tore his clothes directly with his backhand. That's right. Can't beat tearing clothes. If it was a woman, Chinyu would still be happy to accept it. But looking at the wooden lump, I don't know if the Scorpion has a handle, so I just washed it and went to bed. Sure enough, when I was fighting with me, I noticed something was wrong. The expression of the third generation of Kazekage changed drastically. This kid is really crazy. His appearance has not changed for so many years. It turns out that he has transformed himself into a human puppet. Uchiha Chinyu, let me fight, maybe I can be useful. Facing hundreds of human puppets and Scorpion who used himself, the third generation of Kazekage obviously lost his patience. Haha, I have to say that it is your honor to see my ultimate art. Didn't you say that you want to make a quick decision? What can you do now? Scorpion of the Red Sand showed a ferocious face. Your special Sharingan, and such powerful means, are very suitable to be my collection. For Scorpion of the Red Sand, all special and beautiful things are short-lived. Especially for humans who have birth, aging, illness and death, to preserve this perfect moment, it can only be implemented through human puppets. At least, that pair of special Sharingan that is as red as blood is a treasure for Scorpion. Haha, if you want it, you have to rob it with your strength. Chinyu smiled playfully and said, however, if I were you, I would still think of a way to solve this trouble first, and then talk to me about family matters. Chinyu pointed to the sky. Soon, a huge black shadow was projected down with a crushing posture. The inexplicably oppressive atmosphere spread like a hurricane. The piercing sound of breaking through the air gave people a feeling of tearing the eardrum. Especially the strong wind pressure coming from the sky, which makes people feel suffocated. The strange scene made Kakuzu and the other 2 people tense up suddenly. Without time to think, they looked up at the sky in a hurry. The scene they saw made their eyes crack. A huge meteorite with a diameter of 5,000 meters fell from the sky with a posture of 10,000 pounds. For anyone, if they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. Boy, you didn't use your full strength when you fought Orochimaru just now. The third generation of Kazekage asked anxiously. Originally in his eyes, Chinyu could instantly break through Orochimaru's defense when facing 3 cage levels, and defeat Orochimaru with a lightning-fast posture. This was beyond his cognition. I thought that this was due to Orochimaru's carelessness. But facing the current scene, the third generation of Kazekage knew clearly. Facing the battle with Orochimaru, even if Chinyu didn't take shortcuts, he was enough to crush the 3 cage levels whose strength was only 1/10 of that, and then take away the head on Orochimaru's neck. You need to use a butcher knife to kill a chicken, but you also need to see what kind of chicken it is. This scorpion is more likable than Orochimaru. Chinyu smiled playfully. Well, if you are still alive after this blow, I will consider letting you be my subordinate. After saying this, Chinyu reversed his hand to cancel the impure world reincarnation, grabbed Kakuzu's shoulder, and with the lightning on his body surging, he turned into a thunderbolt and rushed out. Looking at Chinyu who left the battlefield in an instant, the body of the 3rd generation Kazekage was slowly dissipating, and looking at the dense human puppets in the sky. And Scorpion, who was in the middle of it, was shocked, and his face became more and more livid. He thought that the rebellion of the Red Sand Scorpion would bring a huge threat to the Sand Village. But now compared with Chinyu, this so-called threat is nothing but a child's play. In the eyes of the 3rd generation Kazekage, this kind of powerful strength in front of him can only be done by the 1st generation Hokage and Uchiha Madara in the notes. This is an existence that can shake the ninja world with a stomp of his foot. Now suddenly another one appeared, and this time there was no strong man to check and balance. The ninja world is about to change. Scorpion, if you are not dead, and still remember the old feelings for the Sand Village, you remember to tell Cho that the Sand Village must not provoke this madman. If you can do this, I will never care about the use of my body to transform into a puppet. The hurried voice echoed between heaven and earth. The body of the 3rd Kazekage dissipated like dust. Listening to this unexpected speech and the huge meteorite rolling in the sky, a trace of madness flashed across the face of the Red Sand Scorpion. Red Secret Technique 1000 Changes Hand. The Red Sand Scorpion roared repeatedly. Hundreds of puppets moved instantly, like a big net, quickly spreading out. At the same time, when both hands were opened, the wrists suddenly split into 4 pieces, and the curse seal contained in it was madly infused with chakra. Instantly turned into thousands of puppet hands, and went straight to the meteorite in the sky. Hundreds of puppets, coupled with the Sand Iron Realm technique of Scorpion and the 3rd Kazekage. The sky-wide attacks collided with the meteorites falling from the sky. Boom! The huge impact force rolled back like a tidal wave. The torrent, like a Category 12 hurricane, overturned everything within 10,000 meters around. Some century-old trees were even broken in half. Kakuzu, who had fled to 6 or 7 kilometers away, stopped and hurriedly performed various ninjutsu to defend himself. Compared with Chinyu standing quietly in Susanoo, he used all 5 elements of ninjutsu, and faced this huge wave-like impact. He still felt like he was in a raging tide and could be overturned at any time. This person is really incomparable to others. Earth Escape Iron Shield Wall. Kakuzu flipped his hands and squeezed chakra frantically. Layers of earth walls rose in front of him, forming a strong defense line. When the 10th layer of defense was built, a shocking roar suddenly sounded. The ground shattered with a sound, and the huge impact force caused the earth wall to shatter instantly. Kakuzu just felt as if he was hit by a heavy hammer and flew backwards. For a moment, the world seemed to be wailing, and countless rubble flew, making Kakuzu, who used the earth escape hardening method, feel tingling all over his body. I don't trademark know how long it took. Kakuzu pushed away the rubble covering his body. Seeing Chinyu still standing quietly in the ruins, he didn't trademark have time to think about it and hurriedly looked towards the canyon. The scene he saw made him dumbfounded. Chapter 107 The villain complained first. The huge world, the dust were blown away by the wind. Looking at the passage leading to Kikyo Mountain, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack. At this moment, it was razed to the ground, which was completely beyond Kakuzu trademark's expectation. He asked himself that even if he used all his means and all the resentment of the heart, he might not be able to cause such a huge impact. Is this a god? Kakuzu looked at Chinyu in shock. Okay, let's go get new companions. Chinyu suddenly said. Kakuzu was startled and looked at the ruins in a hurry. He saw a figure in a mess, with even a broken arm, struggling to climb out of the deep pit. Recalling the world-destroying blow just now, Scorpion was still shocked, and looked up at the footsteps that suddenly appeared in front of him. Congratulations on your survival. Chinyu smiled warmly. Do you choose to be killed by me, and then resurrected and summoned through forbidden techniques, or surrender now and become my subordinate? Subordinates? Scorpion of the Red Sand was stunned. He was an arrogant figure in the Sand Village, and he dared to murder the 3rd Kazekage. He was even more confident with his own puppets and powerful means. In the eyes of Scorpion of the Red Sand, this was enough to look down on the heroes. Unfortunately, facing all these so-called trump cards of Qin Yu, it was completely child's play. I am willing to surrender. Scorpion was deflated like a balloon. However, as a puppeteer, all my treasured puppets have been destroyed, and only 1/10 of my strength remains. Is this still useful to you? Haha, don't worry. Qin Yu laughed dryly, and his pair of Manjakaya Sharingan suddenly turned, and the blood color faded quickly like a tide. Everything around him twisted quickly like the surface of the water. The next moment it was torn apart. When everything became clear again, Scorpion was stunned when he saw the third Kazekage still standing beside Qin Yu. Is this an illusion? In Scorpion's eyes, he was a puppet, and his 5 senses were different from those of ordinary people. It was very difficult to pull him into an illusion. Unfortunately, this time he met Qin Yu who had Tsukuyomi and Amplification Eye. Scorpion, I didn't expect you to lose too. The third Kazekage said coldly. Unfortunately, you underestimated the enemy from the beginning. After seeing me being summoned by the spirit, your state of mind was flawed, which led to you being deeply trapped in the illusion. However, if I encounter that scene, I am afraid that I will be completely unable to extricate myself like you. Facing him, you are not wrong to lose. Remember what I said to you in the illusion space, don't let the sand village provoke this monster. After leaving these words, the third Kazekage disappeared like dust. Scorpion looked at the puppet scroll on his body, which was still intact, and Scorpion couldn't help but be silent. Is that move just now real or caused by illusion? Scorpion couldn't help but speak. When he recalled the feeling of powerlessness when facing Tianai Zhenxing, his heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. Guess. Qin Yu smiled playfully, patted Scorpion's shoulder and said, if you can't guess, you can give it a try, but this time it won't be so easy to fool. After saying this, Qin Yu looked towards the direction of Konoha Ninja Village. He really wanted to know whether Konoha Ninja Village would be in chaos and expose his tricks. It's almost time. I'll return to Konoha first. You guys should be on standby at any time. Looking at Qin Yu, who disappeared out of thin air with a burst of lightning on his body, Scorpion of the Red Sand swallowed the words that were on his lips. Don't doubt the strength of the adults. Not only you, but also I was deeply trapped in the illusion just now, which means that the adults still have some strength left. Kakuzu glanced at Scorpion. I don't care about you, I just don't want you to be cleared too quickly, so I will feel lonely. Konoha Village, sealed the gate. A petite figure rushed in through the gate. After looking around, Mitarashi Anko found that there were no other secret sentries, so she tiptoed into the dark. However, just after taking 2 or 3 steps, a familiar voice sounded. Anko, you are finally back. Mitarashi Anko's muscles tensed up, and he hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. The figures he saw made his expression change drastically. Teacher Shinishuk. After Orochimaru left, Mitarashi Anko was assigned to the team of Sarutobi Shinishuk, the eldest son of the third Hokage, who was known as one of the 8 colors of Konoha, because of the curse seal. However, this time, he was accompanied by Danzo, Yamanaka-fu, the third Hokage and other senior advisors. Haha, Jiraiya, what else do you want to say? Danzo clenched the cane in his hand and said gloomily, didn't you say that you had sent the boy to Miyaboka Mountain to learn training? Just now, maybe it was one-sided words of Yamanaka Feng, but now that Mitarashi Anko has really rushed back from outside, this should mean that I didn't deliberately frame him, right? After receiving the report from Yamanaka Feng, Danzo decided to take the initiative. After all, if the third Hokage knew that he was colluding with Orochimaru, he would inevitably be monitored again in the following days. The hard-built Anbu route would also be destroyed. Danzo, this is just your one-sided statement. Jiraiya's expression sank and said, I know clearly how difficult it is to practice in Miyaboka Mountain. Moreover, your one-sided statement alone cannot prove that he left the village. Humph, can't the words of Shan Zhongfeng be used as evidence? Jiraiya, don't forget that you haven't been in Konohagakure for a long time. Are you meddling too much this time? Danzo snorted coldly. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted coldly. Now Mitarashi Anko has returned, and the Anbu I sent to confirm Qin Yu's whereabouts just now has also returned. Let's listen to his report first. As the voice fell, a figure fell from the sky and landed in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Chinyu was found at the security headquarters. He was meditating on chakra. What? Danzo's expression suddenly changed. It's impossible. He clearly escaped from Konohagakure. Yamanaka Feng saw it with his own eyes, and Mitarashi Anko can testify to it. Oh. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Anko and said, Anko, tell us honestly. Yamanaka Feng mentioned that you and Chinyu appeared outside Konohagakure together. Is this true? For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Anko, making her face pale slightly. Chapter 108 Summoning Beast Dream Taper. Who is he? Mitarashi Anko gritted her teeth and said. She knew clearly that this was Danzo's evildoer who complained first. Although Mitarashi Anko had thought about exposing the matter directly. However, her words were not important, and compared with big figures like Danzo, what she said was probably just bullshit. It's not certain, it will bring trouble to Chinyu. When she thought of this, the figure of Chinyu flashed in Mitarashi Anko's mind. In her eyes, it is better to say that Danzo and Yamanaka Feng are bad guys than Chinyu. Asshole, you are so young and you are already full of lies. Yamanaka Feng, take her down and send her to the interrogation department. Danzo's face darkened and he shouted angrily. This time, the collusion with Orochimaru was exposed. It can be said that Mitarashi Anko is an important witness. No matter where Chinyu is, the first thing is to get rid of her first. It's Danzo. Yamanaka Feng's figure flashed, and he was about to take action first. Thinking of the scenes that just happened, it was a shame for him. Stop! Sarutobi Hiruzen cold shout. Jiraiya, who was beside him, took the first step to stop Shan Zhongfeng. Danzo, since Chinyu is still staying in the guard station, if you act recklessly, it may cause injustice. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a warning on his face. Danzo's face couldn't help but sink. Looking at Mitarashi Anko who was close at hand, he said coldly, Sarutobi, this matter is related to the safety of Konoha. With his means, he can sneak back one step ahead of Mitarashi Anko. To figure this out, just catch him and hand him over to the interrogation department for investigation. Danzo, are you crazy? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed drastically and roared. Humph, just think I'm crazy. Everything I did was for the safety of Konoha. I have sent all the root members to raid just now. After leaving these words, Danzo's figure flashed, and he rushed out with Shan Zhongfeng. Crazy. Recalling the scenes that happened in the Hokage building, everyone present had a drastic change of expression. Facing the powerful Susanoo, what means did Danzo have to deal with it? Catch up, don't let things get worse. The third Hokage's face sank, and he hurried to catch up. Facing the external threat of the four great nations, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already busy and exhausted. Now Danzo is still going his own way, how can he keep calm? The headquarters of the guard team where the Uchiha clan is located on the edge of the Konoha ninja village. Especially the forest road leading to the headquarters, on weekdays, apart from the members of the Uchiha clan, there are not many Konoha ninja activities. And the courtyard where Uchiha Fugaku is located is guarded by the entrance. Chinyu, they are here. Uchiha Fugaku, standing outside the courtyard. Feeling the murderous aura emanating from all around, he couldn't keep calm. Well, you go back, don't come out. Chinyu raised his head and glanced around. When Chinyu left, he specially arranged 2 shadow clones here to collect fairy chakra, and one of them has been released. Now there is only this one left. Can you do it with just one shadow clone? Uchiha Fugaku lost his temper. However, he knew very well that this was not just a personal grudge. Once he intervened, it would become an excuse for Danzo and even Konoha to exclude their Uchiha clan. Don't worry, I can do it alone. Chinyu said lightly. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned, and dozens of black shadows quickly rushed in from all directions. Only you? This lineup is not good enough. Chinyu smiled warmly. The root ninjas falling from all directions changed their eyes slightly, showing a surrounding posture, encircling Chinyu. Facing the existence of even the Aberme Taekjin, such an elite can be easily crushed with one hand. It would be strange if they were not nervous. However, Danzo had already made arrangements for this scene. Do it. The leading root ninja, as soon as he stepped down, his hands flew up quickly. The dozen ninjas following closely behind him almost attacked at the same time. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. Lightning style, ground walking. Dozens of ninjas attacked at the same time. One attack after another, like a raging wave, attacked Chinyu across the sky. The mighty posture instantly alarmed Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui in the room. As for the base, it was obviously sealed by a sealing technique, completely blocking the sound of the battle. Susanoo. Chinyu's 9 Magatama Sharingan turned in vain, and the scarlet pupil power exuding a disaster atmosphere quickly spread out, and turned into a Susanoo more than 10 meters high. The shadow clone technique can retain a certain strength of the main body. But the power that the pupil power can exert is obviously less than 1/10. Boom! The violent air waves rolled back, flames splashed, lightning flashed, etc., ravaging the world. If Chinyu had not been prepared and stayed away from the courtyard where Uchiha Fugaku lived, I am afraid that this wave of impact would have destroyed the outer wall. Moreover, as the residence of the head of the clan, it is obvious that there is a sealing barrier. Dad, what is going on? Uchiha Itachi's expression changed. When has he encountered such a formation? Moreover, it happened in the territory of Konoha Ninja Village. Danzo finally made trouble, I don't know how Chinyu will deal with it. Uchiha Shisui's expression also changed. Looking at Susanoo and the attack, the remaining dozen or so root ninjas also moved instantly, and their hands suddenly clasped together, and chakra was frantically extracted. Barrier Vajra blockade. Chains condensed with chakra turned into a thread and directly entangled Susanoo. The speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, Susanoo's body was tied up tightly. Chinyu, this is a sealing technique that can even bind the 9 tails. For the safety of Konoha Ninja Village today, you'd better surrender. Danzo's roar suddenly sounded. Soon, a figure flashed out quickly in the dark, and his hands flew quickly, and he pressed suddenly in the void. Summoning technique. Bang! A large piece of white mist rushed into the sky, and the hurricane rolled up like a wave. Woo! A deafening long roar suddenly sounded, and a huge monster with a pale yellow body and a long nose appeared in front of everyone. Dad, is this an elephant? Uchiha Itachi's face changed, and he seemed a little surprised. No. Uchiha Fugaku's face changed and said, this is Danzo's summoned beast, the Dream Taper. This is a rare wind-style summoned beast. It seems that this time Danzo is going to do it for real, and I don't trademark T know if Chinyu can handle it. Chapter 109 Let my clone go. Roar. The Dream Taper roared to the sky, and a huge wave of air rolled back. Let this open space roll up a cloud of dust and sand. Uchiha Itachi's expression tightened, and he quickly grabbed Uchiha Fugaku's hand. Dad, should we take action? Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku's face changed slightly, but before he could speak, Uchiha Shisui on the side said first, Itachi, this is Chinyu's business, and uncle is also considering the overall situation. Uchiha Fugaku was silent about this. He knew clearly that the Chinyu in front of him was just a clone. The real him was led out of Konoha village. At this juncture, Danzo made trouble. If he saw through it, I'm afraid it will cause a lot of trouble. Chinyu, you can't escape today. Danzo jumped and landed on the head of the Nightmare Taper. Wind style, hurricane breakthrough. The seal was formed quickly, and Danzo opened his mouth and spit out the chakra in his mouth. At the same time, the Nightmare Taper under his feet also made a move. The attacks of the two converged together in an instant, and a powerful hurricane wave broke out. In particular, the wind blade hidden in the hurricane cut off all the trees and rocks along the way. The root ninjas of dozens of meters around also moved in an instant. It was just that this time under Danzo's wind-style attack, the ninjutsu they performed was unified with fire style. Fire follows the wind, and the wind helps the fire grow. As soon as the attacks of the two converged, the flames shot up into the sky, and even the clouds accumulated in the air were directly reflected red. It instantly submerged Susanoo. Danzo, are you crazy? The third Hokage and others hurried over. In the distance, they could feel the flames and hot air rising into the sky. Hurry up and put out the fire. Jiraiya's expression changed. He didn't know why Chinyu appeared in such a place when he was studying fairy arts in Miyaboku Mountain. But if the relationship was completely ruined, everything he did would be wasted. Humph, Jiraiya, you are still too naive. Now is a good opportunity. Danzo roared. Where is the sealing class? Cast the 6 red yang barrier to trap Uchiha Chinyu. The 6 people who were ready and waiting for orders all around jumped out in an instant and landed in 2 directions. With a series of seals, the purple magic circle quickly linked up with the 6 people as the center, forming a purple sealing barrier. When everything was completed, the blazing flames dissipated, revealing Susanoo covered with cracks. Seeing this scene, everyone's nerves suddenly tensed up. Uchiha Itachi couldn't hold his breath, grabbed Uchiha Fugaku's hand, and said anxiously, "Dad, if you don't do it again, my brother will be in danger." "Shisui, you won't stand idly by, right?" Facing Uchiha Itachi's request and Danzo's smug smile, Uchiha Fugaku was helpless. He couldn't tell them at this critical moment. After a magical operation, Chinyu in front of him was just a shadow clone. "Danzo, you quickly remove the barrier," the 3rd Hokage shouted in a hurry, "otherwise, don't blame me for doing it myself." Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbing the Hokage robe, Danzo's expression sank, and he said sternly, "Hiruzen, don't be confused, you know very well how harmful this kid is. Don't use your so-called kindness to bring hidden dangers to Konoha. Now this kid is suppressed by me. If you are willing to join forces with me, you will definitely be able to take him down." "You?" The 3rd Hokage was suddenly angry and was about to burst out of his combat uniform. An unexpected figure, like a ghost, appeared beside Jiraiya. The sudden scene made everyone present dumbfounded. His eyes almost popped out, looking at the person in front of him. It was hard to believe. "Chinyu, aren't you in the barrier?" Jiraiya was the first to lose his temper. Danzo's actions seemed very violent, but the series of attacks were linked together. Under this kind of attack, even the tailed beasts could be trapped. However, Chinyu appeared in front of them at this critical moment. Was it too fast? "It's impossible. You were obviously sealed by me, why are you here?" Danzo's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly looked at the sea of fire in the barrier. What he saw was another Uchiha Chinyu, who was under the cracked Susanoo. "Let my clone go, what do you want to do? Come to me?" Chinyu smiled playfully. The voice was not loud, but at this moment, it seemed as if it was infused with magic sound. Especially the root ninjas who participated in this attack, their expressions were all frozen. A swift and vigorous attack, even a clone could not be defeated, this was too shocking. Bang! In the barrier, the Susanoo and the flames collapsed, and Chinyu, who was in it, turned into a white mist and dissipated between heaven and earth. Looking at this scene, Danzo and others were stunned. Just now they still had a little fantasy. The Chinyu in the fantasy barrier was real, and the one in front of them was just Chinyu's clone acting as a cover. However, all this seemed pale and powerless. "It's impossible, Danzo will not be wrong." Danzo's face was ashen. "Dream Taper, kill him." Originally envisioned a means of killing with one blow, but now the blow failed. This gap is too big. Roar! The Dream Taper roared to the sky, opened its bloody mouth, and endless devouring power rolled out of its mouth. The violent power enveloped Chinyu and others like a tide. Faced with repeated failures, Danzo was obviously out of control. "Be careful, this Dream Taper has its own space inside, which can devour anything." The 3rd generation of Hokage reminded him urgently, "Disperse quickly." "No need." Chinyu smiled warmly, and his double surgical seals flew like a phantom, dazzling people. The hot chakra gathered in his mouth and swallowed it out the next moment. Fire style, great fireball technique. The flames shot up into the sky, and a great fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters gathered in an instant. At a close distance, there was a strong suction force, and the moment the flames rose, they were directly swallowed into the body of the Dream Taper. The wind helps the fire grow. The Dream Taper's eyes widened, and his body expanded rapidly like a balloon. The next moment, in full view of everyone, it exploded. Boom! Endless flames shot up into the sky, rolling back with a strong wave of air. The sudden scene made the 3rd Hokage and others perform defensive ninjutsu. When everything returned to calm, there was only a deep pit with a diameter of tens of meters and scattered pieces of meat in front of them, and there was no trace of the Dream Taper. Such a scene stunned everyone. In their eyes, the high-ranking summoned beast was actually solved by a fire escape fireball. Although this fire escape is a bit special and a bit bigger, it is too childish. "Help, save Danzo quickly!" A root ninja suddenly shouted. Soon, Danzo, who was surrounded by flames, was seen lying on the edge of the forest in the distance. He kept rolling on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on his body. Water style, water rush. The third Hokage's face suddenly changed. As a professor of ninjutsu, the third Hokage's hand seals were as fast as a phantom, and he finished it first. He opened his mouth and spit out a large wave of water, pouring it down on Danzo. Instantly, the flames that were wrapped around him were extinguished, revealing a slightly charred body. Chapter 110. There is no shortage of clowns in front of the strong. The air was filled with a burnt smell. The traces of explosions and scattered flames left around were even more shocking. Facing Danzo, who was lying on the ground, his life or death unknown, everyone dared not breathe. As the leader of the route and the first consultant of the Konoha ninja village, with the help of dozens of people, he summoned the powerful summoning beast Dream Taper, but was defeated by one move. Although this fireball was a little special. But this was too shocking. Come here, send Danzo down and keep him under strict guard. From now on, the route will be disbanded immediately, and all personnel will be handed over to the Kurama 6 spirits for review. If there is no problem, we will make arrangements. A series of orders were quickly issued. Many people subconsciously glanced at Chinyu and then stepped out of the line. Uchiha Fugaku also came with Shisui and Itaki. Chinyu, don't be impulsive. Uchiha Fugaku pressed Chinyu's shoulders and persuaded him urgently. Faced with these words, everyone present had a hint of urgency on their faces. In their eyes, Chinyu's strength was too strong. If they attacked at this time, it would probably turn into a fierce battle. Haha, uncle, you worry too much. This is Danzo teasing me. How can I bear to kill him? This is unreasonable. Chinyu laughed dryly and looked at Danzo, who was charred all over. This world is too boring. If there are some small things, it won't be too lonely. I hope he won't die. The voice was not loud, as if it was infused with magic sound, which made everyone's spine suddenly chill. In their eyes, they thought Chinyu would not be able to swallow this breath and would suddenly attack. However, at this moment, they suddenly woke up. Chinyu never took Danzo seriously from beginning to end. Just like a strong man, he doesn't mind a few more jumping clowns. Itaki, let's go. Chinyu rubbed Itaki's head and turned to walk away. By the way, you will repair the road destroyed by Danzo. The cheeks of the people present twitched, looking at the big pit in front of them that still had flames. This is just talking without back pain. Haha, Chinyu, don't worry, we will deal with the things here, you go to rest first. Jiraiya laughed heartily. In his opinion, this is the best solution. Brother, shall we go for a walk in the village? Uchiha Itaki grabbed Chinyu's hand with a hopeful look on his face. Itaki, didn't we agree to practice shuriken? Uchiha Shisui suddenly said. However, he was soon stopped by Uchiha Fugaku. Let them go, we will deal with it here. I hope those guys in the base will notice it, otherwise your usual proposition may be broken. Uchiha Fugaku's face was solemn. Uchiha Shisui's expression stagnated, and said, Uncle, if one day you are asked to choose, will you stand by Konoha or by his side? Faced with this question, Uchiha Fugaku was silent. It can be said that when what happened just now, Uchiha Fugaku had this choice in his mind. However, he still hasn't decided until now. Watching Chinyu and Uchiha Itaki leave, Jiraiya and the third Hokage looked at each other and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Jiraiya, you are not. Did they say they would send him to learn fairy arts? The third Hokage lost his temper. Mitamonen and Yudin Koharu were also confused. Jiraiya smiled bitterly and said, I don't know either. I have contacted Myaboku Mountain and will get a reply soon, but I really hope not, otherwise this kid's talent is too terrifying. As soon as these words fell, the faces of several people present became solemn. Immortal technique. That is a legendary technique that is superior to ninjutsu. To be able to learn ninjutsu is already 1 in 100. And to be able to learn immortal technique is even more 1 in 1,000,000, and the difficulty is that it requires various practices to be able to do it. From Jiraiya sending Chinyu to Myaboku Mountain to now, only 1 day has passed. If he really learned the immortal technique, it would be too shocking. No. It should be said that the monster is against the sky, and it is not an exaggeration. Okay, let Jiraiya handle this matter. Next, we still need to deal with Danzo's matter well. Don't make mistakes at this critical juncture. The third generation Hokage reminded in a deep voice. I just checked it out. Danzo's injury is not fatal. I think that kid saw through it from the beginning. Yudin Koharu said with a sullen face, if so, then this kid is really terrifying. On the other hand, Chinyu, led by Uchiha Itachi, came to the commercial street. This was the second time he visited this small street after crossing. However, compared with the era in the original work, during the war, all materials and personnel were in short supply, resulting in few people who could make extra purchases. The huge commercial street was sparsely populated, not to mention the people who could make purchases. "Brother, let's take a detour," Uchiha Itachi suddenly said. Chinyu raised his eyebrows, and when he was wondering, he saw 7 or 8 Uchiha clansmen dressed in guard uniforms swaggering through the city. "Ryoko, today is the last date. If you don't pay the 10,000 yuan security management fee, it will be very difficult for us to do it." The tall and thin ninja who took the lead stopped in front of a store and spoke first. "Are you afraid of them?" Chinyu looked at Uchiha Itachi. In his understanding of the original work, Uchiha Itachi is not a coward. After all, this is a ruthless person who dares to do things like exterminating the clan. Uchiha Itachi was silent for a moment, and then said, "My father told me to try not to conflict with others, especially those in the clan." "Don't conflict." Chinyu looked at the gangster-like, rogue guards. He finally understood why the Uchiha clan was becoming less and less welcome in the Konoha ninja village. A rat shit spoils the whole pot of porridge. He even dared to say 10,000 yuan for public security management fees. This seems more justified than robbing. "Everyone, the public security management fee has been increasing every month recently, which is too much. It was only 2,000 originally, but now it has become 10,000. Ryoko is a widow in her early 30s. Chinyu remembered that Ryoko's husband had died in the first Kikyo mountain conflict. Moreover, her daughter seemed to be Itachi's little fangirl in the original work. Chapter 111 What a terrible guard! Humph, now is an extraordinary period of war. For the sake of our Uchiha clan, the guard is still ready for battle at any time. As a member of the clan, if you don't support it, how can outsiders believe it?" The leading Uchiha Long shouted sternly. This shout immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding merchants and some passers-by. However, facing the internal strife of the Uchiha clan, they were obviously in a mood to watch the show. Especially those merchants who had just been threatened, they looked gloating, and some even gnashed their teeth and cursed. "Can you show mercy? Now is a time of war, it is good enough for everyone to have enough food to eat. If I pay the 10,000 yuan security fee, my daughter will starve to death." Ryoko begged anxiously. "Asshole, you just told me that you didn't have it, but now you say you can get it together. Don't you support our Uchiha clan's security team duties?" Uchiha Long shouted anxiously. "So many people are watching you, you are chilling the hearts of our security team and damaging our prestige. For the sake of our clan, I will give you another chance. If you don't pay it, don't blame us for doing it ourselves." As soon as these words fell, the security team members immediately became ferocious. Ryoko's face turned pale, and she begged anxiously, "Uchiha Long, for the sake of my husband working with you, can you give me another month? My daughter still has to pay for school fees, so I really can't spare any time." Faced with this scene, Ryoko couldn't help but take a few steps back and leaned against the door behind her. Uchiha Long's face was extremely gloomy, listening to the mocking words and eyes around him. A trace of cruelty flashed in the depths of his pupils, and he shouted sternly, "Okay, if you dare to interfere with my work, then we will do it ourselves. As a member of the Uchiha clan, you dare to break the rules. This is a shame for our clan." As soon as the voice fell, Uchiha Long reached out to grab Ryoko. "No." Ryoko's face turned pale. "She is just an ordinary person. It is precisely because she has no talent as a ninja that she opened a small shop in this place. After all, not everyone is as perverted as Might Guy and his son. In order to become a ninja, they have practiced physical skills to the extreme." Faced with this group of wolf-like guards, Ryoko has no way to retreat. "I could only helplessly watch this group of people approaching quickly. Don't touch my mother." A childish urgent cry came. Soon, 4 shurikens were seen shooting out from the street on the left. Uchiha Long and others suddenly changed their expressions. They never thought that someone would dare to attack their guards in Konoha village. However, facing this childish sneak attack, they showed anger on their faces, took out kunao with their backhands, and directly blocked the shuriken. Looking at the little girl who was only 8 or 9 years old who took the lead and landed in front of Ryoko, Uchiha Long, who was leading the team, had a gloomy face. This time, he led the team himself, but was blocked again and again. This was simply a shame for him. "Mom, are you okay?" Uchiha Chuan hurriedly grabbed Ryoko's hand and asked. However, before Ryoko could answer, Uchiha Long's angry cold shout came from behind. "You bastard girl, you dared to attack our guards in public. This is a crime of treason. Take her down." Two Uchiha clan members reached out to catch Uchiha Izumi in an instant. Seeing this scene, Ryoko panicked and hugged Uchiha Izumi and said in a hurry, "No, you misunderstood. Ryomi didn't offend you. Forgive me for the sake of our fellow clansmen. I'll give you the money." "Mom, no, I can fight. I'm in the ninja academy now and can protect you, just like Dad did." Uchiha Izumi broke free from Ryoko's arms and looked at the two approaching fellow clansmen. His eyes lit up. "Itaki, come and help me quickly." In the ninja academy, Uchiha Itaki's excellence is beyond other peers. He became the object of many people's attention early in the morning, and even Uchiha Izumi was no exception. However, facing this request for help, Uchiha Itaka hesitated. In Chinyu's memory, Uchiha Itaka was a single man. When the clan was exterminated, he was indifferent when he saw Uchiha Izumi being killed by Uchiha Obito. If you have to find a word to describe Uchiha Itaki, it is the best brother's pet. "She asked you for help, didn't you help her?" Chinyu said with interest. Uchiha Itaka's expression froze, looking at the two guards who pounced on Uchiha Izumi like wolves and tigers, shook his head and said, "Dad said to avoid disputes with the clan members. As the eldest son of the clan leader, I must set an example." "Really?" Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, "I don't have so many rules and regulations." "Izumi, are you talking about the genius son of the Fugaku clan leader? He doesn't seem to want to help us." Ryoko obviously heard Uchiha Izumi mention Itaki. However, looking at Uchiha Itaka who was still standing there and indifferent, her face couldn't help but darken. In her eyes, Uchiha Fugaku is the captain of the guard. Even he did not restrain his subordinates, letting them do whatever they wanted, not to mention his son. Disappeared, Mom is gone." Uchiha Izumi's pupils suddenly shrank. As soon as the urgent call fell, Uchiha Long and others paused, and an unexpected figure appeared in front of Ryoko and Uchiha Izumi like a ghost. "Yo, the guards are really scary." Chinyu smiled playfully. His right foot was like an iron whip, mixed with lightning. It swept across the sky towards the two clansmen. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. The two guards had no time to think about it, and subconsciously raised their hands to block. Crack! Bang! The dull collision sound, coupled with the crisp sound of bones breaking, echoed, giving people a creepy feeling. Looking at the two figures, like cannonballs, they were swept away directly and hit the big tree more than 10 meters away. The huge impact force cut the tree in half. Two members of the guard team spit out blood with a puff and fainted. The sudden scene made everyone pale. Looking at the figure in front of them, who was bathed in lightning with a warm smile on his face, a rumor flashed through their minds. It's the bloody Ashura Uchiha Chinyu." A ninja in the field couldn't help but exclaimed. This shook the nerves of Ryoko and Uchiha Izumi. Since the destruction of the Hokage building, the third Hokage has issued a gag order, but Uchiha Chinyu's reputation has long become the incarnation of the devil under Denzo's deliberate promotion. Let the entire Konoha ninja village feel a sense of respect. However, these deeds were spread for a short time, and Chinyu rarely appeared in public, so very few people knew him. Chapter 112 Three Elders. You are Uchiha Chinyu." Uchiha Long's expression changed. Facing other people, he might be able to be tough, but the person who rose like a comet in front of him was not someone he could challenge casually. "Hehe, I heard that you are collecting security management fees, and you also said that attacking the guards is an act of betrayal." Chinyu smiled warmly. "Look, I accidentally knocked two guards directly away. Am I a traitor?" The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment. Everyone present couldn't help but twitch their cheeks. Even those who were watching the excitement just now became silent. This is a ruthless character who dared to destroy the Hokage building and kill people in front of the village leaders. Facing such an existence, who would dislike living too long? Uchiha Long's face turned pale. Not long ago, I heard that Uchiha Shi was seriously injured by Uchiha Chinyu. He was dismissive at first, but now that he is facing it, he understands what invisible pressure is. In the moment just now, he couldn't even see Qin Yu's movement clearly. Not to mention fighting. Qin Yu, you are too ridiculous. We were just joking just now. As a role model of our Uchiha clan, how dare we disrespect you? If there is nothing, we will leave first. Uchiha Long said anxiously. The guards behind him also quickly agreed. The young man in front of him killed people in front of the Hokage, not to mention injuring a few of their guards. You have to have money to spend, but you have to have a life to spend it. After saying this, the guards present couldn't wait to turn around and leave. Ryoko, who was holding Uchiha Izumi, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw this. However, when she thought that the guards would come back to find a place after the incident. After such a toss, I am afraid it will get worse, and my mind can't help but tighten. Stop, don't you plan to apologize before leaving? Qin Yu said with a smile. The nerves of the people present suddenly tensed up, looking at the smiling Qin Yu, and finally understood what a fearless ruthless person is. Beating someone and asking him to apologize. This is simply domineering. Qin Yu, you, don't go too far. Uchiha Long's face changed. This time he has lost all his face and become a laughing stock of the clan. Now Qin Yu still asks him to apologize, which completely demolishes his way down. Facing the eyes from all around, Uchiha Long couldn't help but clench his fists. Stop, stop it all. A slightly old voice suddenly came. Soon, 3 old men with grey hair and wearing robes with the Uchiha clan emblem came. Are they the 3 elders of the Uchiha clan? Didn't they say that they would never step out of the Uchiha settlement casually? I heard that these 3 people all have 3 Megatama Sharingan, and they are elite jonins. There are also rumors that they have strength comparable to that of Penumbra. Some older ninjas in the field exclaimed. As one of the major clans of Konoha, the Uchiha clan is also known as the strongest clan in the ninja world. In every era, there will be strong people. It's just that the strength of these strong people also varies. Although the 3 old men in front of them are not as dazzling as Uchiha Itachi and Shisui in the original work. However, facing the ordinary ninjas in the Konoha ninja village. Possessing Sharingan, powerful fire escape ninjutsu, and illusion. As long as the members of the Uchiha clan have a little talent and are alive and not dead, the chance of becoming a strong person is much greater than that of other ninjas. This is also the advantage of blood limit. Elder Huo, Elder Long, Elder Yu. Seeing the appearance of the 3 elders, Uchiha Long seemed to see a savior, his face showed joy, and he hurried to meet them. However, as soon as he approached, the leading elder Huo raised his hand and swung it directly. Snap! The crisp sound of slapping suddenly rang out. Everyone's nerves couldn't help but tighten. Asshole, who gave you the power to collect management fees here indiscriminately? I saw what happened just now. Uchiha Long shouted angrily. Elder. Uchiha Long was stunned, covering his burning cheek, and couldn't say a word. If they didn't get support from behind the scenes, they wouldn't dare to collect security management fees so arrogantly. Moreover, from Uchiha's mouth, it was learned that the support behind this was also related to the 3 elders in front of him. Humph, what's the point of being called an elder? You've done something like this and even made us lose face. Elder Long shouted angrily, now hurry up and apologize to Qin Yu and everyone, otherwise I'll punish you according to the clan rules. The stern voice instantly changed the faces of the guards present. The Uchiha clan has always claimed to be a big clan. Whether it's self-esteem or the clan's rules, they are even more daunting than the rules of the Konoha ninja village. If Elder Long really pursues it, he will probably be beaten half to death. Haha, Elder, you're too ridiculous. They can just apologize to Ryoko and Izumi. I just like to meddle in other people's business. Qin Yu smiled warmly. No, I dare not. Ryoko waved her hand hurriedly. Elder Long smiled and said, Is this Izumi? The 3 of us old men have also heard that there is a good girl in the clan. She was really courageous just now. Why don't you apologize quickly? Uchiha Long and others looked livid. Just let alone the 3 elders, Qin Yu, who was staring at them, had already made them dare not act rashly. Everyone looked at each other, with unwillingness on their faces, but still bowed their heads to apologize. I'm sorry, we went too far, and this will never happen again in the future. Really apologized. The merchants present were stunned, watching the arrogant guards on weekdays, actually lowering their heads that they thought were arrogant. This was simply unexpected for them. Qin Yu, Do you think this matter is okay? Elder Long smiled and said, I will guarantee that there will be no such problem of illegally collecting management fees. The price will be set according to the original market rules. It can be said that the power of the Uchiha clan, which was hollowed out and transferred to the suburbs and marginalized, was similar to the current patrol police and urban management. Manage street security, etc., and the real executive power no longer exists. It is precisely because of this reason that the dissatisfaction of the Uchiha clan has become stronger. In order to avoid the contradiction, the shield finally exploded. The third Hokage had always adopted a conciliatory policy and turned a blind eye to the excessive management fee. It was just that people did not expect that Uchiha Long intended to make money from the war, and at this critical moment, he raised the original management fee of 2,000 taels to 10,000 taels. This high management fee would take 7 or 8 missions for a ninja to collect, not to mention the lonely Ryoko. Since the elders have asked for mercy, if I still hold on, it seems that I am not giving the elders face. Chinyu said with a smile. However, I still have to say it in advance. I will protect this store in the future. Don't let me see forced buying and selling again, otherwise I don't mind killing a few more people. The faint voice fell, and the next moment the violent murderous aura rolled back on Chinyu's body like a raging tide. Chapter 113. Do you want to be the clan leader? Buzz. The powerful murderous aura swept the whole place like a hurricane. Some people with slightly inferior strength, even ordinary people, heard a roar in their heads. Uchiha Long and others who were facing the suppression of Chinyu's aura turned pale, and they couldn't help but fall to the ground with a plop. While their foreheads were covered with cold sweat, they looked at Chinyu with horror. In the moment just now, they felt like they were in a raging tide. Like a small boat that could capsize at any time, as long as Chinyu had a thought, they would definitely die. However, this can't be blamed on them for losing their composure. With Chinyu's current control of the Mangekyou Sharingan and his own strong mental willpower, just a glance is enough to be as powerful as the murderous aura released by Orochimaru in the original work. Especially with the power of the amplification eye, the mental threat is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. Chinyu, don't be impulsive. I think Long and the others will understand and will never trouble them in the future. Elder Long's expression stagnated and he hurriedly said to help. The sudden burst of breath just now also made him tense up, and he felt as if he was in the face of death. If Chinyu had not dispersed the murderous intent in time, he would have been unable to resist withdrawing and pulling away at a safe distance. Hehe, Elder Long, you are really being polite. I'm just reminding you, you don't have to take it to heart. Chinyu patted Elder Long on the shoulder and said, let's all go. Seeing this behavior that completely ignored the seniority, the cheeks of the 3 elders couldn't help but twitch. However, when he thought of the purpose of this time, he still held back his dissatisfaction. Cage, you go back to the base first, you will be punished this time. Elder Long scolded. However, facing this kind of innocuous scolding, the guards quickly fled from this ghost place. In their eyes, the clan rules can still be perfunctory. But facing the bloody Azura Chinyu, it is like walking on thin ice, and you will lose your life if you are not careful. Watching the group of guards fleeing in panic, the merchants around suppressed their curiosity, looked at Chinyu in horror, and turned away. Seeing that the huge street was suddenly empty, Chinyu looked at the 3 elders with interest and said, no one comes to the temple for no reason. The 3 elders came out of the clan on purpose. Don't tell me that it is to punish the style of the guards. Asshole, Chinyu, don't be too pushy. We are the elders of the clan after all. In front of outsiders, we give you face. Now shouldn't you maintain due respect for the elders? Elder Yu, who had been silent all the time, suddenly rebuked. In Uchiha Yu's eyes, they are the foundation of the Uchiha clan after all. An old man in the family is like a treasure. This is the capital of taking advantage of seniority. Idiot. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, Itaki, you are hungry too, right? Let's go. Idiot. Ryoko and Uchiha Chuan were stunned. In their eyes, the elders are high above them. If we talk about Konoha consultants, what are they more afraid of than the elders? It must be the elders of the Uchiha clan. Chinyu, you. Elder Yu was furious but was interrupted by Elder Huo who was silent. Among the 3 elders, Elder Huo was known as the Great Elder. After reflecting Chinyu's figure in his turbid old eyes, he clenched the cane in his hand and said, Chinyu, are you interested in being the next clan leader? The small voice swept the whole audience like a hurricane. Uchiha Itachi's steps stiffened, and even Ryoko and Uchiha Izumi's expressions stagnated. For them, this amount of information is a bit too much. As the head of the clan, Uchiha Fugaku has been in office for a long time, and he has never made any big mistakes. However, he has always adhered to the doctrine of the mean, which makes many radical Uchiha clan members feel dissatisfied. However, Uchiha Fugaku's strength has always been stronger than that of the three elders when they were young. He can definitely be called the best among his peers. Therefore, only he can be qualified for the position of clan leader. However, now Uchiha Kainu Blood Ashura's reputation is rising rapidly like a comet. His reputation on the battlefield is far-reaching. He made a big fuss in the Hokage building in Konoha village and escaped unscathed. He just defeated Danzo and burned himself in flames, and his life and death are uncertain. With all these achievements, he can still avoid being investigated and suppressed. This is something that the three elders dare not imagine. It is precisely because of this reason that after they got the information, they quickly went to Here They Come. Clan leader. Chinyu raised his eyebrows. Although he had expected it, he did not expect these three old men to come to his door so quickly. Yes. Uchiha Long nodded and said in a deep voice, as long as you are willing, we can recommend you to become the clan leader and compete for the next Hokage seat. With your qualifications, strength, and means, plus the foundation accumulated by our Uchiha clan, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The slightly long voice was completely considered a hot commodity, which made Uchiha Itachi, Ryoko and Uchiha Izumi's faces change drastically. This is a rebellion. Overthrow the current clan leader and let Uchiha Chinyu take the position. This is a huge shame for any clan leader. No one will accept such a result. For a while, Uchiha Itachi and Ryoko subconsciously clenched their hands. Looking at the boy in front of them, who was only 15 or 16 years old, he was recommended as the clan leader. If I hadn't heard it with my own ears, I would be willing to believe that all this was true. Sorry, I have no interest in whether I am the clan leader or not. As for the Hokage, there are so many troubles, I prefer to go to bed. Chinyu smiled warmly, besides, I don't like being a puppet. Since the three elders have nothing else to do, please go back. You. Uchiha Yu was furious. However, Elder Huo quickly stopped him and said, we are also the one who proposed this matter, so you don't have to object too quickly. It's getting late, and we three old bones still have things to deal with, so we will leave first. After leaving this speech, Uchiha Huo turned around and led the team away. Elder Yu glared at Chinyu and quickly followed. As the three left, the field became empty. Chapter 114 Combination of Ninjutsu and Cooking. Brother, do you really not want to be the clan leader? If you want, I can try to persuade Dad to give up the position to you, as long as you don't do anything. Uchiha Itachi couldn't hold back. He learned from Uchiha Fugaku that he, Shisui and Namikaze Minato joined forces. But he couldn't even touch the corner of Chinyu's clothes if he really fought hard. It's better for Uchiha Fugaku to abdicate voluntarily than to embarrass himself in public. What's so good about this clan leader position? There are a lot of troubles, and I have to take into account the damn family dignity of those guys. I don't want it. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, only your dad would take on such a mess. Aren't you hungry? Let's go find something to eat. Looking at Chinyu, who didn't care about the position of clan leader, Uchiha Itachi, Ryoko and others were stunned. Mom, aren't we going to cook? Why don't we keep Itachi and the others to eat? Uchiha Chuan said anxiously. His eyes subconsciously passed Itachi and fell on Chinyu. Ryoko was slightly startled, with a hint of hesitation on her face, and said, Chinyu, thank you for saving us mother and daughter, but my family doesn't have any good things to treat us, only an old hen, I hope you don't mind. Uchiha Itachi obviously knew the situation of Ryoko's family very well, and subconsciously looked at Chinyu. Are you making medicinal herbs? Chinyu raised his eyebrows, looking at the medicinal herbs scattered around, and seemed a little surprised. In the original work, the hospitals that appeared were mostly medical ninjas and Western medicine. There are very few such medicinal herbs. Even if there are, many have been made into pills for sale. Now the medical ninjas in the village are all sent to the front line. I also happen to work in the hospital and know some distribution of medicinal herbs, so I found time to dig some medicinal herbs in the forest and opened this small store to make a living. Ryoko squatted on the ground and picked up the scattered herbs. Chinyu raised her eyebrows and met Uchiha Kwan's eyes, making her blush and lower her head hurriedly. Do you really not mind letting us stay for dinner? Uchiha Izumi's cheeks blushed slightly, and he nodded, I hope to thank you. Then leave this meal to me. Chinyu reached out and rubbed Uchiha Izumi's head, making her whole body stiff as if she had been electrocuted. It was the first time that someone other than her mother had violated the rules in this way. Can you do it? Ryoko couldn't help but be stunned. In her eyes, the Uchiha clan has always been more powerful, especially men, who are even more dismissive of cooking and housework. It's the first time I've seen someone like Chinyu who took the initiative to ask to cook. There's no way, I'm picky and can't get used to your food. Chinyu smiled warmly. For miso soup, salt soup base, and other cooking methods, Chinyu is indeed not suitable for the taste of Chinese people. Seeing Chinyu neatly bring the old hen raised at the door into the back kitchen, Ryoko couldn't help but look at Itaki. Itaki, does your brother really know how to cook? Why not let my mother do it? She has cooked for people in the hospital. Uchiha Chuan couldn't hold back. Ryoko also looked anxious, not to mention whether Chinyu was a guest. But if the only old hen in her family was wasted, this would make it difficult for them to get some food together to thank Chinyu. Uchiha Itaka hesitated and said hesitantly, I don't know, but I heard that brother's cooking skills can be better than Ichiraku ramen. Minato-sama also said that if brother hadn't been delayed by ninjas, he might not even be able to beat Ichiraku ramen in cooking. Even the hand-beating uncle can't be compared. Uchiha Chuan was stunned for a moment, curled his lips and said, Itaki, I didn't expect you to lie. In this commercial street, Ichiraku ramen is the most popular the hot shop. Yes, Izumi is right. You little brat came to my shop last time, why are you talking bad about me now? A female voice came from behind. Uchiha Itaka's expression froze, and he saw that Ayam had come running over at some point. Looking at the aggressive little girl, Uchiha Itaka's face turned pale and said, this is what they said, I don't know. Humph, hate it. Ayam glared and said, I won't welcome you in the future. Izumi, I'll find you next time. Today, the third generation of Hokage came to patronize my ramen shop. Even the third generation came to patronize, and some people said that our ramen is not good, hehe. After saying this, Ayam turned around and ran back to the shop. Looking at the shop that was only 4 doors away, he could already see the hand hitting from the side. Uchiha Itaka knew that he had spoken out of his mouth this time. Itaki, don't take it to heart, Ayam has no ill intentions. Uchiha Chuan hurriedly explained, besides, is your brother really okay? If not, I still have a little money, I can treat you to Ichiraku ramen. This. I'm afraid it's not good. Brother rarely cooks. Uchiha Itaka hesitated. Looking at the 2 young kids, showing a worried look, Ryoko smiled and said, okay, Chinyu is our distinguished guest, how can you show such an expression? Let's go in and help. If we help, maybe we can make a delicious meal. Hearing this suggestion, Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Izumi looked at each other, revealing an expression of fearless death. In Itaka's eyes, even if the food cooked by Chinyu was hard to swallow, for the sake of his brother's dignity and face, he had to finish it all. People fight for a breath, Buddha fights for a mouthful of fragrance. I must not let Ichiraku ramen's Ayam underestimate him. Seeing Itaki, whose aura was completely different in an instant, as if he was ready to die, Uchiha Izumi and Ryoko couldn't help but be stunned. The 3 of them had their own thoughts and pushed open the door of the kitchen. The scene they saw made their pupils suddenly shrink. Watching the hen that was bled and plucked in just a few minutes, Chinyu threw it into the sky. With a swipe of his right hand, he took out a kitchen knife, and under the flow of lightning, it quickly passed by like thunder. Sizzle! The hen was instantly cut into pieces, and a trace of purple arcs flowed on it, locking the gravy and exuding a meaty aroma. Fire style, fire palm technique. Chinyu's right hand was ablaze, and the blazing flames entangled in his palm, and then pressed on the clay pot beside him. The water that was originally cooked on a gentle fire boiled instantly, and the speed was so fast that it was astonishing. Is this a combination of ninjutsu and cooking? Ryoko exclaimed. This scene in front of her was the first time she had seen it. Especially the clean and neat technique, which seemed to be superb and dazzling. At this moment, Ryoko's heart actually had a little more urgency. She was eager to confirm whether Chinyu was really like what Minato Namikaze said in Konoha's Golden Flash. He could surpass Ichiraku ramen in cooking. Chapter 115, The Appetite is Excited. Brother, you boil the water, what are you going to cook? Miso soup? Itaki Uchiha couldn't help it. Icarus came here just now. Looking at Itaki Uchiha who seemed to be hesitant to speak, Chinyu laughed dryly and said, I heard everything, Aunt Ryoko, do you have noodles at home? Noodles? Ryoko's face showed a trace of embarrassment. During this period of war, the business was not good. Most of the food that could be found was sent to the front line. This greatly increased the price of flour. She and Izumi Uchiha still ate wild vegetables and some coarse grains most of the time. No? Chinyu frowned. He didn't expect that the dignified Konoha ninja village would be in such a difficult situation during the war. Although it may be a minority, it also represents the living index problem of the lower class people. Chinyu, I still have some money here. I'll go buy some back. Ryoko collected a few copper coins from her body and handed them to Uchiha Chuan. Looking at this scene, Chinyu touched his nose helplessly and said, No need, someone will deliver it in a while. Make this soup first. Will someone deliver it? Ryoko and others were stunned. Uchiha Itaka couldn't help but said, Brother, who did you ask to send it? Why don't I go back and get some? I remember there are still a lot at home. Looking at the stupid son of the landlord, Chinyu was helpless. Why in the original work, Uchiha Itaki, who was still very smart, turned on the aura of a stupid son after meeting him. This is probably an education problem. In the original work, Uchiha Itaki was very independent under the coercive education method of Uchiha Fugaku. However, now because of the appearance of Chinyu, Uchiha Itaka has one more to rely on. When the elder brother becomes the one who relies on the elder brother, the end result is Uchiha Suzuki, this kind of elder brother treasure. It seems that this disease needs to be cured when there is time. Saying that there is a lot of rice at home in front of the poor, isn't this showing off? No need, you can just watch here. Chinyu reluctantly opened the lid of the pot. An attractive and refreshing fragrance spread with the steam. Mom, isn't this the hairy peach we picked a few days ago? Uchiha Chuan said anxiously, isn't this a medicinal herb? How can it be used for cooking? And the fragrance smells very good. This is the main ingredient of my cooking, chicken soaked in 5-fingered peach. Chinyu smiled warmly and put the large chicken into the pot. This so-called 5-fingered peach is not a real peach. It is just a plant of the mulberry family with leaves that look like 5 fingers and fruits that look like peaches, which are only the size of fingers. After watching Chinyu soak the chicken in hot water, he quickly found a lot of ingredients on the shelf and put them into the soup pot. His skills were so fast that it was completely dazzling. Prepare sesame oil, ginger, and green onion for me. Chinyu reported a series of ingredients, and Ryoko and Uchiha Izumi were stunned. In their cognition, cooking a meal is not so particular at all. It is good to be able to cook and swallow and fill the stomach. Looking at the confused people, Chinyu gave up the idea and went to prepare the ingredients alone. Outside Ichiraku Ramen, the third-generation Hokage took off his hat and sighed helplessly. After the end of the Third War, he officially retired and handed over the position of Hokage to Minato Namikaze. However, he was only in his early 50s, still in his prime, and he was still very confident in his own fighting ability. Unfortunately, the series of events made him feel really tired physically and mentally. Thinking of the dream taper that was restrained and exploded to death, and the burnt danzo, his head was in so much pain that it was all mixed up. Hokage, it seems that you are in trouble again. He raised the door curtain with his hand and said, What flavor of miso ramen do you want to eat this time? The third-generation Hokage came back to his senses, looked at the menu items, and said helplessly, How about a barbecued pork ramen? My appetite has not been very good recently, I want to change the taste, no. Or, forget it. During this period, the 4 major countries invaded, and also encountered Chinyu who rose like a comet, and Danzo's reckless suppression. For the third-generation Hokage, it was completely exhausted and loss of appetite. Originally, looking at the greasy miso ramen and the burnt danzo. At this moment, it seemed that 2 heavy flavors overlapped. The third Hokage had an urge to vomit. Dad, I told you long ago that Hokage-sama would definitely order char siu ramen. Hokage-sama, this time I've added enough ingredients again. As soon as the words fell, Ayam brought the char siu ramen that he had prepared in advance. The turbid sugar water had a layer of lard floating on it, and more fat char siu was added to float on it. This made the third Hokage smile helplessly. It seems that the ramen reservation should have been postponed from the beginning. Now he is asking for trouble. However, feeling Ayam's watery eyes, his face full of urgency and hope, the third Hokage smiled helplessly and picked up the chopsticks. Hokage-sama, do you think my ramen is the most delicious? Ayam asked impatiently. Ayam, you are so rude. Shouta scolded in a hurry, don't be offended, Lord Hokage. This girl just heard that Uchiha Itachi said that Chinyu can make food that beats Ichiraku ramen, so she feels a little uncomfortable. If she offends Lord Hokage, please don't be offended. The third generation Hokage was stunned, and then smiled and shook his head and said, I have heard that the boy can cook, but Ichiraku ramen has people coming to Konoha Ninja Village and even the entire ninja world for its reputation. How can that boy be compared? What Lord Hokage said is right. Ayam couldn't help but laugh, and the anger she had been holding back instantly dissipated. Haha. I always talk about things based on facts. The third generation Hokage laughed dryly. However, before she finished speaking, a faint and refreshing fragrance dissipated with the wind. The clear soup chicken flavor with medicinal materials penetrated into people's nostrils like a hole. The sudden fresh smell made the three people present take a deep breath of air. The fingers of the third Hokage couldn't help but twitch. This is a big index finger. Hokage-sama. Ayam's voice suddenly sounded. The third Hokage and the hand who were immersed in the taste of clear chicken soup quickly came back to their senses. It was different from their traditional taste of rich soup as the soup base. This fragrance had a light and elegant fragrance, which was very different. However, thinking of the gaffe of the index finger just now in Ayam's eyes, the third Hokage hurriedly coughed, ahem. This fragrance. No. Really fragrant. Looking at the incoherent third Hokage, Ayam snorted and looked at Ryoko's shop with dissatisfaction. This special fragrance made people think of the terrifying boy first. No way, this is not his. Icarus hurriedly shook his head and pouted, saying, Dad, are you hiding and developing some special dishes? It's not kind of you to do this without telling me in advance. Looking at Icarus who looked serious, Shouta looked helpless. At this juncture, saying such words is undoubtedly rubbing his old face on the ground. However, facing the scrutinizing eyes of the third Hokage, Shouta could only shake his head helplessly and said, No, this is the first time I have smelled this kind of fragrance, which makes people feel hungry. Chapter 116 Medicinal Food that Overpowers Ichiraku Ramen. The huge ramen shop seemed a little dead. Facing the increasingly rich and fragrant chicken soup, the three people present couldn't help but look at each other. There was an inexplicable urgency in the pupils. They were eager to know where this fragrance came from. Ahem, why don't we go take a look? Shouta couldn't help but cough and said, Not many people will come here at this time. Gu, let's go and have some fun. Yes, that's fine, right? The third Hokage quickly agreed, subconsciously looking at Ayam. Now the score was 2-1, and the two of them agreed, so the final word was given. Humph, let's go, I don't believe he can really make something that tastes better than Ichiraku ramen. Icarus snorted unhappily, turned around and walked out the door. Seeing this scene, the third Hokage couldn't wait to stand up. Especially thinking of Jiraiya's report. Uchiha Chinyu tamed the three-tailed beast with the help of food. Hokage-sama, you said that we suddenly visited, if we come empty-handed, I'm afraid it's a bit embarrassing. Shouta couldn't help but say. However, Shouta didn't say the last sentence, but the third Hokage knew very well what he wanted to express. If you eat for free, you always have to bring some souvenirs to be justified. Here is the ramen I just made, and I usually send some to Ryoko. Seeing the back of the third Hokage disappear at the corner, Shouta couldn't hold back his breath, took the ramen he had made, and quickly followed. Chinyu, why don't you let me buy some noodles? If we wait like this, the child will die. Ryoko swallowed her saliva and noticed her own loss of composure. Just looking at the pot of chicken soup in front of her, she really couldn't help it. For a hungry person, the biggest sin is to see and smell the delicious food. When it is within reach, she can't taste it properly. Especially Uchiha Izumi and Itachi, they were still skeptical the moment before, but the moment the aroma of the six-fingered peach-soaked chicken filled the soup, they fell directly. Compared with those rich flavored miso soups, the two are completely the opposite of the extreme. This makes them look like country bumpkins who have never seen the world and come to the city. If it weren't for some self-control, I'm afraid they would have yawned. Izumi, I'm here to play with you. Ayam's voice came from outside. However, as soon as the voice fell, he entered without being invited. As soon as he came to Uchiha Izumi's side, he couldn't help but look at the soup pot. Ayam, do you smell the fragrant chicken soup? Uchiha Izumi was a little superior. Normally, Ayam would often secretly give Uchiha Izumi the remaining condiments, noodle soup, ramen, and other materials in the store. It can be said that the change in Uchiha Izumi's expression now is a reflection of her daily life. However, Ayam now obviously didn't care about these things, and hurriedly pinched her nose and said, "What is this smell? It's so bad. It's far worse than the fragrance of my miso soup." Looking at Ayam, who symbolically pinched her nose and sniffed everywhere, with a really fragrant look on her face, Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. "Has your old man not brought ramen yet?" "Ramen?" The three people present at the scene were stunned. They didn't expect Chinyu to have such an idea at all. "What ramen did you say?" "My dad won't bring it." Ayam glared. In her eyes, it was already good enough for Handa to take a look at the soup. If he brought ramen, it would lower the status of Ichiraku ramen. "Ayam, what are you talking about?" Handa walked in quickly from behind and raised his hand to knock on Ayam's head. "I'm really sorry, Chinyu, this girl is being petty, she's not like this usually. This is the ramen I made just now, and some beef slices, I hope you don't laugh at me." After watching Handa put down a bowl of ramen and beef slices, he stared eagerly at the soup pot behind Chinyu. Ryoko and others were stunned. "This is really delivered to the door. Haha, as a qualified chef, you can't miss the attribute of a foodie." Chinyu laughed dryly, not surprised at all, and took the ramen directly. "Third generation, since you are here, come in and sit down, I don't eat people." "Haha, you are really good. I thought you were very capable, but I didn't expect your cooking skills were so attractive. No wonder Jiraiya and Minato think so highly of you." The third Hokage rolled up the door curtain and walked in. The hand next to him couldn't hold back his temper and said, "Chinyu, let me cook the ramen. My cooking skills are pretty good." As he spoke, the hand couldn't help but reach out to grab the ramen. "No need. My noodles are not for cooking." Chinyu shook his head. Looking at the steamer that had been prepared long ago, a lot of steam was coming out. "Just put the ramen in it, sprinkle some water on it, and cover it in full view of everyone." Steamed noodles? Handbeat was stunned for a moment. In his eyes, this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. However, Qin Feng did not answer, but took out a basin of ice water that had been prepared long ago. At the moment when the steam rose quickly and the noodles became soft, they were directly passed through the cold river. After tossing the spoon several times, it was directly served in a large bowl while removing the excess water. The next moment, the already prepared six-fingered hair peach chicken soup with oil removed was directly poured on it, and the fragrance of the chicken soup with medicinal herbs completely filled the entire store. Looking at the clear soup chicken noodles in front of them, the third-generation Hokage and Handbeat were the first to hold up the big bowl and drink a mouthful of chicken soup. The moment they entered their mouths, they were simply fragrant. An indescribable fragrance and warmth of medicinal herbs quickly spread in the stomach. "Good soup!" The third-generation Hokage and Handbeat shouted in unison. Soon, they picked up the noodles in the bowl and couldn't wait to put them in their mouths. The moment they bit the soup lightly, the tough and dry gluten, bringing a chewy taste. It is completely different from the usual soaked and softened noodles. And with this fragrant chicken soup, compared with the rich miso, this bowl of clear soup chicken noodles is simply appetizing. Good noodles. Chinyu. What kind of cooking is this? It's completely beyond my cognition. His hands were beating anxiously. All this in front of him opened up a new world for him. This is medicinal food. Chinyu said lightly. He has always been confident in Chinese food, even if he faces Ichiraku ramen, he can still beat it. Chapter 117 A son-in-law in exchange for a bowl of noodles. Medicinal food. The third-generation Hokage and others couldn't help but be stunned. They have heard of various local delicacies, but this kind of medicinal food is the first time they have heard of it. The combination of medicinal materials and food to create a delicacy to regulate the body is a medicinal food. Chinyu said lightly. It has the functions of regulating spleen and lung, promoting dampness and relaxing muscles, and treating tuberculosis and cough. However, facing Chinyu's words, everyone present was obviously confused. Only Xiao Da's expression changed drastically, and he said in a hurry, I understand. This is the principle I have always pursued, saving people with delicious food, and I didn't expect that the combination of medicinal materials and staple food can be so delicious. But, where is the chicken? Hand-shredded chicken. Qin Yu turned around and brought out a pot of hand-shredded chicken. Chili oil, with special ginger spices, and the fragrance of vanilla and five-fingered peach, gathered together and filled the air, making the sound of swallowing saliva sound in the field. Unlike the third-generation Hokage and Xiaode, Uchiha Itachi and others have not had the opportunity to taste it. Looking at the chicken soup ramen and hand-shredded chicken in front of them, their appetite has increased greatly. If it weren't for the existence of Qin Yu and the third-generation Hokage, I'm afraid they would have exploded long ago. Eat, everyone is hungry. Qin Yu looked at Icarus who was pouting and trying to hold back his hunger, and said, You don't want to eat, but it's not your turn now. Don't eat. Icarus shook his head stubbornly and said, This thing is so disgusting. I won't eat it. Icarus, don't be rude. He shouted with his hands. However, just as the voice fell, a shouting voice came quickly from a distance. Boss, you are not a good brother. Didn't we agree that you cook for me and I kill for you, with every knife drawing blood? A black shadow rushed from a distance, and the speed was so fast that it crossed dozens of meters in the blink of an eye and landed in front of Icarus first. Looking at the chicken soup ramen, his eyes widened, full of urgency. Boss, if she doesn't eat, I'll eat. Good soup. Wow, good noodles, damn, boss, it's not good for you to hide from me. If I hadn't woken up earlier, it would feel like I missed 100 million. Looking at the three-tailed beast that was wolfing down like a husky, even the third-generation Hokage was confused. Hokage, what is this? Xiaoda couldn't help asking. The third-generation Hokage coughed dryly and said, This seems to be, should be, how to say, a smaller version of the tailed beast. Facing a meal, he went to kill people, and every knife was bloody. The third-generation Hokage simply didn't know how to explain it. The moral integrity of this tailed beast was probably really thrown all over the floor, completely subverting everyone's cognition. The tailed beast of the Jinchuriki's weapon. Xiaoda was confused. Looking at the three-tailed beast that was completely subdued by the food. He finally knew how great the charm of food was. Itaki, this noodle is really delicious, you are right, it is much better than Ichiraku ramen. Uchiha Izumi hurriedly picked up his ramen. Seeing the three-tailed beast eating from the bowl with sly eyes, waiting for an opportunity to attack. This made their nerves tense at the same time. It's delicious. This chicken soup, and some hand-torn chicken. Qin Yu, this medicinal food, is really surprising. It can regulate people's bodies, and its achievements are enough to be compared with Tsunade-sama's great deeds in studying medical ninjutsu. Ryoko and others were incoherent while eating. In the huge dining room, the 5 people and 1 beast were eating voraciously, especially the three-tailed beast, whose smacking sound was even more echoing. Only the stubborn Icarus pursed his lips and looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes were red. If everyone else said it was unpalatable, she would feel better. But now even her own father has fallen, and even the tailed beast has thrown away its moral integrity. This undoubtedly magnified the temptation of the medicinal food infinitely. When he thought of the ignorant competition just now, the little grievance in his heart was directly magnified infinitely, and hot tears rolled in his eyes. Eat it, this is your share. A bowl of ramen was placed flat in front of Icarus, which made him stunned. Looking up at Qin Yu, the tears in Icarus' eyes rolled out without money. Yes. Icarus said aggrievedly. However, before he finished speaking, Qin Yu gently wiped away his tears and said, Don't say sorry. As a man, you don't want to be sorry by a woman. Eat the noodles quickly, otherwise this idiot will grab it. Qin Yu used the tip of the chopsticks to directly shake the claw that was stretched out in a thief's way. A wolf-like howling sound suddenly rang in the dining room. The big eyes staring, with tears flowing, gave people a miserable feeling. Don't fill it for me, there is still some in it, go and get it yourself. Qin Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. Look at this majestic-tailed beast, reduced to bowing down for a meal, with a pitiful look on his face. Even the third Hokage suspected that he was dreaming. The world has changed. However, compared with the third Hokage, Xiaoda looked at the usually careless and bad-tempered Icarus. Now his eyes are tender and shy, and he occasionally glances at Qin Yu, with a loving look. Let Xiaoda have an inexplicable illusion. His baby daughter was cheated away by a bowl of ramen. A bowl of noodles in exchange for a son-in-law, right? The time for a meal passed quickly in the snatch. The third Hokage put on the Hokage hat and looked at Xiaoda with excitement, and was also very surprised. Qin Yu, are you really giving me this medicinal diet recipe? Xiaoda grabbed Qin Yu's hand and was so excited that he almost fainted. He completely forgot the idea of taking Icarus away from the tiger's mouth just now. It can be said that now Xiaoda is willing to call his son-in-law. It's Chinese medicinal diet. Qin Yu emphasized again. When he was on Earth, his parents ran a medicinal diet and food store. Now that we are in the world of Naruto, we must promote Chinese food. So I wrote it down directly. Yes, yes, this is Chinese medicinal food, it is simply a work of God. Xiaoda couldn't wait to flip through the medicinal food recipe in his hand. Looking at the various delicacies on it, he was so excited that he fainted. Icarus and Uchiha Itachi hurried forward to help him up. Looking at Xiaoda, who was so excited that he fainted, he was still mumbling something, and Icarus said awkwardly, "Brother Yu, I will take my father back first. I will definitely repay your kindness in the future. No need, if you want to promise me your body, I can't refuse." Qin Yu reached out and rubbed Icarus's hair. This intimate move immediately made Icarus' cheeks red, and she couldn't help but lower her head. Not many people heard the mosquito like him. Facing this scene, the third Hokage hesitated for a moment and said, "Qin Yu, I have a task on hand, and I want to assign it to you." Chapter 118 Danzo's Final Plan. Task? Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. In this storm, Qin Yu is an unstable factor for the entire Konoha village. Now the third Hokage actually assigned a task to him, which is probably abnormal. Yes, I think this task is most suitable for you. The third Hokage laughed dryly and said, "Come to the Hokage building to find me tomorrow morning, and I will tell you the details of the task. But I really want to know why you didn't kill Danzo today." As the voice fell, the atmosphere in the field suddenly became a little solemn. Ryoko and others didn't know what happened for the time being, but they knew Danzo's name very well. Now that the third Hokage has pointed out this matter in public, the meaning is different. If we don't kill him, maybe he can be useful. Qin Yu smiled warmly and said, "Just like the third-generation Hokage's tolerance of Danzo, doesn't he have his own ideas?" After the voice fell, the third-generation Hokage was stunned at first, then shook his head and said, "You think too much, I'm just a conservative, I don't want the conflict to get out of control. Remember to come to the Hokage building to find me tomorrow, and thank you for your hospitality today, this medicinal food is really different." After saying this, the third-generation Hokage raised his hand, turned around and left. "Brother, will you take this task?" Seeing the third-generation Hokage go away, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help asking. Facing this kind of task issued by the Hokage himself, it was extremely dangerous in Itachi's eyes. Now Qin Yu's existence is very embarrassing in Konoha Ninja Village. What if the third-generation Hokage specially commissioned some dangerous tasks, such as letting Qin Yu go deep into the enemy alone? Maybe to assassinate some national strongman, this is completely a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. Even if Qin Yu really has a strong ability to protect himself, this kind of mission with ulterior motives would be too much. Don't worry, I'm also idle, I hope to have something to kill time, not to mention that the third Hokage is not a fool. Qin Yu patted Itachi's shoulder, turned around and left. "Boss, wait for me, I just smelled the fox smell of the nine-tailed fox, do you want to go and see it with me?" The three-tailed fox jumped on Qin Yu's shoulder. "No." Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said, "Are you afraid that you can't beat it, so you come to me for help?" "No, boss, don't wrongly accuse me, God is my witness, I don't have such a mind." The three-tailed fox raised his finger and swore. It seems that during this period of time, it has learned a lot in human society. On the other hand, in Konoha Hospital, the large group of medical ninjas simply fell out. Jiraiya stood outside the door, his expression also looked solemn. Looking at the blonde woman who was half leaning against the wall and drinking, he fell into silence. "Jiraiya, you haven't told me what happened." Tsunade wiped the wine from the corner of her mouth and said drunkenly, "Who is so bold to injure an old stubborn like Danzo? This kind of burn area can easily be life-threatening." This time, Tsunade came back to pay tribute to the recently deceased Duan. But she didn't expect to encounter such an unexpected thing at the critical moment and was forcibly invited to the Konoha hospital. Although Tsunade now has hemophobia, in the huge ninja world, Her rich medical knowledge is still unmatched by anyone. Are you hungry too? Jiraiya sighed and said, let's go to Ichiraku Ramen and sit down and chat. During this period, a monster appeared in the village and it has reached an uncontrollable level, so I hope you can stay in the village. Monster. Tsunade's expression froze, and the alcohol also dissipated a little. As the object of Jiraiya's unrequited love, after learning the fairy technique, Jiraiya must show off in front of Tsunade. In the eyes of the outside world, the strength of the three ninjas is on par. But Tsunade knows very well that if the three ninjas are to choose the strongest, it must be Jiraiya. Now in the village, there are teachers and your beloved apprentice Minato Namikaze. Can't they deal with it even if they join forces? Tsunade frowned and followed Jiraiya away. However, just as Jiraiya and Tsunade left, a black shadow flashed into the ward where the operation had just been completed like a ghost. The light of the incandescent lamp seemed a bit dazzling. Originally, Danzo, who was lying on the bed, as if wrapped like a mummy, opened his eyes. You are finally here, why did the mission fail? I gave you the scroll of impure world reincarnation and the cells of the second Hokage in order to let you win. Danzo's voice was very hoarse. However, there seemed to be no great pain on his face. Haha, I'm glad that you and the cells of the first generation were fused together in advance. If you lack strong recovery ability, I'm afraid you will die. Orochimaru stuck out his scarlet tongue, but his face was extremely pale. He was able to stand in front of Danzo intact, but his immortal reincarnation made his current strength only 20% or 30% of what it was. If it weren't for the cooperative relationship with Danzo and Yamanaka Feng's urgent help, Orochimaru would not have taken such a big risk and entered the Konoha ninja village again. Humph, if you had given me that thing earlier this time, I would have killed that kid long ago. Danzo's expression became ferocious. Didn't you see the boy's arrogant look, as if he had my life and death in his hands, which almost made me unable to pretend. Seeing that Danzo, who was always shrewd, would behave so out of control, Orochimaru's expression sank, and a rare solemnity appeared on his face and said, Danzo, I forgot to tell you an important thing. That kid learned fairy arts. From the beginning, after learning that Jiraiya was going to send Chinyu to learn fairy arts, Orochimaru decided to get rid of Chinyu before that. However, he never expected that the fairy arts, which have always been praised as more difficult than ninjutsu, would be so easily learned by Chinyu. It took less than half a day. Is everything you said true? Danzo trademark's expression changed drastically. Ethis is simply a monster. If he really learned the fairy arts completely in such a short time, then for our future plans, there will be too many variables. Before Jiraiya gets the information about Myaboku Mountain, we have to implement the final plan first. Even if Konoha Ninja Village falls into war again, we must eliminate that kid as soon as possible. At this point, Danzo looked at the corner of the room. A young figure flashed out in an instant and said, Mr. Danzo, I have brought the scroll you asked me to prepare. Well, you are indeed my hidden trump card. I originally planned to let you grow up a little bit and have more combat experience before releasing you. However, after the death of Tajin, I don't have many generals under my command, so I have to trouble you. Danzo looked at the boy in front of him with satisfaction. Orochimaru looked in the direction of the voice, and his eyes quickly brightened. Danzo, is it that kid? I didn't expect that the plan was really successful, and you got the advantage. No wonder you were able to combine with the cells of the first generation so quickly. It seems that this kid has made a great contribution. Chapter 119 Horrible Medicinal Diet. Haha, if it weren't for you, who gave up this child in advance, I wouldn't have gotten the successor of the first generation of wood-release ninjutsu. Danzo struggled to sit up and laughed. This is my last trump card. Did you bring the arm I want? Danzo untied the bandages on his body. Apart from some burn scars, there were no other serious injuries. Don't worry, I have brought what you want. If I hadn't been so careless last time and let that kid get the advantage, I wouldn't have lost so quickly. Orochimaru took out a scroll, and a trace of ferocity flashed across his face. The thought of a dignified Sunin being defeated in an instant after possessing the impure world reincarnation technique. This is simply a shame. Don't worry, as soon as the plan is launched, that kid will be attacked from all sides. No matter how strong a person is, how strong can he be? Danzo took the scroll and laughed ferociously. For this arm, he spent a lot of effort and killed many Uchiha clan members. He even proposed that in this fight against the Mist Village, the Uchiha clan members who had always been excluded should be sent to the battlefield. The only pity was that he didn't get Uchiha Shisui's eyes. Okay, let's start the operation now and let this kid start the plan. Orochimaru glanced at Tenzo and said, your body is beginning to blend with the cells of the first generation, but to some extent, there is still a certain degree of exclusion. So, it will take some time. Outside Ichiraku Ramen, Jiraiya and Tsunade walked slowly. Tsunade, who was still drunk, frowned and seemed a little absent-minded. If that kid appeared on the battlefield earlier, would Dan not have to go to the battlefield and die? An absurd thought flashed through Tsunade's mind. As a ninja, Dan's strongest means are still limited to the mental power level. Attack. Once he is close to him and cannot fight back in time, he will die. If Chinyu had not been dormant, he would have gone to the battlefield earlier. With the reputation of Blood Ashura and Konoha's Golden Flash, he might not have died at all. Thinking of this, Tsunade could not help but clench her fists. Tsunade, did you listen to me? That kid is so powerful. If he can be used by Konoha Ninja Village, it will definitely increase the strength of the village to a new level, and it may also end the war in the entire ninja world. Jiraiya looked back at Tsunade. Tsunade came back to her senses, stared at Jiraiya and said, you are not going to let the Uchiha brat be the Hokage, are you? That kid has an unruly character. What if he has strong strength? For the huge ninja world, his greatest contribution is medical ninjutsu. Only by developing medical ninjutsu to the extreme can you become a Hokage, and this is a useful existence for the village. With just a little strength, can't you and I become Hokage? Listening to this, the voice became hysterical at the end. Although it seems a bit unreasonable, Jiraiya knows very well that Tsunade is thinking of Dan again. During the Second Ninja World War, due to the lack of medical ninjas, Rope Tree could not be treated in time and eventually fell on the battlefield. Afterwards, Tsunade advocated that she should devote all her efforts to the development of medical ninjutsu, and she became the first person in the ninja world to practice medical ninjutsu. Unfortunately, when the Battle of Kikyo Mountain broke out during the Third Ninja World War, Dan also died in front of Tsunade. Even medical ninjutsu is completely useless. Eventually, Tsunade got hemophobia and left the Konoha village. If she hadn't come back to pay tribute to the Rope Tree this time, she would not have stayed longer if she had heard from Jiraiya that such a big thing had happened. Even Danzo dared to do it. What a nice smell, could it be that the handmade ramen has come up with something new? Jiraiya sniffed it fiercely, feeling the fresh smell in the air, and walked up quickly. Master Jiraiya, and Master Tsunade. The handmaid was startled at first, and then his face showed surprise. You came at the right time. I discovered this huge secret about medicinal food. You should try this soup chicken noodles quickly. Medicinal food secret? Jiraiya couldn't help but be startled. But for Tsunade, these words have a different meaning. Medicine is related to medical ninjutsu, which can mix medicine and food together. This meaning is completely different. My two adults, don't stand here, try it quickly. The handmaid brought 2 bowls of noodles. Looking at the clear soup noodles and the wafting fragrance, Jiraiya couldn't help but pick up the chopsticks first. Tsunade, who was drunk, was no exception. A mouthful of noodles, a mouthful of chicken soup. The pupils of the two suddenly contracted, and after looking at each other, they wolfed down the soup. When the last mouthful of chicken soup was finished, Tsunade and Jiraiya couldn't help but burp with satisfaction. This soup uses peaches. Tsunade, as a leader among medical ninjas, instantly pointed it out. Looking at the empty bowl of ramen, Shouta said proudly, yes, the teacher said that this is 5-fingered hair peach, which can strengthen the body, but I found that the teacher concealed some key secrets. Just now, after I woke up, I found that the amount of chakra in my body increased a little, and the flow speed became a little faster. My whole body was warm, and I became more energetic and more straightforward. If you two adults don't believe it, you can check your body. If an ordinary person takes medicinal food reasonably, it will definitely strengthen the body and be immune to all diseases. If a ninja takes it, it may enhance the control of chakra, the speed of production, etc. The voice of Er Chong echoed in the ramen shop. Jiraiya and Tsunade were confused. They had doubted what Shouta said. But the best way to verify it now is to explore the changes in their own bodies. The two looked at each other at the same time, and then they all started the perception-type ninjutsu to explore their bodies. Especially Tsunade, as a medical ninja, has precise control of chakra. The changes in the perception of the body are even subtle to the cells. 7 or 8 minutes later, Tsunade and Jiraiya opened their eyes instantly, their faces full of disbelief. The change in the body caused by the bowl of medicinal food just now was only a slight one. But as the hand said, long-term conditioning will definitely allow a ninja to surpass his peers at the starting line. Perhaps this method is difficult to be effective in a short period of time. However, for the rise of a village, the effect is far-reaching. In 10 or 8 years, it will definitely be able to improve the strength and physical fitness of the new generation to a higher level. When Tsunade thought of this, she found that this medicinal food was so terrifying. Chapter 120 Classify it as a forbidden technique. Tsunade. Jiraiya's voice also became solemn. If medical ninjutsu is to save the dying and the wounded, then this medicinal food is a transformation. Let ordinary people, ninjas, and even the strength of the village undergo a qualitative change. For a village, compared with medical ninjutsu, medicinal food is more beneficial. Jiraiya, you don't need me to tell you, I also know the horror of this medicinal diet. Don't forget that I am a medical ninja. Tsunade said in a deep voice. Since her death, this is the first time she has become interested in something. In particular, the developer behind the medicinal diet is also the teacher mentioned by Jiraiya. This thing must not be passed on to others. Jiraiya nodded carefully and looked at hand type. Hand type, we want to meet your teacher. The person who can develop this kind of medicinal diet is too important for the rise of Konoha. Jiraiya, let's go there in person. The person who can research the medicinal diet and make the food and medicinal materials match perfectly should be an elderly person. Only if we go there in person can we see Konoha's sincerity. Tsunade suddenly spoke. Facing this alternative medical approach, she was really interested. Jiraiya heard this and nodded in agreement. I will report this matter to the teacher first. Hand type, you can't spread this medicinal diet for the time being. For the development and safety of Konoha, you have a great responsibility. Haha. Hand type suddenly laughed, making Tsunade and Jiraiya, who looked solemn, also confused. I knew you would have such expressions. In fact, when the teacher was cooking the medicinal food, the Hokage was also present. And, do you think that I alone could discover the wonders of this medicinal food? This is entirely the credit of the Hokage. At this point, the third Hokage walked out of the back kitchen of the store, holding the medicinal food recipe given by Chinyu in his hand. Tsunade hurriedly went up to grab the recipe, and as she flipped through it, the shock on her face became more and more intense. Teacher, who came up with this medicinal food recipe? I want to visit him in person. For Tsunade, it is not difficult to mix medicinal materials and staple foods. The difficulty lies in how to make the taste and medicinal properties of this medicinal food reach the extreme and become a delicacy in the world. Haha, it's rare that even Tsunade is interested, so I won't keep you in suspense. The third Hokage laughed dryly and said, this medicinal food is actually something from Uchiha Chinyu. The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment, which made Tsunade and Jiraiya stunned in place. In their eyes, even the hand beater is also called teacher. Being able to develop something as profound as medicinal food should be an old man immersed in food. Now they are told that this heaven-defying recipe comes from a young man. This is too shocking. I knew you didn't believe it. The third generation of Hokage laughed helplessly. If I hadn't seen him cooking with my own eyes, and wrote down the recipe by myself and gave it to the hand beater casually, I wouldn't believe it. Tsunade was silent. The moment before, she accused Chinyu of not being qualified to be a Hokage. But now, with the combination of strength and contribution, looking around the entire ninja world, I am afraid that only a few people can compare with him. Teacher, I want to see Chinyu. Tsunade said after a moment of hesitation. Jiraiya's expression stagnated, looking a little surprised. At the beginning, Tsunade was very picky about Chinyu and didn't take him seriously at all. Now his performance has overturned Jiraiya's cognition. I know what you think, but now you are in the cusp of the storm, you should not meet him for the time being. I have assigned him a task, and there should be results soon. The third generation Hokage said. Tsunade's face changed slightly, but she nodded in agreement in the end. Then I will study this medicinal diet recipe first. As she spoke, Tsunade had already taken the medicinal diet recipe and turned into the back kitchen of Ichiraku Ramen like a fascination. Looking at this scene, the third generation Hokage smiled helplessly and gave Jiraiya an apologetic look. Jiraiya, is there no information about Myaboku Mountain yet? The third-generation Hokage's eyes turned in vain. There was still a trace of urgency in his heart about whether Chinyu had learned the fairy technique. Not yet, those toads are doing things, unless the big toad fairy feels a sense of induction, they rarely take the initiative to see it. Jiraiya was helpless. Of course, he could reverse the summoning and enter Myaboku Mountain. But at this critical juncture, he couldn't leave casually, and could only wait for news here. Well, I hope Danzo can be more obedient after this ordeal. I suspect Chinyu has some thoughts behind his back by keeping him alive. The third Hokage sighed. Okay, the matter of the medicinal diet recipe will be temporarily handed over to you and Tsunade. I have classified it as a forbidden technique and it cannot be passed on casually. I will go back and arrange tomorrow's tasks first. I have a lot of headaches these days. After saying this, the third Hokage walked away slowly. Jiraiya was not surprised that the medicinal diet was classified as a forbidden technique. After all, this is a means to improve the strength of the entire village and even the ninja world to a higher level. Of course, if Chinyu knew that his unintentional act would cause such a great shock, it would be absolutely unexpected. The world of Naruto is obviously different from the earth. The natural power of heaven and earth has changed the medicinal materials. Only when they contain a trace of the power of heaven and earth can the effect of the medicinal diet be infinitely magnified. There was no conversation overnight. The morning sun enveloped the entire Konoha ninja village like broken gold. Chinyu stretched and opened the door. During this period, he stayed at Uchiha Fugaku's house. Although it was convenient in name, Chinyu knew that this was Uchiha Fugaku and was worried that he would cause trouble again. Xiao Yu, you got up so early. Itaka just went to school early for the first time. I hope he won't use the shadow clone to perfunctorily deal with it this time. Uchiha Mikoto put breakfast on the dining table and said with a smile. I heard that today seems to be the senior graduation exam. She had heard about what happened yesterday. But as a good wife, she knew very well what she could ask about and what she couldn't. Thank you, Auntie. Chinyu took the breakfast and replied politely. As soon as he picked up the bread, he saw a black shadow falling in the courtyard. Chinyu, I am an ANBU under the command of Lord Hokage. This is your mission scroll for today. The ANBU ninja handed the scroll to Chinyu and disappeared again. Uchiha Fugaku was obviously startled by the sudden appearance of the ANBU. Seeing that they were only here to deliver the mission, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. During this period, because of Chinyu's affairs, any slight disturbance in the grass almost frightened Uchiha Fugaku to have a heart attack. Chapter 121 Freshman Graduation Assessment. Chinyu, what is this mission? Uchiha Fugaku's face was a little worried. He was afraid that Chinyu would get into trouble, but he was also worried that he would be treated unfairly. Let me take a look first. Chinyu untied the scroll, looked at the content on it, and smiled helplessly. Chinyu, what's wrong? If the mission is too much, I will help you get 1 or 2. Uchiha Fugaku's nerves tightened. The moment he saw the scroll, he couldn't help but be stunned. Freshman Graduation Assessment. Yes. The task that the third Hokage prepared for Chinyu was the freshman assessment. The Third Ninja World War seemed to be coming to an end. But this result was accumulated with thousands of lives. At the same time, these new students were constantly transferred to the battlefield. Chinyu, are you sure? If not, you can postpone this task. Uchiha Fugaku was also a little surprised. However, facing this freshman graduation assessment, he also felt a headache. No, this is quite interesting. Let me give these bastards a profound graduation assessment. Chinyu smiled warmly. He drank the milk in one gulp and left with the bread. This scene made Uchiha Fugaku shudder, and a chill ran down his spine. When he thought of Chinyu's unconventional behavior, he couldn't help but quickly follow. Konoha Ninja Academy was the first standardized teaching base established when the second Hokage was in power. Taught by professional teachers, the scope of knowledge covered will be wider. However, because it is a greenhouse guidance, in this period of war, it is better than the blood mist of the Mist Village. There is also the martial arts style of the Cloud Village and the stubborn stone test of the Rock Village. The elite route of the Sand Village is obviously inferior. However, if you look at it from a long-term perspective, the development of the ninja school will become more comprehensive, so that everyone has the opportunity to become a ninja. Itaki, you are not coming to class this time, right? In front of the gate of the ninja school, Uchiha Izumi suddenly appeared. A pair of watery eyes kept looking behind Itaki, and clenched the lunchbox in his hand. "Don't look, my brother is not here, he is still sleeping," Uchiha Itaka said expressionlessly. In the original work, he is single by strength. Except when he acts as a pet, he will have other expressions. Usually he has a cold face and can't arouse any interest in anything. "Itaki, what are you talking about? I didn't wait for brother you." Uchiha Izumi lowered his head and said with a red face. "Today is the senior graduation exam, do you want to go and watch?" "Itaki, don't walk too fast, can I go to your house after school?" Because today is the graduation exam, dozens of students gathered in the playground early in the morning waiting. It's just that in the war period, when there is a lack of manpower, even most of the teachers in the ninja school have been transferred. There are only a few people who can lead the class this time. Among them, the temporary principal of the ninja school is Sarutobi Shinoshuke. The head teacher and teacher are Narashikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi. As a member of the Inoshikajo, the two are also the think tanks of the Konoha Ninja Village, so they are the ones who make plans in the rear. There are also part-time teachers in the school. There are really many people graduating this year, a total of 48 people. Yamanaka Inoichi is 2 or 3 years older than Namikaze Minato. Looking at the group of freshmen who are still playing around in front of him, the excitement on their faces, he suddenly felt helpless. Alas, the number of people seems to be large, but according to the current changes on the battlefield, this is just a drop in the bucket. Moreover, if they want to truly grow up, they may need the test of blood and fire. Narashikaku sighed helplessly. Recalling that hundreds of people who graduated with them at the same time have now entered the battlefield, only a few can come back alive. As the think tank of Konoha Ninja Village, they clearly know that the opening of the ninja school is to give everyone the opportunity to become a ninja. It also increases the number of ninjas. Unfortunately, facing the elite route taken by the other 4 major villages, they are actually inferior. Well, don't worry too much. Now it's almost the end of the war. They may not need to go to the battlefield yet. Sarutobi Shinoshuke said. There are also many outstanding freshmen in this class. Shinoshuke is right. If the students hear our conversation, it may ruin the big thing. Yamanaka Inoichi came back to his senses and looked around the field. In my class, there are Ibiki, Hitake Tsubasa, Mizuki, Koko Tetsu, and Umino Irika. Haha, when it comes to top students, my class has more than yours. Narashikaku laughed dryly and said, Funobi Genma, Kamizu Izumo, Inyazuka Yoshino, and Sarutobi Asuma. Their strengths are all first class, and they can definitely be called outstanding among the freshmen. Looking at the two teachers, who directly turned on the flattery mode, Sarutobi Shinoshuke shook his head helplessly and said, Why hasn't the invigilator arrived yet? You said, Master Jiraiya and Master Tsunade are both in Konoha, who will be the invigilator this time? In order to maintain fairness and openness in previous graduation examinations, the Hokage would select people with outstanding strength and reputation in the clan to invigilate. Last time, it was Minato who invigilated. I still remember how many freshmen cheered when the golden flash of Konoha appeared, and they were even more full of energy to perform. Yamanaka Inoichi said with a big smile. That freshman graduation was probably the most lively one. Time passed quickly as the three of them talked. Seeing that the time for the examination was approaching, the invigilator had not arrived yet. Sarutobi Shinoshuke's brows could not help but frown. 3 teachers, long time no see. A cute voice suddenly sounded behind them. Sarutobi Shinoshuke and the other 2 were startled at first, and when they saw the person coming, they couldn't help but be stunned. Kushina, are you the invigilator this time? Yamazaki Inoichi was stunned for a moment. Uzumaki Kushina is not much different from them in age, and is even the same age as Namikaze Minato. However, because of her status as a Jinchuriki, she has been trapped in Konohagakure all year round, and her strength and reputation are obviously a little less than those of previous invigilators. Don't get me wrong, I came here to perform the task of maintaining order according to the order of Lord Hokage. Uzumaki Kushina obviously guessed their intentions and explained hurriedly. Maintain order? Yamanaka Inoichi and others were stunned. Kushina, are you saying that the sensation caused by the people who came this time is not even comparable to Minato? Sarutobi Shinoshuke frowned and said. Now in the minds of the new students of Konohagakure, I'm afraid that even the prestige of Jiraiya and Tsunade cannot be compared with Minato, right? Narashikaku on the side could not help but nod in agreement. According to rumors from the outside world, Namikaze Minato is not only powerful, but also handsome, gentle, and the number one in the list of flower lovers. With these advantages alone, he is no longer comparable to ordinary people. Don't look at me, I was also notified at short notice, otherwise I wouldn't have to leave my bed so early in the morning. Uzumaki Kushina yawned. As a Jinchuriki, you don't need to perform missions and you can't leave the village. It feels like being kept in captivity. Chapter 122 Everyone here is garbage. Teacher, I'm here to apply for early graduation. Itaki Uchiha's voice suddenly sounded. At this moment, it was like a hurricane passing through, leaving everyone stunned. In their eyes, Itaki Uchiha was a freshman. In the ninjutsu school, it was a 3-year system. Some ninjas with extraordinary talents and outstanding strength. For example, Kakashi, Minato Namikaze, etc., all graduated a year early. However, it was the first time to see a freshman like Itaki Uchiha asking for graduation. Which arrogant Uchiha brat is it? Last time we couldn't beat a shadow clone, next time we must take revenge. He is only a freshman now, and he plans to apply for graduation early. Does he think he can be better than Kakashi? Kakashi graduated early 2 years ago, and at that time, it was a complete shock to the freshman. After all, he was the son of White Fang, and he was different from the excluded Uchiha clan. Itaki, you used a shadow clone to come to school last time, and you were given a serious demerit. Now you want to graduate early, which is not in line with the rules. Sarutobi Shinoshoku frowned. As the principal, he is also the eldest son of the third Hokage. Facing a little kid who was only 6 or 7 years old, he actually used a shadow clone to attend class under his nose. The reason was that the subject he was studying was too boring. This is simply a shame for them, the teachers. If, now we still allow Uchiha Itaka to take the graduation examination and graduate early. It's even more of a slap in the face. Yes, this hateful Uchiha clan member is not qualified to take the examination at all. If a person who uses a shadow clone to come to class is allowed to graduate early, it is an insult to the school. OE. A series of objections rang out one after another in the field. The rise of Uchiha Shisui was praised as a genius. This has deepened their hostility towards the Uchiha clan. It was not easy to get Uchiha Shisui away. Now another Uchiha Itaka has emerged to compete with them for the limelight. This is something they absolutely cannot allow. He is qualified to graduate. The unexpected voice made everyone in the field suddenly tense up. But the moment they saw the person coming, everyone trademark S pupils suddenly contracted. I trademark S the bloody Ashura, Uchiha Kainu. The exclamation came from the graduates, like an invisible big hand, tightening their hearts. Sarutobi Shinoshoku trademark S expression froze, he had contact with Kainu. He was also the eldest son of the third generation Hokage, of course he knew how terrifying he was, and said in a hurry, "Oh Uchiha Kainu, this Dozen trademark T seem to be a place you can come to? Brother." Uchiha Itaka was also surprised. Just as he opened his mouth, he saw Chinyu's right hand suddenly swing. A sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and a black shadow swept across the sky. Enemy. Sarutobi Shinoshoku's expression tightened and he shouted urgently. However, soon he saw Kushina's figure flashing and grabbed the scroll in her hand first. Don't shout, this is the Hokage appointment letter. Uzumaki Kushina threw the scroll to Sarutobi Shinoshoku and looked at Chinyu. Are you the big bad guy in the rumors? You look pretty good. Not bad. Not bad. Chinyu smiled warmly and said, I am the graduation examiner this time, so whether Itaka can graduate or not is up to me. As soon as these words fell, there was an uproar in the field. Is this a relative? This is too much. Why did the third Hokage let such a person serve as the graduation invigilator? If you abuse your power like this, who will be convinced? The graduates were in an uproar. Sarutobi Shinoshoku's face turned green and red, and when he thought of the loss of composure just now, he couldn't help but shout loudly. Uchiha Chinyu, you also saw that it's not that we don't want to, but that everyone disagrees. Uchiha Itaka is only 7 years old now. If he is allowed to graduate, it won't make much difference. In the eyes of Sarutobi Shinoshoku, if Uchiha Itaka graduated early because of Chinyu's words. This is a shame. So what you mean is that there is something wrong with my vision? Chinyu smiled warmly. If I say that everyone here is trash, will you accept it? The voice was not loud. At this moment, it swept the whole place like a hurricane. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Yu took a step forward. The violent murderous aura rolled back with a mighty gesture. Wherever he passed, not to mention that the graduate's muscles were stiff and trembling. His face was as pale as paper. The expressions of Sarutobi Shinashuk and the other two also changed. They were senior ninjas. But the breath in front of them made them feel like a sharp blade against their throats, which could take their lives at any time. Qin Yu, are you crazy? Dare to act wildly in the ninjutsu school? If this matter gets out, even the third generation will not forgive you. Sarutobi Shinashuk roared urgently. Faced with this bloody murderous aura that was as real as substance, he had to resist with all his strength. At this moment, he finally understood why Uchiha Qin Yu was given the title of Bloody Ashura. Hehe, I am the graduation invigilator. Qin Yu smiled warmly, of course I am qualified to decide the test items. I declare that today's assessment item is to leave the playground gate alive. The voice suddenly became cold and sharp, like a piercing cold wind. The blood-red tide instantly occupied Qin Yu's eyes, and the 9 Magadama Sharingan turned in vain, and crackling arcs of lightning covered his body. Alarm, send it immediately. Sarutobi Shinashuk was stunned. He had never expected that Uchiha Qin Yu would choose to make trouble in the ninjutsu school. Once this outrageous behavior was spread, it would definitely be intolerable to the heavens. However, as soon as these words were spoken, a figure wrapped in lightning flashed by him in an instant. His hands were like lightning, and before Narashikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi could move, he grabbed their faces with one hand. Without any fancy moves, he smashed it directly to the ground. Boom! The huge impact force caused the ground to shatter. The heads of Yamanaka Inoichi and Narashikaku shattered in response. The blood splattered, as bright as fireworks, which made people's scalps numb. This speed is too fast to even seal. Murder! Someone screamed, and Sarutobi Shinashuk's face turned pale. He was like being electrocuted, and he hurriedly pulled back. At the same time, he quickly sealed his hands and performed the summoning technique. Chapter 123 Press on the ground and rub. Summoning technique Ape Demon. Sarutobi Shinashuk pressed his backhand on the ground, and the powerful chakra was poured in crazily. Bang! A low sonic boom echoed, and a monkey figure appeared under the white mist. Boy, you haven't summoned me for a long time. What happened? Tsurumo walked out of the white mist. As the strongest summoning beast in the ninja world besides the immortal, Tsurumo has always been the trump card of the third generation of Hokage. It is also a secret summoning beast signed by the Sarutobi clan. It can be said that Sarutobi Shinashuk can become one of the 8 colors of Konoha, and Tsurumo played a key role. Tsurumo, now is not the time to reunite. Sarutobi Shinashuk looked at Yamanaka Inoichi and Narashikaku who were dead and could not die anymore. His face turned pale, and he shouted sternly, try to delay time, I will send out a distress signal first. Is it Uchiha Kainu, who is known as the Bloody Ashura? Tsurumo met the pair of scarlet eyes like blood, and the playful attitude also disappeared. I will transform into the Ruyi Jingbang, temporarily suppress him, and give you time to delay. The ape demon roared, knowing that the situation was serious. He suddenly put his hands together, and the moment he formed a seal, he turned into Ruyi Vajra. Please. Sarutobi Shinashuk took a quick look. In his eyes, it was not a problem for the ape demon with an indestructible body to buy some time. Do it! The ape demon roared, and the 2 smart eyes on the Ruyi Jingbang suddenly turned down. He turned into a black shadow and rushed straight towards Qin Yu. Wherever he passed, there was a loud sound of breaking through the air, like tearing cloth. A short few dozen meters was just a blink of an eye. When everyone reacted, the ape demon had already hit Qin Yu's abdomen with a 10,000-pound posture. Grow up! Seeing Qin Yu standing there in shock, the ape demon saw the right time and roared angrily. The Ruyi Vajra rod, which was originally 10 centimeters in diameter, suddenly expanded in size. It suddenly changed into a thickness of 3 or 4 meters, which increased the explosive force of the collision by several floors. Boom! The thunderous collision sounded throughout the sky. The huge air wave turned into a hurricane and rolled back. Even the ground under their feet seemed unable to withstand the impact, and it cracked like a spider web. Under the dust, the scene that gradually emerged made Sarutobi Shinashuk and Sarutobi stunned. The illusory finger pressed against the Ruyi Vajra stick, which was more than 10 meters in size. It seemed to be sharp and unparalleled, and the impact with a 10,000-pound posture was easily resisted by the finger in front of them. The harsh words said a moment ago, at this moment, were like an invisible slap, slapped on the cheeks of Sarutobi Shinashuk. This slap in the face not only came quickly, but also made a slapping sound. Is this your full strength? Qin Yu smiled warmly. This is disappointing. Have you ever tried the feeling of being pressed to the ground and rubbed? The small voice, at this moment, was like the death urging, making everyone's nerves suddenly tense. The blood-red pupil power, under the rotation of the 9 Megatama Sharingan, surged wildly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 3-headed, 6-armed Susanoo that was 30 or 40 meters long. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Looking at the Ruyi Vajra rod that had suddenly expanded in size a moment ago, facing the Susanoo in front of him, it was just a child's play. The scarlet pupil power representing disaster was jumping, giving people a posture like a scorpion. The 3 heads and 6 eyes turned in vain and locked on the Ruyi Vajra rod. Without any fancy moves, it pressed down suddenly with a posture as fast as thunder. Son of Ape, run away! Sarutobi Shinashuk roared urgently. Unfortunately, everything seemed pale and powerless. The 6 scarlet hands moved, completely blocking the retreat of the Son of Ape. Under its terrified eyes, it quickly enlarged. Boom! With a sudden push of his hand, the playground with a radius of hundreds of meters collapsed. The huge impact force caused the Ruyi Vajra stick, which was known to be indestructible, to be directly pressed to the ground and rubbed. Under the head-on blow, the Ruyi Vajra stick, which was more than 10 meters long, was directly buried deep in the soil. This was exactly what Qin Yu said just now. The Ruyi Vajra stick was completely pressed to the ground and rubbed. Bang! The sand and dust that rushed into the sky rolled and scattered. Qin Yu looked around and looked at Sarutobi Shinashuk. This glance immediately made his face pale. He didn't have time to think about it, and he quickly retreated backwards. Kushina, as the most powerful Jinchuriki weapon of Konoha Ninja Village, you must stop Qin Yu. I will go to inform the 3rd generation now. After leaving these words, Sarutobi Shinashuk fled in full view of the public. The sudden scene made the people who stayed in the scene look stunned. Even Uzumaki Kushina was no exception. Seeing that he killed 2 Jonin mentors instantly with one move, and suppressed the most powerful summoned beast with a single move. This was too shocking, as if an invisible hand was tightening his heart. Little girl, don't act recklessly, you can't provoke this person. The voice of the 9 tails came from Kushina's consciousness space. If you want to die, you can go, but if I remember correctly, this pair of terrifying eyes is enough to rival that person. Uzumaki Kushina was stunned. It was the first time she saw that the 9 tails, who was always fearless and would shout to fight when he saw the Hokage, would be scared in an instant. However, this could not be blamed on the 9 tails, if he had the experience of being teased by Uchiha Madara like a pet. No one wanted to relive such days. No, I can't watch other students being killed. Uzumaki Kushina shouted anxiously. With a flash of her figure, she rushed to attack Qin Yu first. Sealing technique, Diamond Seal. This is the secret bloodline limit ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan. Apart from Kagura's Heart Eye, this one is the most powerful. At the peak of Uzumaki Kushina's career, she was able to suppress one of the tailed beasts. She could even suppress the 9 tails. It is for this reason that the 9 tails Jinchuriki will be inherited by the Uzumaki clan from generation to generation. Unfortunately, by the time of Uzumaki Naruto's generation, Kagura's Heart Eye and Sage Body could not be awakened due to the lack of guidance from predecessors. At the same time, even the Diamond Seal and other sealing techniques were completely lost. Otherwise, if you have these 3 major items of the Uzumaki clan, the so-called genius can only stand aside in front of Uzumaki Naruto. Looking at the 7 or 8 chains, like a spider web, entangled in a sharp posture. Qin Yu's whole body was full of lightning, and he shot out like a sharp arrow, instantly passing through the attack of the diamond chain. Since you want to play, I'll let Susanoo accompany you, but don't get in the way of me killing people. Chapter 124 Hellstyle Graduation Examination. Sarutobi Asuma was born rebellious, especially because his father was a Hokage and his brother was one of the 8 colors of Konoha. This led to him entering the ninja school 4 or 5 years older than others. Moreover, after he became an adult, he left the Konoha ninja village because of disagreements with the 3rd Hokage and became one of the 12 ninjas who protect the country. It can be said that Sarutobi Asuma, who was about 14 or 15 years old, was just going through the motions in the ninja school to obtain the status of a qualified ninja. His own strength had already reached the level of Chunin, infinitely close to the level of Special Jonin. However, at this moment, Sarutobi Asuma's mind was the same as everyone else's. Facing the person in front of him, he had already been shocked by the tyrannical murderous aura and frightened by the sudden killing. For a moment, his body was in a state of being killed, and he was facing the black shadow that attacked like the god of death almost made his eyes pop out. Move! Move! The hysterical roar roared in his heart. However, no matter how he struggled, his whole body was like a stone, shaking on its own. Is he going to die? Chaotic thoughts flashed through Sarutobi Asuma's mind, watching the bright blade quickly enlarge in his pupils. Swoosh! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. A young figure appeared in front of him one step ahead. Dang! The crisp sound of metal collision sounded in vain, and sparks flew at the moment of collision. Is it Uchiha Itachi? Sarutobi Asuma and others froze in their expressions. Just when they suspected that Chinyu was unfair and did not suppress Uchiha Itachi, the words that fell in their ears made their nerves suddenly tense. I didn't expect that you used pain to drive away the fear in your body. This performance at least didn't disappoint me. Chinyu smiled warmly. However, your 3 Magatama Sharingan alone is not enough, otherwise you wouldn't have blocked my attack. Uchiha Itachi was stunned, and an absurd idea flashed through his mind. However, a big hand wrapped in lightning pierced his chest like lightning. The game is over. Chinyu smiled playfully. The hot blood splashed, and Sarutobi Asuma, who was close at hand, was even covered in blood. Seeing that even his cousin could be killed, the graduates present couldn't help but roar in their minds. For a while, without Uchiha Itachi's obstruction, Chinyu was like a wolf into a flock of sheep. The sharp blade in his hand, every time it was unsheathed, could harvest a life. In just a dozen seconds, 48 graduates fell in a pool of blood. Crazy! Uzumaki Kushina's face turned pale. With one move, he harvested 48 lives, which was a heinous crime. He didn't have time to tangle with Susanoo. When he looked at Chinyu, his mind was suddenly shocked. Okay, let's go. Chinyu took a step, and his figure appeared in front of Kushina like lightning. Watching the lightning escape instant body technique, the speed was like a ghost, even the naked eye couldn't keep up. She finally understood why the rumors in the ninja world were everywhere, and the bloody Azura Uchiha Chinyu had surpassed the golden flashing Namikaze Minato. Help! Someone come quickly, Uchiha Chinyu killed the graduates. The hysterical roar echoed in the school. One after another, the figures of the Anbu flashed in the dark, and Jiraiya and Tsunade were also there. They were just about to go to Ichiraku Ramen to continue studying medicinal food, but they were startled by the scene in front of them. Shinosuke, what happened? The third Hokage also descended from the sky. It can be said that all the ninjas stationed in Konoha also came, including Uchiha Fugaku who had been following. Hokage, it is a mistake for you to appoint Uchiha Kainu as the graduation invigilator. Sarutobi Shinoshoke was pale, grabbed the wrist of the third Hokage, and roared in a hurry. That guy, in the name of the examiner, proposed that Uchiha Itachi take the test. I just objected, and he killed Yamanaka Inoichi and Narashikaku. You hurry over, I just asked Kushina to stop him. If you are slow, I am afraid that all 48 students will be killed. Looking at Sarutobi Shinoshoke who looked like crazy, the people present were moved, including Uchiha Fugaku. However, as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he also had the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku instantly saw the clue. Shinosuke, you're under a genjutsu. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and other powerful and experienced ninjas such as the third Hokage said in unison. As soon as the words fell, the people who were originally just guessing reached a consensus in an instant. Let me do it. Uchiha Fugaku secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In such a public eye, he didn't dare to use the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, as long as he knew that Sarutobi Shinoshoke was under a genjutsu and had left the caster's space, the 3 Magatama Sharingan alone was enough to forcefully break it. The blood-red light suddenly turned in his pupils, and the moment the 3 Magatama appeared, Uchiha Fugaku shouted coldly. Relieve it for me. The roar was like thunder, roaring and echoing in Sarutobi Shinoshoke's mind. The powerful pupil power rushed into Sarutobi Shinoshoke's mind like a tide. As his whole body shook violently, Sarutobi Shinoshoku uttered a muffled groan, and a trace of scarlet blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The negative emotions that had originally enveloped him disappeared. The original symptoms of anxiety, despair, irritability, etc. disappeared. Looking at the appearance of the third Hokage and others, it became particularly clear. Is this really an illusion? Sarutobi Shinoshoku touched his body, which should have been stained with blood. But now there is no trace of it at all. No way. Sarutobi Shinoshoku turned around and hurried to the playground. Looking at this scene, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and also felt nothing. A freshman graduation assessment can be tossed like this, and such a powerful illusion is applied. Even Sarutobi Shinoshoku, who is known as one of the 8 colors of Konoha, was hit, not to mention those freshmen. Hokage, I'll go teach that bastard a lesson, Uchiha Fugaku said anxiously. But he soon attracted a roll of eyes. Fugaku, stop acting. Not to mention you, even if we join forces, I'm afraid we can't teach him a lesson, Jiraiya said helplessly. This time, I'm afraid it will be the most hellish graduation ceremony in history. I don't know if anyone can survive the professional assessment. If someone dies, it will be a headache, Tsunade said. She originally planned not to meet Chinyu for the time being, and she never thought that this kind of thing would bring the meeting time forward. Let's go. Since we are all here, let's go and take a look. I hope that kid didn't make a big fuss, otherwise the parents behind those students will probably have to toss again. The third generation Hokage felt a headache. The group rushed to the entrance of the playground in a mighty manner, looking at Sarutobi Shinoshoku standing at the entrance like a wooden chicken. There were also those people in the playground who stood there like idiots, deeply trapped in illusion. While secretly relieved, Tsunade's face changed slightly. He can make so many people fall into the same illusion space at the same time, in an instant. His illusion attainments are simply amazing. If we are not mentally prepared in advance, I am afraid we will not be able to get out for a while, Tsunade couldn't help but say. Chapter 124 Comparison is worth throwing away. Uchiha Chinyu, are you crazy? You actually used illusions on these students? Sarutobi Shinoshoku roared. He took a step forward and rushed directly to Chinyu, who was leaning against the tree trunk. However, just after taking 7 or 8 steps, Jiraiya came first and blocked him in front of him. Master Jiraiya, why are you stopping me? Sarutobi Shinoshoku hurriedly tried to break free from Jiraiya's hand. Unfortunately, this hand was as motionless as cast steel, and no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. Don't be impulsive, he will kill you. Jiraiya looked at Chinyu. He was deeply touched by the latter's warm smile. Will he kill me? This is Konohagakure. In front of the 2 adults and the Hokage, he dares to kill me? Sarutobi Shinoshoku said anxiously, even if he kills me, how sure is he to escape from Konoha? At this point, Sarutobi Shinoshoku subconsciously looked at the 3rd Hokage. As the eldest son of the Sarutobi family, he believed that Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage, would never watch him being killed. 50%. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, he has a 50% chance of killing you, and a 50% chance of leaving Konohagakure safely. He has too many cards, and we don't know the depth of Chinyu at all. This 50% is probably still optimistic. However, I believe that Uchiha Chinyu has no intention of Konoha. Sarutobi Shinoshoku was stunned. It was the first time he saw his father give such a high evaluation. This is Konohagakure. Could it be that after killing someone, he can still leave safely? Okay, let's go and see the situation first. The 3rd Hokage patted Sarutobi Shinoshoku on the shoulder. However, as soon as they took a step, they saw figures rushing in from all directions. Hokage, what happened? My son Shiranui Genma took the graduation test today. My son Gangzatetsu also. Hokage, how is the Tobiko dragonfly? What happened to my Inyazuka Hana? Looking at the dozens of parents who appeared in an instant, Sarutobi Shinoshoku's face flashed a hint of joy. Dear parents, you have also seen that Uchiha Chinyu used illusions on students without authorization. Even I can't break through this test, let alone these ordinary students. Noisy. The 3rd Hokage's face darkened. He had never thought that at this critical moment, Sarutobi Shinoshoku would add fuel to the fire. What's more, the 3rd Hokage found that Chinyu seemed to be confident. Comparison is useless. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that others can't do it. Qin Yu glanced at Sarutobi Shinichuk indifferently. If they can't even withstand illusions, they will be dead on the battlefield. I'm just helping them make decisions as soon as possible. If they can wake up automatically, they will meet my graduation standards. If they can't wake up, I'm sorry. You can only wait until the next year to graduate. The voice was not loud, revealing an unquestionable taste. Sarutobi Shinichuk's face suddenly turned pale. When he was about to say something, a voice suddenly sounded. Brother! I'm awake! Uchiha Itachi suddenly opened his eyes, and the three Magadama Sharingan exuded a fascinating taste. He succeeded, worthy of being a genius of the Uchiha clan. At the age of 7, he opened the three Magadama Sharingan. Looking at the Uchiha clan, even adults may not be able to compare with him. Eden trademark T forget, there is an even more terrifying existence here. He has been dormant for 15 years. Who knows when he opened the Sharingan? Chapter 126 The most powerful graduates in history. In the huge playground, dozens or even hundreds of eyes fell on Qin Yu. While everyone was amazed, for Sarutobi Shinichuk, it was a slap in the face. Especially Qin Yu trademark S words just now, like an invisible slap. His cheeks couldn't trademark T help but turn red. Looking at Uchiha Qin Yu, his expression changed, and he shouted sternly. This must be Uchiha Qin Yu deliberately favoring Uchiha Itachi, otherwise, with a little kid, how could he be in the illusion, break free? The third Hokage's face darkened, and he shouted in a hurry, Shinosuke, what are you doing? Dad, I'm not making trouble, it's Uchiha Kainu, he used illusions that even I, as the principal, couldn't break free of to attack these graduates, he's simply crazy, who can break free? Sarutobi Shinichuk roared in a hurry. Moreover, from the beginning, Uchiha Kainu planned to let Uchiha attack a graduate as an exception, so deliberately letting him go is no exception. I don't believe that as a Jonin, the principal of Konoha school, I can't beat a student. The hysterical roar echoed between heaven and earth. The expressions of the parents present could not help but stagnate. In their eyes, as Sarutobi Shinichuk said, even the dignified Jonin and the principal of Konoha school could not do it. Not to mention these freshmen who are generally 8 or 9 years old. Now that Uchiha Itachi can break out of the illusion, it is undoubtedly intriguing. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Sarutobi Shinichuk's face couldn't help but show a smile. The next moment, he became extremely stiff. Teacher, I'm awake too. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, echoing between heaven and earth, and it couldn't be dispersed for a long time. Everyone's nerves were tense at once, and they hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. What they saw was the bad boy, Sarutobi Asuma. He actually respectfully performed a teacher-student salute to Qin Yu. I'm awake too. Fuzhe Xianjian suddenly opened his eyes. Me too. I also came out of the illusion. How come you are faster than me? I came out too. Eretsk, who was afraid and didn't trademark T dare to commit suicide just now. How embarrassing. You dare to show off by saying it. Voices came out one after another, and young men opened their eyes one by one. At this moment, it was as if a chain reaction had occurred. The smile on his face was completely different from the cruelty that Sarutobi Shinichuk said. I trademark S impossible. Wasn't trademark T Uchiha Qin Yu in the illusion space to kill you? Why were you able to come out and not hate him at all? Sarutobi Shinichuk roared in a hurry. His figure flashed, and he performed the instant body technique, appearing in front of Sarutobi Asuma first. He was about to ask questions, but was stopped by Narashikaku and Yamanaka Hai. Shinichuk, we have to admit that the illusion space created by Qin Yu is powerful. Yamazaki Inoichi looked at Qin Yu fearfully. However, we must also admit that he let these students experience the feeling of death in advance, which is a transformation of the spiritual realm. It can be said that they experienced life and death once, and then experienced a courageous decision to commit suicide. This will not only increase their survival rate in the Third Ninja World War, but as long as they survive, they will probably be the graduates with the most powerful people in history. Everyone in the field was stunned. At first, as parents, they came to ask for punishment. Unfortunately, everything in front of them overturned their cognition. Chapter 127 Has your child committed suicide? It's impossible, it's impossible. He must have let you out on purpose, otherwise this illusion space can't be broken at all. Sarutobi Shinshoku looked ferocious. Looking at the 48 students and 2 teachers, they also walked out of the illusion space. This is a shame for him as the principal of the school. Brother, Teacher Chinyu didn't let us out on purpose. It was Ataka who told us the way. Sarutobi Asuma said respectfully. This time, the test is courage. After being killed, reshape the body again, and then muster the courage to face life and death and make the final decision. This is the teacher's ultimate goal. At this point, Sarutobi Asuma looked at Chinyu and said, if you ask me, this graduation test is more important than what I have learned in 3 years. Yes, when we first graduated, we were still worried about how to deal with the enemy on the battlefield, but now we are not afraid. After this experience, we will not be scared like before. Tisk, do you really think that there are powerful people like the teacher on the battlefield? Don't forget that the teacher is known as the Blood Ashura. The scene was boiling. Looking at the students who hated Chinyu at the beginning, their attitudes were now one-sided. One teacher on the left, one teacher on the right. This was like a dream. Haha, did you see that? My son, Fiazuking passed the most brutal graduation test in history. His future achievements will definitely be greater than that of my father. He will soon become a jonin. A parent laughed first. Tisk, wait a minute, I still have to go to the party. I have already prepared a speech. My son, Gangzi, broke through the illusion space of the Bloody Ashura and successfully stood out in the most brutal graduation test in history and became the best among the genin. The parent standing next to him said unconvinced. For a moment, the huge playground was instantly occupied by boiling and boasting. There were even some outrageous dialogues flying all over the sky. Has your son tried to commit suicide? Which number of your son has committed suicide? How did your son commit suicide? Looking at these bizarre conversations, even the third Hokage and other high-level officials looked at each other in bewilderment and could only smile bitterly. Even they did not expect that this was the most cruel graduation examination in history. In the future, a wave of following the trend was formed. Many people would greet each other as soon as they met. Has your child committed suicide? This sentence became the strongest synonym for this year's graduates. It is also the title of the Blood Ashura disciple. With the title of suicide. Of course, all this is just a later story. At that time, I am afraid that even Chinyu did not expect that his unintentional behavior. It will make these 48 graduates the mainstay of Konoha's future combat power, Suicide 48. Okay. The third generation Hokage took a look at the soul-destroying Sarutobi Shinshoku and sighed secretly. He knew very well that if Sarutobi Shinshoku did not choose to escape, he would never become an alternative existence in this group of people. As long as he was killed by Chinyu, he would reshape the illusion again and muster up the courage to choose suicide. He would also be shrouded by the current honor. Unfortunately, all this at the moment made his so-called rebuttal seem pale and powerless. Even the title of Konoha's 8 colors could not add glory to him. Next, we will hold the genin graduation ceremony. Since all the parents are here, you can also join us. As for Chinyu, the third Hokage looked at Uchiha Chinyu. However, before he could speak, Chinyu, who was leaning against a tree, smiled warmly. With a bang, his body turned into a white mist and dissipated between heaven and earth. The sudden scene stunned everyone. These two brothers have the same temperament. Using shadow clones to deal with the genin graduation assessment? Is this looking down on people, or teasing people? Compared with the shock of everyone, Sarutobi Shinshoku now wanted to find a dog hole to crawl into. He couldn't even beat a clone, let alone seek revenge on Uchiha Chinyu. Teacher, this Uchiha Chinyu really doesn't play by the rules, but everything he does is flawless and impeccable. Tsunade suddenly said. The auras of these 48 freshmen have changed, giving people a sense of tenacity and decisiveness. If they are on the battlefield, they will be able to rival experienced ninjas. This assessment method may be useful. Faced with this proposal, the third Hokage and Jiraiya smiled helplessly, and couldn't help rolling their eyes. Tsunade, don't be too naive. Being able to cast an illusion to form a conjoined space in an instant, looking at the entire Konoha ninja village, except for the Kurama clan, it may be a little possible, and others should just go to bed. Jiraiya explained helplessly. Moreover, to maintain such a huge illusion space at the same time, I'm afraid it will also require the caster's mental strength, illusion attainments, etc. to have extremely high requirements. It can be said that this assessment cannot be replicated. The third Hokage on the side also nodded in agreement, looking at the direction where Qin Yuying's clone disappeared, and sighed. Every time this kid does something, it's unexpected. Sometimes I really don't want to be his enemy, otherwise I might not even know how to die. After this, Jiraiya and Tsunade were silent, but they couldn't refute it for a while. On the other hand, outside the Konoha ninja village, a black shadow fell on the basin like a ghost. It woke up Kakuzu, who was sitting on the rock with a gloomy look. Master you are finally here. Kakuzu's expression tightened, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yu nodded and frowned. What's the matter that made you contact so urgently? Just now, after Qin Yu withdrew from the illusion space, he saw the eagle used by Kakuzu for communication, so he left his clone in the ninja school and left alone. In his eyes, Kakuzu has the strength of a cage, and with the red sand scorpion accompanying him, he might be able to easily destroy a small country. It's Biwajozo who has a message. Kakuzu flipped his hand and took out a scroll. When he was approaching Hoshigaki Kisame, he learned that Danzo had secretly contacted the Land of Water, and it seemed to be related to the killing of the third Mizu Cage. Although I don't know the ins and outs of the matter for the time being, I thought that this matter was related to you, so I decided to come and report without authorization. Qin Yu took the scroll, and the content described on it was more detailed than what Kakuzu described. Even the time when the envoy sent by Danzo talked with the daimyo of the Land of Water was recorded clearly. It seems that after most of the 7 ninja swordsmen were slaughtered and the third Mizu Cage was killed for no reason, the status of Biwajozo and Hoshigaki Kisame has been improved, and they can access these key confidential information. Chapter 128 The Bounty Order of the Land of Hot Springs. Sir, should we take the initiative? Kakuzu suddenly said. Not long ago, I discovered that an Anbu had sneaked out of the Konoha village alone. This should be Danzo's messenger. As long as the adults give an order, he can be killed quickly. At this point, Kakuzu's face had a hint of murderous intent. After all, Kakuzu roamed the ninja world as a bounty hunter. In the original work, he was in the Akatsuki organization. He was also a person who dared to kill even his teammates if he disagreed with them. At present, he would only restrain his bad temper a little when facing Qin Yu. Haha, such a fun game, why should it end early? Let Danzo continue to jump around. Qin Yu smiled warmly, and the 9 Magatama Sharingan suddenly turned. The moment the black flames rose, the scroll was burned directly to ashes. Where is Scorpion? Qin Yu frowned. He didn't want the little brother he had just received to be disliked by Kakuzu and directly attacked and buried. He accepted a mission and went to destroy the country of Tang, a cult. I saw that the daimyo there was extraordinary and the reward was not small, so I let him act on his own. Jakuzu explained. At the same time, he flipped his hand and took out a bounty order. There was no portrait of the person that Qin Yu had in mind, but a description of the text. A bounty of 50 million taels to destroy the evil god cult in the country of Tang. According to the time calculation, the evil god cultist Faden should be 11 or 12 years old now. In this chaotic ninja world war, the evil god cult should rise, and Faden should be released. It seems that for this reason, the daimyo of the Kingdom of Hot Springs can't wait to offer a bounty in the black market. Although the Kingdom of Hot Springs borders the Kingdom of Earth, it is also considered one of the affiliated small countries. On weekdays, if something happens in the Kingdom of Hot Springs, the daimyo of the Kingdom of Hot Springs will also pay money to let the Rock Village solve one or two. Unfortunately, the Rock Village is now attacked by the surprise attack force led by the Third Raikage, and the target is the two-tailed beasts, which has started an offensive and defensive battle. In a short period of time, it is impossible to free up hands to suppress the evil god cult for the Kingdom of Hot Springs. Faced with the increasingly invading evil god cultists, the daimyo of the Kingdom of Hot Springs had to offer a bounty in the black market. My lord, you are not going to intervene in this matter, are you? Kakuzu couldn't help asking. Although the boy in front of him was decades older than him, facing this back figure gave him a sense of oppression. It only appeared when facing the first generation of Hokage and Uchiha Madara. There is a very good target in the evil god cult, maybe he can become our companion. Qin Yu smiled warmly. Besides, aren't you worried about Scorpion and planning to go together? Since we can meet, it is also a fate, and it is also a good thing to kill this boring time. Kakuzu's expression stagnated, obviously Qin Yu guessed his thoughts, touched the back of his head awkwardly, and said, it seems that nothing can be hidden from the adults. Scorpion, he keeps saying that he is looking for materials for art. I am worried that he will not bargain. What if he can't even get back 50 million taels? This is a loss-making business. So, I hope that the adults can allow me to go there in person. Looking at an art fanatic and a money slave, Qin Yu touched his nose helplessly. In his memory, all the members of Akatsuki were problematic characters. If placed in modern times, they would definitely be called psychologically twisted terrorists. Well, since there is still some time before Danzo launches the attack, let's go to the Kingdom of Soup together. You lead the way. Qin Yu patted Kakuzu's shoulder. He knew very well that Kakuzu's bottom line was money. If his request was rejected in terms of money, it would probably be more trouble than gain. Sir, don't worry, I'm ready for everything. Kakuzu's face lit up and said, however, this time the bounty order of the daimyo of the Kingdom of Soup is the highest bounty in recent years, which has led to many people in the black market taking up the task. So, we will meet up with them next and set off. If necessary, I want to solve some small problems. Qin Yu did not refuse Kakuzu's proposal. Moreover, facing the most mysterious black market organization in Naruto, Qin Yu was still interested. After getting Qin Yu's approval, Kakuzu did not stop at all, and his figure flashed and led the way in front. After Qin Yu left Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku hurried back to the Uchiha clan station. When he returned to the door of his house, not only did he not find Qin Yu's whereabouts, but he was shocked by the scene in front of him, and his face couldn't help but gloomy. Clan leader, the three elders have been waiting for you for a long time. The four guards guarding the gate said in unison. One of the leaders was Uchiha Shi, who was injured by Uchiha Qin Yu. Shi, I didn't expect your injury to heal so quickly. I think if Qin Yu had been a little more serious that day, you might have grass growing on your grave now. Uchiha Fugaku said coldly. Uchiha Shi's steps froze for a moment, and his cheeks couldn't help twitching. The fact that he went to provoke Uchiha Qin Yu and wanted to take blood Ashura as his younger brother had already spread in the garrison. However, because he was the deputy captain of the security team, no one dared to mention it to his face. Now Uchiha Fugaku dared to point it out, which was a slap in the face for Uchiha Shi. Thinking of this, Uchiha Shi's face couldn't help but become gloomy, and said, Fugaku, I give you face, so I call you the clan leader. If I don't give you face, you are not even a fart now. I'm telling you now, because of your incompetent leadership over the years, the three elders have decided to remove you from the position of clan leader, and I will inherit it next. You? Uchiha Fugaku's expression stagnated, and then he sneered and said, Waste, if I don't become the clan leader, even if it's Qin Yu and Shisui's turn, it won't be your turn. As a guide dog, you better lead the way for me. As whole. Uchiha Shi trademark's face turned pale and he shouted angrily. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he instantly met Uchiha Fugaku trademark's 3 Magatama Sharingan. An inexplicably oppressive aura, like a raging tide, came towards him. This is pure murderous intent. Although it can trademark to reach the level of Qin Yu, it is enough to shock Uchiha Shi and other juniors who have never been on the battlefield. Okay, now is not the time to quarrel, Fugaku, don't trademark T blame Shi, he is also thinking about the rise of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Huo said lightly with his hands behind his back. He paused for a moment, looked back, and said with a fake smile, a listener has said that Mikoto is pregnant with your child again. If there is another genius like Itaki, it will definitely be a blessing from our ancestors to our Uchiha clan. So, as a father, you should protect them well and don't let anything happen at this critical moment. Chapter 129 The Eve of the Storm. Are you planning to do something to Mikoto? Uchiha Fugaku's voice suddenly turned cold, and the breath he exuded rolled back like a raging tide. The Sharingan turned suddenly, and the three-pointed star kaleidoscope appeared instantly. A strong pupil power penetrated the body and rushed into the sky, with a posture like 1,000 pounds, crushing and opening, making the faces of the surrounding security team members change drastically. The next moment, a black shadow flashed in the dark, and the 3 Magatama Sharingan looked extremely creepy in the dark. In a rise and fall, the kunai was directly pressed against Uchiha Huo's back. Elder, I'm sorry. Uchiha Itachi said indifferently. In this world, apart from his younger brother, Uchiha Itachi would only show an expression other than indifference to people he respected. Elder, this is the Manjakaya Sharingan and the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Uchiha Ishii's expression changed drastically. As soon as these words fell, the expressions of the people present also changed. In their eyes, during the period when Uchiha Fugaku served as the patriarch, everything was mediocre. Unexpectedly, such strength would be hidden. Most importantly, even Uchiha Itachi, who was only 7 years old, actually opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan. This was something that even adults like them had to spend a lot of effort to do. Haha, it seems that Fugaku, you really hit it too deeply. The Fire Elder seemed to have expected it, and he didn't take it to heart under this pressure. However, it is precisely because you have this kind of strength, but you choose to endure it, lacking the sharpness of Uchiha Chinyu, and not fighting for the interests of our Uchiha clan at all. So, after our elders' meeting, there is also a family member who is in charge of the battle and decided to remove you from the position of clan leader. As soon as these words fell, Uchiha Itachi's face changed drastically. Yesterday, he discovered the ambitions of the 3 elders at Ichiraku Ramen and IKEA, so he decided to graduate early. He never thought that the speed of the 3 elders' discovery would be faster than him. He was about to say something, but was interrupted by Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Are you going to push Chinyu to compete for the position of Hokage? Aren't you afraid of being backlashed by him? Elder Huo laughed dryly and said, he is a hero, you can't compare with him. Besides, I have your family as hostages. As long as he really takes the position of Hokage, everything is set in stone and he can't step down from the position of Hokage. I forgot to tell you that we cast a secret fire spirit seal on Mikoto. If you do something wrong, don't blame us for not remembering our friendship. The hoarse voice revealed a hint of threat. Uchiha Itachi's face sank, and he was about to get up, but Uchiha Fugaku reached out and pressed his shoulder. Let's go see your mother. Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice, I don't think the elder will stop me, right? The fire elder put on a bark-like smile and said, don't worry, I will still allow this request, but in the next period of time, I hope you can stay at home and don't run around. Watching Elder Huo make way, Uchiha Fugaku walked towards the dining room with Itachi, who had a cold face. Just after taking a few steps, Uchiha Itachi lost his temper. Dad, why didn't we resist? They dared to cast a curse on Mom and used us as hostages to threaten my brother. This method is simply hateful. Fugaku patted Uchiha Itachi on the shoulder and said, do you overestimate those jumping clowns, or underestimate your elder brother you? They will regret it. The evil people in this world are not scary. The most scary thing is the smiling tiger. Don't look at your cousin who is kind and friendly. When he goes crazy, no one will believe what he will do. However, the Konoha ninja village will not be peaceful in the future. The 3 elders and Danzo will not even have the last bit of pure land. I really hope Minato can come back soon. After watching Uchiha Fugaku and his son leave, Uchiha Shi was the first to lose his temper. Elder Huo, will I inherit the position of the clan leader next? But will this plan really work? Fugaku doesn't seem to care at all. I thought we were going to fight him, and he had 30 confidants deployed on all sides. In their eyes, facing this kind of rebellion, who wouldn't be furious and resist? This kind of natural feeling made them uncomfortable. It felt like the eve of a storm. Don't worry, I promised you that the position of clan leader belongs to you. As for Uchiha Chinyu, he is still a little kid. I heard that he values feelings and dotes on Itachi. Elder Huo's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. With them as hostages, no matter how we turn around, we can't make any big waves. How can a mere young boy fight against us old bones? Haha, the elder is right, he is just a little kid, and he is nothing without our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shi laughed unscrupulously. 3 days later, 30 miles away from the Kingdom of Soup, in a deserted town, 2 cloaked figures flashed past the half-collapsed town gate. They landed on the road full of weeds. Boss, the meeting place is ahead. Kakuzu raised his cloak and led the way again. Chinyu quickly followed. This was the first time he had come to the Naruto world, and he felt like he was on a mission. Moreover, he learned from the news along the way that this time, the bounty mission of the Kingdom of Hot Springs attracted many wandering ninjas and some small countries and families. Among them, there was one that Chinyu was interested in. Under the leadership of Kakuzu, Chinyu soon came to an abandoned toilet. After knocking on the wall with a special rhythm, the roar of the mechanism was soon heard. A neat crack appeared in the originally solid wall, and the stone door moved with a roar, and a man with tattoos all over his body in a dim passage emerged. Who is it? The tattooed man asked vigilantly. However, the moment he saw the token in Kakuzu's hand, his pupils suddenly contracted. Bloody Shura token, it turns out to be a level 9 bounty hunter, I am too rude. The tattooed man hurriedly made way and looked at Chinyu. Does this person have an ID? If not, you can only wait outside. As soon as these words fell, Kakuzu flipped his right hand, and an extra kunao appeared. The blade shone coldly and slashed straight at the tattooed man's neck. The speed was so fast that the tattooed man had no time to react. He could only watch the attack with his pupils rapidly enlarging. Chapter 130 My Pet is Snack. The incoming kunao quickly enlarged in his pupils, making the tattooed man's face pale instantly. The thought of death just emerged in his mind, and the next moment, he saw a hand grabbing Kakuzu's wrist first. Okay, don't scare people. Chinyu said lightly, put away the kunao, it seems to be very lively inside. It's the boss. Kakuzu did not refute. After taking a look at the tattooed man, he put away the kunao. Boss? The tattooed man's face changed involuntarily, looking at Chinyu, who was shrouded in a cloak and was obviously thinner. It was too shocking to be called the boss by a level 9 bounty hunter. This is an underground black market, where strength is respected. It is different from the outside world, where people are judged by status. Even the ferocious level 9 bounty hunter in front of him is so respectful. This means that the young man in front of him is probably so powerful that he is at another level. My boss asked, what happened inside? Kakuzu asked coldly. Normally, every time he comes here, this underground black market is unusually deserted. Now it is so lively, which undoubtedly subverts his cognition. Yes, it is an auction. The tattooed man said hurriedly, because this time the bounty is huge, many small families and forces have been summoned, so the person in charge decided to hold an auction here temporarily. Auction? Chinyu was surprised. It was the first time he discovered that there was an auction in the Naruto world. However, it is really hard to say whether there will be any good things. What if it is just some scraps of copper and iron, which may be disappointing? Sir, it seems that you are also interested. The tattooed man immediately saw Chinyu's thoughts and said in a hurry, if you are also here for the mission of the Kingdom of Soup, it is too early to leave now. You might as well go and broaden your horizons. I heard that there are legendary artifacts in the items auction this time. Artifacts? Chinyu seemed surprised. In the world of Naruto, there are very few artifacts that have appeared. Among them, the first so-called artifact that appeared was the Thunder God sword owned by the second generation Hokage. Unfortunately, it was directly destroyed after the Raise Nan was hit hard. Sir, I will tell you secretly that the artifact is extremely powerful. An ordinary genin, with this artifact, can instantly fight against the jonin. I think you are wise and powerful. If you get this kind of weapon, you can go to the next level and become a dragon and phoenix among men. The tattooed man flattered him a few times. Kakuzu subconsciously looked at Chinyu. He didn't really yearn for the so-called auction. After all, that kind of occasion requires money. For the miser Kakuzu, this was simply torture. Let's go and take a look. It doesn't cost money anyway. Chinyu smiled warmly. As soon as these words fell, the tattooed man was stunned. This doesn't cost money. Is it just to take a look, or is it intended to rob? Of course, the second thought was killed as soon as it emerged in the tattooed man's mind. In his eyes, although the underground black market is not a country, its influence spreads throughout the ninja world, and it is rich enough to rival a country. Anyone who dares to make trouble in the underground black market will soon be hunted down by the entire ninja world. After all, no one doesn't like money. Money can make the devil push the mill, and this principle prevails everywhere. No need to spend money. Kakuzu was also stunned. Chinyu patted his shoulder and said, let's go, let's take a look, you will know soon. After leaving these words, Chinyu followed the tattooed man into the depths of the underground black market. After passing through 7 or 8 bends, they arrived dozens of meters underground. This is a huge circular space, surrounded by people on all sides. In the middle is a huge platform, and a man with a strange tattoo is standing on the platform, introducing things in a loud voice. Sir, I will take you to this place. Because of the temporary auction, there is no VIP room here. I hope you don't mind. The tattooed man said respectfully. Obviously still under the shadow cast by Kakuzu just now. Step back, I'm just take a look. Chinyu said lightly. As soon as the voice fell, the sound of knocking on the wooden seat on the stage was heard. 3,000 taels for the third time, congratulations to the lady over there, you won 100 ration pills. The tattooed man on the stage pointed the gavel at the crowd. All kinds of vulgar sounds immediately broke out in the field. Haha, little beauty, can you afford this 3,000 taels? I heard that your Akatsuki organization is always poor. Why don't you accompany me for one night, I can give you 3,000 taels. Tsuchigumo, don't you look at your broken face, who would be stupid enough to go to bed with you, little girl, as long as you accompany me for one night, I will give you 200 ration pills, I am a poisonous bee. I'll pay 300 ration pills. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Facing the booing of hundreds of people, the 5 figures wearing cloaks of fire clouds in the crowd trembled slightly. It was obvious that they could not stand this kind of crude language. Chinyu passed the crowd and finally saw the thin figure leading the way. It was Xionin, one of the 3 disciples accepted by Jiraiya in the Rain Village. However, compared with the original work, Xionin is only 17 or 18 years old now. There is no frost and coldness in the original work, and there is a hint of innocence and tenderness. Facing the naked provocation of these people, her cheeks flushed. Xionin was about to open his mouth to refute, but an unexpected voice broke the one-sided situation. Can this kind of thing be used as money? Chinyu said slowly, I usually use it as a snack for my pet. Use this kind of thing to sleep with a little beauty, how much it will lose your status. The voice was not loud, but at this moment, it was like a hurricane passing through. After all, some forces such as Tsuchigumo and Poison Bee had openly teased him just a moment ago. Now Chinyu's words have become a provocation. Boy, do you know what you are talking about? Tsuchigumo's face sank and he said sternly. This Bing Liang pill, in addition to the 5 major countries that have a large number of medical ninjas who can produce it, is a rare thing for small families and small forces like us. You are so arrogant, if you can't take it out, don't blame us for being rude. As soon as these words fell, everyone showed an interested expression. In their eyes, Chinyu was just a young boy who didn't know the darkness of the ninja world at all. Kakuzu, is Bing Liang pill really that valuable? Chinyu raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. Kakuzu nodded expressionlessly. He didn't care about the rudeness of these people. As long as Chinyu gave an order, he didn't mind killing everyone. Chapter 131 The Legendary Artifact. Thank you for your kindness, sir. I believe that Bing Liang pills are also very important to you in this war-torn period, and you don't have to go through this muddy water. Xionin suddenly spoke. In her eyes, Chinyu's words just now were extremely arrogant, but they were also to help her out. However, as soon as these words fell, she saw Sanwei crawling out of Chinyu's cloak with hazy sleepy eyes. Boss, what happened? Why are you making so much noise? Do you have food to eat? These dry pills make my mouth bitter. Sanwei yawned. Although he said this, there was a bag of ration pills hanging on his claws. Once he untied it, he poured it directly into his mouth. 10, 20, 30. Some curious people stared at the black ration pills that were poured directly into Sanwei's mouth. The number was so large that it made people's scalps numb. 1 ration pill can replenish the amount of food a person consumes for a day. Now Sanwei swallowed 30 pills as soon as he opened his mouth. This can make a person die of suffocation. You still have ration pills in your hand, right? Give me 2 bags. Don't be reluctant. Didn't you say it's not delicious? I'll cook you braised lion's head afterwards. Chinyu rolled his eyes at the miserly Sanwei. He really suspected that this guy had been hanging out with Jiaoda for a few days, and his personality was like that of a red-blooded person. However, when Sanwei heard Chinyu's enticement, he hurriedly handed over the 3 bags of Bing Liang pills in his hand. Boss, you owe me 3 meals. Also, can the braised lion head be eaten? Otherwise, I will go find a few lions and chop off their heads. I think I need at least 7 or 8 lions to be full. Looking like a porcelain doll, but all he talked about was braised lion heads, and he wanted to have 7 or 8 heads. The people present were confused. Where does this porcelain doll get the confidence from? Chinyu rolled his eyes and reached out to push Sanwei back into his cloak. He was really worried that this guy would really go kill lions. After taking the 3 bags of Bing Liang pills, Chinyu looked at Xionin and threw them out in front of everyone. I'll give them to you. Xionin was confused. No. It should be said that everyone present was confused. This small bag of Bingliang pills has at least hundreds of pills. Now Qin Yu took out 3 bags, which is at least worth tens of thousands of taels. This is undoubtedly higher than the bids of the earth spider and the poisonous bee just now. I can't take your things, and I'm not that kind of person. Xiaonan's expression froze, a trace of anger appeared on his face, and he hurriedly wanted to return the Bingliang pill to Qin Yu. However, as soon as this thought came up, he was interrupted by the next words. I don't need that with my Bingliang pill. Qin Yu touched the tip of his nose and said, I owe you. I'm doing you a favor for my teacher, and I'm helping your Akatsuki organization. If you insist on doing that, I don't mind. During the Third Shinobi World War, the Akatsuki organization led by Nagato and others was still under the so-called concept of peace. As long as you have a heart to restore peace to the ninja world, no matter what your background is, you can join the organization. It can be said that the current Akatsuki organization is not the awesome existence in the original work. No, sending anyone can also be awesome. They are just a small civilian organization active in the Rain Village. Even Nagato's Samsara Eye has not been activated yet, so who can be scared? It's just a poor and destitute small organization. Teacher? Conan couldn't help but be stunned. When Jiraiya left, he reminded them that they must not reveal their relationship with him. Otherwise, they would be killed. After all, when Jiraiya volunteered to stay in the Rain Village to guide Conan and the other 2, Orochimaru had the intention to kill them. If Danzo knew that one of the 3 ninjas, known as the strongest in the Konoha village, actually guided the enemy. Moreover, every ninja guided by the 3 ninjas is not an unknown person. Among them, Jiraiya's command even produced a Konoha Golden Flash Minato Namikaze who shocked the ninja world. Under this premise, Danzo would never let any threat arise. It is for this reason that in the original work, when the Akatsuki organization came into contact with the Rock Village, Danzo conspired with Hanzo of the Salamander to ambush the 3 people of Nagato who led the Akatsuki organization to negotiate. Do you know who my teacher is? Conan couldn't help asking. The original purpose of the 3 of them forming the Akatsuki organization was to catch up with Jiraiya's pace. After all, letting the teacher see their achievements is the best reward. Hehe, let's talk about the reunion later. I still want to see the artifacts in the auction as soon as possible, and I don't want to stay in this smoky place. Qin Yu laughed dryly and avoided answering. Conan's expression froze, and he was stopped by the man next to him. Master Conan, don't forget the purpose of our visit this time. If we get that thing, our Akatsuki organization can completely gain a foothold in the ninja world. The man urged in a hurry. What's more, this kid's words just now have offended many people. At this point, Conan realized that the atmosphere in the field had changed. Not to mention the earth spider and the poisonous bee, even many people with some power looked at Qin Yu with a hint of murderous intent. Boy, you are really arrogant. I hope you can leave this place alive after the auction. After Tsuchigumo took a cold look, he turned his gaze back to the ring. Seeing this scene, Kakuzu's expression could not help but turn cold. Boss, are you going to kill them all? They may have seen the specialness of the 3-tailed beast. This can't be blamed on Qin Yu for being too high profile. If there is anything to blame, it can only be blamed on the 3-tailed beast for being too ostentatious. Swallowing dozens of Bingliang pills in one mouthful, anyone can see the difference. However, if they knew that the target they were targeting was a dignified tailed beast, I wonder if they would still have such a confident expression. No need, this scene has just begun. Qin Yu smiled and shook his head, looking at the high platform. Well, I didn't expect this auction to usher in a small episode, but don't worry about it. This auction has also come to an end. I believe everyone is eager to know what the artifact is that is being auctioned this time. The tattooed man shouted. Soon, someone was seen walking up from the stage holding an old box. For a moment, everyone held their breath, and their pupils suddenly shrank when they saw the tattooed man open the box. Well, I didn't expect that this auction would usher in a small episode, but don't worry about it. This auction has come to an end. I believe everyone is eager to know what the artifact is that will be auctioned this time. The tattooed man shouted. Soon, someone was seen walking up from the stage holding an old box. For a moment, everyone held their breath, and their pupils suddenly shrank when they saw the tattooed man open the box. I believe you will think that this is just an ordinary ninja tool, but I want to tell you that this is a powerful ninja tool owned by the former Goldenhorn and Silverhorn troops in the Mist Village, the banana fan. The tattooed man's tone suddenly became excited. Perhaps, you don't know who Kinkaku and Ginkaku are, but as long as you know that the second-generation Hokage of Konohagaku died in the riot attack of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, it is enough to see the power of this banana fan. Now the last item will be auctioned, the price starts from 100,000 taels, and the starting price of each bid is at least 50,000 taels. Chapter 132 I'll take the lead. After the slightly long voice fell, there was an uproar in the field. Not only were they shocked by the price, but also by the power of the banana fan. However, the price was 100,000 at the beginning, and each time it started at least 50,000. Such a high price undoubtedly discouraged these small families and small forces. There was an inexplicable silence in the huge field, and even the tattooed man on the stage couldn't hold his face. He subconsciously looked at Qin Yu. Haha, it seems that no one dares to bid, so I'll take the lead, 1 million taels. Qin Yu raised his hand warmly. There was an uproar in the field immediately. Just a moment ago, he let his pet eat Bing Liang Wan as a snack. Now he raised the reserve price tenfold as soon as he opened his mouth. This is just a show of being rich and powerful. He is just a playboy. 1 million taels. A trace of disappointment flashed across Xionan's cheek. Their Akatsuki organization has always liked to save the dying and the wounded, and often helped refugees. Although they often take some tasks in the black market or other countries to earn bounties. Unfortunately, for the Akatsuki organization in its development period, it is undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. Originally, when they heard that there was an auction of artifacts, they took 700,000 or 800,000 taels and were lucky enough to be able to take the artifact home. Now Qin Yu opened his mouth and directly shattered many people's extravagant hopes. Haha, I didn't expect this young man to have a good vision. This banana fan is a powerful attack weapon of Jinjiao and Yinjiao. It can exert the impact of the 5 elements of ninjutsu. It is very powerful. If anyone can buy it back, he may become a shadow-level strongman comparable to the 5 major countries. The tattooed man was overjoyed. This is a treasured weapon. If he can't even afford it, he will be dead if he is blamed by the higher UPS. Boss, is this thing really worth 1 million? Kakuzu's expression was still indifferent, but he was obviously a little hurt. Although, if he took a random mission and killed an important person, he could get hundreds or even tens of millions of rewards. But for Kakuzu, every penny was a cut of his flesh. Hehe, if I tell you that this thing is worth at least hundreds of millions of taels, do you believe it? Qin Yu laughed dryly. 6 Paths Ninja Tool. This is the awesome ninja tool that appeared in the 4th Ninja World War in the original work. In the end, if Tian Tian hadn't used up all her luck in getting married, she would have become a king of picking up bargains with the fate of being a single dog for life. Once the 6 Paths Ninja tool is spread out, it will definitely create another big boss. Hundreds of millions of taels? Kakuzu was stunned. In his concept, this is a lot of money. Under normal circumstances, at least dozens of people must be killed to raise this astronomical figure. If Qin Yu can spend 1 million to exchange for 100 million, this is simply a huge pie. 1,100,000 taels. After holding back for a long time, Earth Spider stared at Qin Yu fiercely and said. However, as soon as this look fell on Qin Yu, the words that followed made everyone's cheeks twitch. 2 million taels. Qin Yu smiled and raised his hand and said, do you still have money? Otherwise, in the next round, I will shout less and let you shout more times. The naked provocation made Earth Spider's face red, and the tribesmen standing behind him drew their swords one after another. The cold light on the blade made the scene more inexplicably depressing. Stop! Earth Spider stared at Qin Yu coldly, and after pressing his big hand down, he said, boy, why don't you ask? I am a level 5 bounty hunter in the black market, and I have tens of millions of taels. I am afraid that telling you will scare you. Really? Qin Yu smiled playfully. This scene made other forces who wanted to get involved in the banana fan want to slap Earth Spider twice. Knowing that this kid is a playboy, he always talks nonsense, and he provoked him in person. If they are not satisfied, they will take the price away again. This is not what they want. However, just as this idea came up, the words that fell in their ears the next moment made everyone's cheeks twitch. 20 million, this is my final offer. Whoever can offer a higher price than this can take this thing away. Qin Yu said with a smile. I forgot to remind you all that this time we are all here for the bounty mission of the Kingdom of Soup. If we spend 20 million to get a great artifact, we can get 50 million after completing the mission. This is a win-win situation. The voice was not loud, but at this moment, it swept the whole place like a hurricane. Some families who were not very interested in the idea suddenly brightened their eyes. As Qin Yu said, this is not a short-term investment, as long as we get the banana fan. Even if we solve the mission of the Kingdom of Soup, we can use it in other missions in the future. This is a continuous source of wealth. Damn kid! Tsuchigumo almost broke his teeth. He had this idea from the beginning and planned to get the banana fan at the lowest price. Now that Qin Yu had revealed his true intention, he wished he could eat Qin Yu alive. However, feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Earth Spider had no time to argue with Qin Yu. He quickly raised his hand and shouted, "I, Earth Spider, offer 25 million. I hope my friends on the road will give me face and give me this banana fan. In the future, I, Earth Spider, will definitely repay you well. Of course, if there is anyone who is blind, just bid, but I hope he can leave the border of Tang Kingdom safely." Having said that, Earth Spider looked around the field with a murderous look on his face. It must be said that these harsh words undoubtedly discouraged some weak people and forces. However, it does not mean that no one dares to bid. Haha, Earth Spider, your idea is really cute, but I, Poison Bee, am not afraid of you spiders. I offer 27 million taels. Poison Bee is a feminine man with a pale face and golden patterns on his face. Behind him stood a dozen so-called tribesmen, who looked almost the same as the Earth Spider tribe. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Kakuzu couldn't help but pause and said, "Boss, aren't you determined to get this artifact? What you said just now seems to be disadvantageous to us." In Kakuzu's eyes, this banana fan is very valuable. Qin Yu, the proposed method is also very feasible. But using the minimum cost to exchange for the maximum value is the best solution for him. Now Qin Yu's approach has undoubtedly overturned his cognition. Haha, don't worry, we will not participate in the next bidding, and this farce is not so easy to end, we will just watch the show. Qin Yu laughed dryly. Chapter 133 Crazy Bamboo Clan. Kakuzu was stunned, and was about to ask questions when he heard another voice. "I bid 50 million taels." The hoarse voice suddenly sounded, shaking everyone's nerves. After seeing Qin Yu's bidding, they thought Qin Yu was crazy. Unfortunately, now suddenly there is another ruthless character who directly raised the bid from 27 million to 50 million, which is undoubtedly beyond their cognition. The Earth Spider and Poisonous Bee, who were originally tit for tat, suddenly looked gloomy, and looked coldly in the direction of the sound. Qin Yu and others also took this opportunity to catch their breath and saw the people who were bidding. No. It should be said that the people bidding this time were also a force. There were about 12 or 13 people, and the middle-aged man leading the group was wearing a white cloak. With the help of his strong eyesight, Qin Yu saw the identity of this group of people. So a group of crazy people came. It seems that this auction will be really lively. Qin Yu said with a smile. Kakuzu was stunned for a moment. He did not have the vision improved by the Manjakaya Sharingan, and Qin Yu's experience of knowing the original work well, so he could not see the identity of these people at a glance. However, before they could speak, Tsuchigumo's face darkened and he took the lead in coldly shouting. "You bastard, don't think you can scare us by learning the tricks of that kid. I, Tsuchigumo, have some reputation in this underground black market. You said 50 million right away, I doubt you can take it out. Of course, if you say that you want to cheat this banana fan first, and then make up the money after completing the task of the Kingdom of Soup, I'm afraid that everyone present can do it. Haha, does your excellency mean that you must hold on to me?" The middle-aged man who led the group sneered. Kakuzu raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Yu with a hint of surprise. He is different from ordinary people. He has lived for decades and has rich experience. He is also very sensitive to murderous aura. But he didn't expect Qin Yu to see the other party's intention in advance. "Haha, I just want to hold on to you, so what?" Tsuchigumo laughed teasingly. However, the moment this smile appeared on his face, he saw the middle-aged man who raised his head and shook off his cloak. Pale complexion, unusual bones, and 2 black marks on the forehead. With a pair of white eyes, people's nerves are tense. It's the madman in the Hidden Mist Village, the Take Torai clan. The sharp-eyed people were the first to exclaim. Kill them all, isn't it just 50 million? It's enough for me to collect it from you. The middle-aged man who took the lead jumped out like crazy. As a race with the blood of the Otsutsuki clan, it can be said that it has unique strength advantages like the Uchiha clan and the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, the Take-Torai clan is even better at close combat and physical skills. The ability to freely control their own bones and turn them into weapons greatly increases their close combat strength. It can be said that every member of the Take-Torai clan is a powerful physical ninja. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and dozens of ninjas of the Take-Torai clan suddenly burst into action. The speed of his movements was just like that of a nimble cheetah. After several ups and downs, he landed in front of the members of the Tsuchigumo clan. The middle-aged man who led the group tore a hole in the palm of his right hand and spat out a bone spear as sharp as a blade. He stabbed directly at the Tsuchigumo clan. Compared with other ninjas who used ninjutsu as soon as they attacked, the fighting style of the Take-Torai clan was completely simple and rough. With a body of bones that could be used flexibly, the offensive became more fierce than that of ordinary physical ninjas. Kill him! Tsuchigumo's face suddenly changed. He had never thought that the other party would dare to attack violently in the underground black market. However, Tsuchigumo was not an ordinary ninja. His mouth moved like a toad. When he opened his mouth, a white spider web covered the middle-aged man head-on like a peacock spreading its tail. For a moment, the scene was completely chaotic, and some people who did not want to be affected withdrew and avoided. Hurry up, let's stop them. In the chaotic crowd, Zionen's face changed drastically. Especially seeing those members of the Take-Torai clan who were like wolves in a flock of sheep, attacking others recklessly. He couldn't hold his temper anymore. Zionen is right. If we can subdue this crazy person from the Take-Torai clan, the prestige of our Akatsuki organization will also rise. The middle-aged man Kuriki who was guarding behind Zionen showed joy on his face. In their eyes, this is a perfect opportunity to establish authority. So, as soon as this proposal came out, it was immediately seconded by others. Are you going to die? Chinyu's voice suddenly sounded. Looking at Chinyu and the other two who stood still in the chaotic crowd like rocks. That warm smile made Kuriki startled, and he shouted unhappily, "Boy, are you looking down on our Akatsuki? Lord Zionen. But he has the strength of a Jonin, and Tsuchigumo is the leader of the Tsuchigumo clan, and he also has a bloodline limit. The leader of the Take-Torai clan has been subdued by Tsuchigumo, and the others are even less to be feared. This is a good opportunity to form an alliance with the hidden clan." At this point, Kuriki lost his temper first and shouted loudly, "Do it!" As soon as the voice fell, the members of the Akatsuki organization led by him rushed out directly. After looking at Chinyu hesitantly, Zionen also took out a kunao and rushed forward quickly. "Thank you for your kindness, but you underestimated the strength of our Akatsuki organization. It's a bit chaotic here, so you should be careful." Looking at Zionen who rushed into the battle circle in an instant after leaving these words. Kakuzu snorted coldly and said, "Boss, they really don't know what's good for them." But, is the Take-Torai clan really that powerful? For Kakuzu, he has lived for 70 or 80 years. Not every race has encountered this before. After all, he is a person who will not get up early without benefit. If there is no benefit, he will never provoke anyone casually. You just watch it. That is not an ordinary blood limit. Chinyu smiled playfully. The moment his eyes turned to the field, Zionen had already jumped to the side of Tsuchigumo. Facing the attack of the Akatsuki organization, Tsuchigumo was surprised, and a trace of indifference appeared on his face. He laughed heartily and said, "Little girl, you are late. This kind of opponent, Tsuchigumo, can easily deal with it." Tsuchigumo took out a chakra machete with his backhand, raised his hand and chopped down the cocoon wrapped in spider silk in front of him. In his eyes, this knife was enough to separate the head and body of the arrogant Take-Torai clan. Chapter 134 It's hard to be a good person. Tsuchigumo clan leader, spare the lives. Zionen shouted anxiously. This time she took action just to win-win, so that the two families can shake hands and make peace. This is the purpose of their Akatsuki organization. At present, Tsuchigumo's first move was a killer, which made Zionen's nerves suddenly tense. Unfortunately, she was still a short distance away from the two and couldn't catch up to stop it. The only way was to watch the chakra-wrapped blade directly chop down the cocoon wrapped in spider silk. "Little girl, your Akatsuki organization is too naive. On the battlefield, it's either you die or I die. How could you stop with such a good opportunity? Sucky Spider laughed fiercely, and his attack became even more fierce. Go to hell! The hysterical roar echoed between heaven and earth, and even the people who were running away could not help but stop and look at the sharp knife. Facing the crazy bamboo clan who provoked the incident, they wanted to teach them a lesson. Bang! The crisp sound of metal collision suddenly echoed. The blade wrapped with chakra easily cut the spider silk, but gave Sucky Spider the illusion of chopping on a copper wall. The huge recoil force made him feel painful in his tiger's mouth, and the sparks that splashed made his pupils shrink suddenly. Puff! The spider silk cocoon was torn in an instant, and white bone spurs, like a spear, pierced directly into Sucky Spider's body. At such a close distance, all this made people feel caught off guard. Sucky Spider's expression was stiff, and he forgot to attack for a moment. He just watched the snow-white spikes piercing him. Puff! Blood spurted out, as bright as fireworks. Looking at the body that was pierced in an instant, Tsuchigumo was full of disbelief. Sorry, the defense of my bones is comparable to that of fine iron. This is the strongest defense of our Take-Torai clan. The bone blade pierced through the spider silk cocoon and cut the cocoon directly. The Take-Torai clan leader walked out of the cocoon, wearing white bone armor all over his body, looking like a warrior in armor. However, his armor looked extremely hideous, with white bone spikes protruding from his back, like a hedgehog standing on its back. The chakra knife that Tsuchigumo chopped down with force was bitten by the bones on the Take-Torai clan leader's neck. The seemingly powerful blow only left a shallow white mark on it. Boss, this is just like a monster. Kakuzu's expression remained unchanged, and he said indifferently, are you planning to take him as your subordinate? He looks a little special. In Kakuzu's eyes, Chinyu's subordinates are of all kinds. However, they all have one thing in common, that is, they make people feel terrified. Whether it is him, Scorpion, or even Kisame, whom he has not seen yet, it may be the same. Kakuzu, are you belittling my vision? Chinyu smiled playfully and said, it should be easy for you to kill him. How many moves do you need? Kakuzu was startled and said, within 10 moves, there should be a result. For Kakuzu, this kind of physical ninja also has his own bone armor as strong as iron. It is not easy for ordinary ninjas to subdue them. However, for Kakuzu who has the 5 elements of chakra and a hardened body of earth escape, this kind of enemy is not difficult to deal with. The unscrupulous conversation between the two seemed extremely annoying in this situation where you could hear a pin drop. Hearing this, the people present looked at each other in bewilderment. At first, they just thought Chinyu was an arrogant playboy, and never thought that he would dare to speak so arrogantly at such a critical moment. In their eyes, this is simply courting death. Haha, it seems that this time my luck, it's great to meet such a kid who doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. The leader of the bamboo cutter laughed teasingly. I really want to know, he said he can defeat me within 10 moves, how many moves do you, the arrogant guy, need? 30 moves, 20 moves, or the same 10 moves? Can I say one move? Chinyu laughed playfully. The small voice swept the whole audience like a hurricane at this moment, making everyone's nerves suddenly tense. Crazy. At this moment, only this adjective flashed through everyone's mind. Facing such a vicious person, he dared to say such frivolous words. If he was not a madman, he would be a fool. This is simply playing a joke with his own life. Good boy, you are really arrogant. I hope you don't sneak away in the middle of the way. The chief of the bamboo cutter smiled teasingly, his eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty, and he raised the bone knife in his hand and slashed it across the neck of the earth spider. This blow, if it really hits, will definitely be a dead end. Stop! Zionan's expression changed, and he shouted urgently. At the same time, the kunao in his hand shook violently with his slender hand, and went straight to block the bone knife. Dang! The crisp sound of metal collision suddenly sounded. With sparks flying, the attack of the bone knife suddenly paused. What a little girl, dare to interfere with my good deeds! The chief of the bamboo cutter's face sank, and he shouted sternly, no one has ever been able to save the person I want to kill. Chief of the bamboo cutter, the earth spider is also seriously injured, and you have also let out a breath of anger. I hope you will show mercy and keep things quiet. Zionan pleaded anxiously. Girl, I was rude just now, you must save me. The earth spider's face turned pale, and even his lips were trembling. He looked like he was dying. Seeing this scene, a trace of hesitation flashed across Conan's face, and he subconsciously took a step closer. However, as soon as he took this step, the dying earth spider in front of him suddenly jumped up. The whole person was like a last breath, and a ferocious light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He reached out and grabbed Conan's wrist. Under the huge force, Conan was directly carried away and hit the leader of the bamboo clan, who was close at hand. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Even Conan didn't expect that the person he wanted to save would betray him at such a critical moment. Looking at the bone spur that was so close, Conan didn't believe that his small body would not have a blood hole when it hit. This is completely difficult to be a good person. Kakuzu. Qin Yu glanced at it calmly, as if he had expected all this. Jiaoda's eyes condensed, and the 5 fingers of his right hand hidden in his sleeve suddenly clenched. At this critical moment, a big hand with black meridians suddenly appeared under Xionan's feet, grabbed Xionan's ankle, and suddenly threw it straight to Qin Yu's direction. This scene surprised everyone. In their eyes, they thought that Qin Yu and Jiaoda were just talking on paper, and they never thought that they would really intervene at such a critical moment. And the timing of the attack was so precise, which gave people the feeling that it was calculated from the beginning. Chapter 135 The burden stands aside. Bang! A dull collision sound suddenly sounded. Xionan only felt that his body was thrown away, and then he saw the world turning upside down. When he reacted, he found that he had fallen into someone else's arms. Xionan was startled by this sudden scene, then her cheeks quickly turned red, and she hurriedly broke free from Qin Yu's arms. She lived in the war years, but she knew clearly what the difference between men and women was. Even when facing Yahiko and Nagato, she didn't have the distracted feeling she had just now. "Aren't you going to say thank you?" Qin Yu smiled playfully. "I saved you." "Thank you." Xionan was stunned. It was the first time she saw someone so shameless as to ask someone to say thank you. However, what Xionan could not imagine the most was that she actually said it herself. However, this seemingly flirting scene made the Tsuchigumo and the Take Torai tribe leader feel inexplicably slapped in the face. If Tsuchigumo's plan was seen through, then the Take Torai tribe leader was the prey that slipped away right under his nose. Especially being teased by a playboy who they didn't care about at all the moment before. This was simply a shame for him. "Boy, you have completely angered me." The Take Torai tribe leader's face sank and he roared angrily. "If you don't do it now, when will you do it?" The stern voice echoed, and everyone's face changed drastically. They thought it was just a one-sided battle, and never thought that there would be so many twists and turns. "Haha, Take Torai, I thought you alone could catch all these guys in one fell swoop, but I didn't expect you to let me do it." An unbridled laugh suddenly sounded. A figure, like a ghost, instantly rushed behind Qin Yu and the others. The bee-like weapon in his hand was stained with purple venom, emitting an inexplicable stench. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves, and even Xionan's expression changed drastically. She never thought that the poisonous bee that had just confronted the earth spider would suddenly attack at this critical moment. "Master Xionan, be careful!" Kuriki shouted anxiously. Xionan's expression tightened when he heard the words, and when he looked over hurriedly, he found that the chief of the Take Torai clan had suddenly attacked. There was no time to think about it. He quickly threw out 7 or 8 kunao with his backhand. At the same time, his hands flew and formed a series of seals. "Paper spear!" Xionan shouted, and a large piece of white paper flew out of her body, and the next moment it condensed into a spear. As Xionan clenched her 5 fingers suddenly, the paper spear flew towards the leader of the bamboo cutter and instantly broke through the air. "Little girl, your ninjutsu is really surprising, but if you want to defeat me with these 3-legged cat skills alone, you are still too naive." The leader of the bamboo cutter smiled grimly. Looking at the incoming attack, he didn't take it seriously at all. The moment he rushed forward with big strides, he directly hit it head-on. Clang clang clang! The crisp sound of metal collision echoed, and there were sparks. The shuriken was directly knocked away, and as for the paper spear, it was casually knocked away by the leader of the bamboo cutter. A distance of dozens of meters, in this reckless situation, is just a few short breaths. When Xionan saw her attack being instantly disintegrated, she was stunned. She felt her shoulder tightened, and a big hand directly clasped her shoulder, and she was directly carried away and fell 7 or 8 meters away. A burden should stand aside obediently and not hinder others from fighting. Qin Yu said lightly. Chapter 136 A Real Blow. The throne Xionan just stood firm and looked at Qin Yu hurriedly. Looking at the bamboo cutter clan leader who was originally attacking her, he was less than 3 or 4 meters away from Qin Yu. His face was full of ferocity and teasing, which tensed her nerves. In Xiaonan's eyes, Qin Yu was in such a dangerous place, all because of saving her. The bamboo cutter clan leader was also surprised, but the next moment he couldn't help laughing, and a fierce light flashed in the depths of his pupils. Boy, since you like to be a hero, I will let you be one on the road to the underworld. As the words fell, the 5 fingers of the bamboo cutter's right hand suddenly clenched, and instantly turned into a bone-long knife about a foot long. Without any fancy moves, he chopped down Qin Yu's neck directly. However, facing the sudden attack of the poisonous bee and the bamboo trolls, Qin Yu and Jiaodu seemed to be stunned, without any dodge or defense. If the weird scene made the onlookers tense their nerves, the bamboo cutter's chief and the feminine and thin poisonous bee showed a ferocious smile on their faces. In their eyes, the next blow will determine the victory. The 2 people in front of them are indeed people who rely on the power of the tiger. Bang! 2 crisp metal collision sounds suddenly echoed, which seemed a bit abrupt in this situation of must-kill. It seemed like an invisible big hand tightly grasped people's hearts. Looking at the bone knife that was chopped out with force, it was isolated by the purple airwave at a distance of an inch from Qin Yu. The iron spike stained with poison directly hit Kakuzu's back and could not penetrate a bit. This extremely weird scene made people gasp. You tore my clothes, how are you going to compensate? Qin Yu raised his head suddenly. Hidden under the cloak, the pair of blood-red eyes immediately met his gaze. This is Jugo. You are blood. The pupils of the bamboo cultivator suddenly shrank, and his face was full of disbelief. However, before he finished speaking, Qin Yu smiled warmly. Guessed right, you can't afford to compensate. Kill him. The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment. Boss, I have been waiting for this sentence for a long time. Kakuzu smiled grimly, and the cloak squirmed instantly. A series of dark meridians shot out, turning into a large net that covered the poisonous bee's head on. At the same time, Qin Yu also moved instantly. The lightning light was wrapped around his right hand, and the crackling sound of electricity echoed. Qin Yu stretched out his right hand like lightning and grabbed the face armor of the bamboo cutter leader. Without any fancy moves, he slammed down hard. Thunder escape heavy flow. Boom! The powerful force was released like a dam bursting. Under the lightning light, the bamboo cutter leader slammed into the ground like a meteorite from outer space. The ground of 100 meters sank with a bang, and the next moment it collapsed directly. The air wave rolled back, and the broken stones flew down, forming a sandstorm. The people present only felt the whole ground shake. By the time they reacted, the huge square had turned into ruins. 2 figures stood in the center. Kakuzu had already pulled away more than 10 meters, and the tentacle-like ground resentment behind him had already pierced the poisonous bee's body like countless spears. As soon as the scarlet blood flowed out, it was swallowed up by the blood vessels like a whale. As for the bone armor of the bamboo cutter leader in the ruins, which was originally known as the absolute defense, cracked. The next moment, as if a chain reaction had occurred, spider web-like cracks spread out. Accompanied by a crisp shattering sound, the absolute defense shattered. This scene made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly. The boy in front of him did not lie. He really killed the bamboo cutter leader with one blow. Chapter 137 I also like kind women. Who are these 2 people? They can kill the leader of the bamboo cutter and the poisonous bee with one blow. This strength is at least at the level of an elite jonin, and the bamboo cutter seemed to show a look of fear at the end. The scene was in an uproar. This scene was beyond their expectations. As for the people of the bamboo cutter and the Tsuchigumo clan, after being in a daze for a moment, hurriedly fled. Don't run away, save me quickly. Tsuchigumo, who was pierced through the body by the bone spear and was seriously injured, panicked. He had just made a secret move against Xiaonan, and this sentence exhausted most of his strength. The most important thing was the moment when Kakuzu took Xiaonan away. The big hand connected by black blood vessels tightly grasped his ankle. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't get rid of it. He thought that he could kill Kakuzu and Qin Yu with the help of the poisonous bee and the chief of the bamboo cutter, and he could also find an opportunity to escape. If he couldn't kill them for a while, he could also find an opportunity in the melee. Unfortunately, the scene in front of him completely overturned his cognition. Even the chief of the poisonous bee and the bamboo cutter clan was killed by one move, let alone him. Feeling the gazes falling on him, Tsuchigumo felt like sitting on pins and needles in an instant, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Kakuzu, he should still be of some use. Chinyu looked at Kakuzu. As soon as these words fell, Tsuchigumo's face immediately showed joy, and he said excitedly, "My lord, as long as you don't kill me, the entire Tsuchigumo clan can be used by you. As long as you want, I can decide to give you anything." Facing this kind of life and death disaster, let alone being a slave, even if he was asked to sell out the entire clan, he didn't mind. "If you say so, I won't be polite either." Chinyu smiled warmly. "Just now, the banana fan was raised to 27 million by you. I just don't have enough money, but your words just now made the last bit of reluctance in my heart disappear. Kakuzu, go and borrow his head to use, and add the bounty of bamboo cutter and poison bee, it should be enough, right?" The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, which made everyone's expression change drastically. Originally in their eyes, Chinyu was just a dandy. "I never thought that the fangs would be so ferocious and brutal once exposed. No, you can't kill me, I can't die." The joy on the face of the earth spider froze instantly, and he quickly took out a medicine and stuffed it into his mouth. The moment the swallowed medicine fell into his stomach, the earth spider's expression instantly became ferocious. With blue veins bulging, the whole body swelled up, and the injuries on the body healed quickly to stop the bleeding. The strange scene immediately surprised everyone. Looking at the earth spider that changed its appearance in an instant, like a beast, it obviously subverted their cognition. However, after the earth spider used this bottom-line method, it didn't have time to think about it, and turned around and fled madly. This medicine seems to be very effective, but facing Chinyu and Jiaodu, the powerful and unparalleled means, the earth spider obviously has no intention of fighting. The only idea is to escape as soon as possible. However, as soon as the step was taken, there was a wriggling underground, and the black blood vessels were like sharp thorns. It turned into a big net and entangled him head-on. What people didn't expect was that there was a red hideous mask hidden in these black blood vessels. This is the immortal Kakuzu. People with sharp eyes saw the clues instantly. Facing this legendary figure in the underground black market, they finally understood who the Tsuchigumo had offended. Hold! Zionan's face changed drastically. As long as people in the underground black market, most of them have heard of the name of the immortal Kakuzu. However, the moment she blurted out these words, she was interrupted by Chinyu's gaze. "I like people with good hearts, but I hope you won't be killed by kindness," Chinyu said lightly. As soon as the voice fell, Kakuzu suddenly put his hands together, and the powerful chakra exploded like a frenzy. "Fire escape, head hard work." Kakaka. The mask hidden in the black blood vessels suddenly opened its mouth. Under the inhalation and exhalation of hot chakra, a large piece of flame, like a raging tide, attacked the earth spider entangled by blood vessels. "No!" The earth spider struggled and roared hysterically. However, all this seemed pale and powerless. After taking the secret medicine, his strength was greatly increased. Unfortunately, all efforts, under the attack and the huge gap in strength, seemed pale and powerless. The sea of fire instantly submerged the earth spider, and the reversed fire wave spread to the surroundings. The people who stayed around to watch were immediately alarmed by the scene in front of them and fled in a hurry. However, deep underground here, there are only 2 corridors around that can be passed, and it is impossible for too many people to escape at once. Chinyu looked at this scene, and his eyes turned to the tattooed man on the high platform. The moment the lightning on his body flowed, he disappeared out of thin air. The sudden scene made many people who were always paying attention to Chinyu change their faces drastically. When he came to his senses, he saw Chinyu appearing beside the tattooed man on the platform. "Sir! Sir, what do you want?" The tattooed man's face turned pale. Looking at Chinyu, who killed 3 powerful men in an instant, even the legendary bounty hunter Jiaodu was called an adult. Such an existence, even the underground black market dare not despise it. "You also saw that I killed the 3 of them, and the bounty added up is enough to cover the value of this thing." Chinyu grabbed the banana fan and said, "Of course, if you say it's not enough, I can go and get a few more heads back." As soon as the second half of the words fell, the tattooed man's face turned pale, and he waved his hand hurriedly and said, "Sir, this is enough." Facing the young man in front of him who easily killed the leader of the bamboo cutter with one move, he was worried that he would even lose himself if he disagreed with him. His head was also gone. Qin Yu took the banana fan, and the moment he put it in, he felt a chill running through his body. But at the moment of chakra penetration, Qin Yu could easily find that the banana fan was obviously equipped with a powerful amplification seal. To bring out the full power of the banana fan, not only does it require powerful chakra as a benchmark, it is also necessary to thoroughly master the restrictions in the banana fan to be able to do it. Just as Qin Yu frowned and thought hard about the solution, a long-lost voice sounded in his mind. Ding dang, it is detected that the host has obtained the 6 Paths Ninja Tool Banana Fan. Do you want to increase the proficiency to the maximum level with one click? Chapter 138, One Click Maximum Proficiency. The ethereal voice, without any emotional color, made Qin Yu's brows more happy. I thought that I would not be able to use the 6 ninja tools immediately after getting them, and I would need to practice hard before I could use them. This was useless to Qin Yu. Unexpectedly, the one-click full-level system could easily reach the full level of proficiency. Immediately reach the full level. Qin Yu did not hesitate and gave the order directly. Ding dang, please wait for the host. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for successfully reaching the full level with one click, and obtaining the full level of proficiency of the 6 ninja tools, the banana fan. A warm current flowed through Qin Yu's mind. Qin Yu instantly understood the difficult parts of the banana fan. Even the chakra that was originally flowing and not smooth instantly reached the point of unity between man and fan. Hey! Qin Yu exhaled a breath of turbid air, looked at the rapidly spreading flames, and clenched the 5 fingers of his right hand. He fanned the sea of fire in front of him. Boom! The air made a roar, and ripples appeared in the air in front of him. After feeling the banana fan swallowing up 1/10 of the chakra, a huge wave of water-attributed chakra exploded instantly. The huge wave surged out like a raging tide, and slapped the flames in front of them with a crushing posture. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. There was no time to think about it, so they held their breath and fled madly at the same time. Although there was no raging fire, facing this tsunami-like attack, it was still fatal. Master Zionin, let's run away quickly. Kuriki's face turned pale, and his expression was mixed with a trace of anxiety. Not long ago, he spoke rudely to Qin Yu. If he was to settle accounts later, it would be a nightmare. Zionin hesitated and glanced at Qin Yu's back, then opened his mouth with hesitation, and finally turned around and fled. Outside, the earth echoed with a roaring earthquake. The tattooed guard at the entrance was startled at first, and then he found something wrong. He hurriedly turned around and looked behind him, and what he saw was the stone door that was broken by the waves. Boom! The 2 stone doors weighing hundreds of pounds were thrown out directly. The waves rushed up like a volcanic eruption, and even the guards who couldn't dodge were swept away by this unexpected wave. The ninjas in the underground black market were also swept out one after another. Some of them were well versed in water and performed auxiliary ninjutsu, so they were obviously not in any trouble. Some of them were caught off guard by the attack and drank a lot of water, and the whole person fainted. The huge amount of water rolled back to the surroundings, and 5 or 6 figures flashed in the waves and fell on a big tree beside them, wet all over. Don't look at it, Master Zionin. We have already wasted a long time, and the bounty mission is too important for us. Let's hurry up and complete the mission first. Kang Mu urged. Zionin hesitated, bit her red lips quickly, nodded, turned around and ran away. When they left, the huge town ruins and the waves also dissipated. Many people stood up in an extremely embarrassed manner, looking at the messy and abandoned town, with bitter faces, and couldn't help looking at the entrance of the underground black market. Looking at the slow walkout, especially the powerful banana fan in Qin Yu's hand, many people's eyes flashed a trace of heat. This fan, with a casual wave, can exert the power of water escape second only to S-level ninjutsu. No wonder the auctioneer gave it such a high valuation. If I get it, there won't be many people in the ninja world who can fight me. A ninja's face was hot, and he looked at the banana fan in Qin Yu's hand, and greed flashed in the depths of his pupils. However, as soon as this idea came into his mind, he was quickly slapped by the big man behind him. Are you crazy, kid? If you want to die, don't drag us into the water. Can we provoke such an existence that can easily kill a senior ninja? Don't daydream, let's go quickly. What if this killer wants to kill us if we don't agree with him? That would be a nightmare. As soon as these words fell, the faces of the people present turned pale instantly. Many people who still had other greedy thoughts, with a flash of heat in their eyes, hurriedly ran away. For a moment, the underground black market, which was once bustling, quickly became deserted. Even some members of the black market, after looking at Chinyu and the others with deep fear, quickly ran away. "Boss, it seems that the little girl you like has left." Kakuzu looked up and looked around and spoke coldly. His eyes fell on the banana fan and said, "However, the boss's vision is indeed sharp. He can actually see the difference between this fan and the fan. The aura that burst out just now made me feel the danger. Boss, the power of this fan has not been fully exerted, right?" Chinyu did not take Kakuzu's curiosity to heart. After all, it cost more than 27 million taels to get it. Although this money does not need to be spent on him, if the power of this banana fan is not beyond expectations, I am afraid that his flesh has been cut off. It's only half exerted, but it has consumed 1/10 of my chakra. Chinyu put the banana fan into the ninjutsu storage scroll space with his backhand. For Chinyu, this banana fan is very good, but if it is like a peacock spreading its tail, it is a bit ostentatious. Moreover, the huge consumption of chakra by this palm leaf fan also made Chinyu more eager to get the cells of the first generation Hokage from Orochimaru. As long as the cells of the first generation Hokage are absorbed, Chinyu's Manjakaya Sharingan will transform into the Samsara Eye. At that time, Chinyu's chakra will surge to another level. At the same time, his strength will also leap forward. Only half the power. Kakuzu was also a little surprised. The power of the water escape just now was as strong as his full strength attack. If it was only half, then the power of the palm leaf fan would be fully exerted, and the power would surge. However, after hearing that the attack just now directly consumed 1/10 of Chinyu's chakra, this made Kakuzu give up the idea of trying. Moreover, Kakuzu was not a fool. This palm leaf fan had been in the hands of the black market for so long. If they discovered its true power, no one would give up such a treasure. This means that to bring out the true power of the banana fan, some means may be needed. Perhaps only this young man in front of him, whose depth he could not tell, could do it. Hehe, there are many people with a lot of chakra, and you are not bad, but you will find that some people can be called human-shaped tailed beasts in the future. Chinyu patted Kakuzu's shoulder and said, "Let's go, otherwise if we leave Konoha for too long, I'm afraid there will be another good show." Chapter 139 The Uchiha Clan's Abdication. Konoha Ninja Village, in the Hokage's office. The three major advisors gathered here. However, compared with Mitamonen and Udaten Koharu, Danzo, who was half wrapped in bandages, looked a little miserable. The only remaining left eye stared straight at the third generation Hokage in the first place, making the atmosphere extremely depressing. Jiraiya and Tsunade standing aside fell into silence, looking at the teacher from time to time. "Sarutobi, what's wrong? Haven't you found Uchiha Chinyu's whereabouts yet?" Danzo said with a sneer. "You promised repeatedly that he would not defect, and it's been 3 days now. I've said it before, the Uchiha clan is an evil clan, this is what the teacher said that day, have you forgotten it?" At this point, Danzo looked at Jiraiya and said, "If you had cooperated with me that day, he would have nowhere to escape. Now those lunatics of the Uchiha clan have actually activated the promise left by the first generation Hokage that day, demanding that the Hokage election be held in advance, intending to seize the position of Hokage. This is simply wishful thinking." As soon as these words fell, everyone looked at each other. They were also caught off guard by the sudden action of the Uchiha clan. Although, as a Hokage, he would not interfere with the change of the position of the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. However, Uchiha Fugaku was suddenly replaced, and Uchiha Ishii succeeded the position of clan leader. This operation was indeed unexpected to them. "Danzo, please be patient. Your injuries have just begun to recover. Such a big fight will affect your condition," the third generation Hokage persuaded. "Humph!" Danzo snorted coldly, "Sarutobi, of course you want me to calm down so that you can sit in the position of Hokage more securely. But don't forget that the first generation Hokage knew that most people in Konoha village did not trust the Uchiha clan, so he set up 2 rules to make up for the resentment in Uchiha Madara's heart. First, if the current patriarch and elders of the Uchiha clan, and even all members of the clan, jointly recommend, you can get the qualification to run for the position of Hokage. Second, to obtain the position of Hokage, in addition to getting 50% support, you also need to be in Konoha village, with enough strength to convince everyone. Those 3 old guys have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time without making trouble and hiding in the clan. The Uchiha clan has always had many geniuses, but White Fang, the three ninjas, Minato, etc. have been able to suppress them. Without absolute certainty, those old guys would act as if they were aloof and indifferent to worldly affairs, but now they have finally shown their fangs. Under these conditions, ask yourself who can suppress that kid. The slightly long voice echoed in the office, changing the expressions of the people present. Danzo's words sounded very annoying, but they were not without reason. Now the three elders of the Uchiha clan have promised to force the palace with the words of the first Hokage. This made it impossible for them to refuse. No, and Minato, as long as he learns the immortal technique, combined with the flying thunder god technique, his strength will definitely increase dramatically. Tankainan Koharu suddenly spoke. Although you mentioned that Uchiha Kainu's talent in learning can be called a demon-like existence. However, Jiraiya, who is present, has mastered the immortal technique and is very clear about the difficulty of learning it. Uchiha Kainu has only been in Myaboku Mountain for a short period of time, so I guess he must not have learned the immortal technique, or Myaboku Mountain refuses to guide him. Chapter 140 Proceed as planned. Koharu, do you mean to let Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Kainu compete for the position of Hokage? Danzo's eyes turned cold. Danzo has always been determined to get the position of Hokage. If there was no Sarutobi Hiruzen, who suppressed him, he would never have swallowed this humiliation. However, now the long-awaited time has come, and the old stubborn people of the Uchiha clan have requested to hold the Hokage election in advance. Danzo thought that the opportunity would fall on his head. He never expected that even his closest comrade in arms, one of the three major advisors, Yudin Koharu, would also tend to favor Namikaze Minato. Danzo, among the younger generation, only Namikaze Minato can fight against Uchiha Chinyu. Do you have a better candidate? Yudin Koharu looked at Danzo. Humph, I am alone, and you all think that a young man in his early 20s can be competent for the position of Hokage. What else can I say? Danzo snorted coldly and stood up. You can handle this matter by yourselves. I'm going back first. I hope you don't make any trouble. After saying this, Danzo turned around and left. Looking at this back, the expression of the third Hokage became solemn. Sarutobi, do you think Danzo will give up? Midaman Yan couldn't hold back his temper. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Feeling the change in the atmosphere around him, the third Hokage shook his head helplessly and said, I really hope that Danzo can make less trouble. But, with his personality, I'm afraid it's impossible. Next, Jiraiya, you continue to contact Minato, hoping to get in touch as soon as possible. After a pause, the third Hokage looked at Tsunade and said, Tsunade, during this period, I hope you can stay in the village. If time permits, find out the whereabouts of Chinyu. I don't believe that he will just leave like this. With the orders coming down one after another, the huge Konoha ninja village was once again in turmoil. After Danzo left the Hokage's office, he went straight back to the old site of the route. Although the route was forcibly disbanded by the third Hokage, Danzo still retained a group of death warriors under his command after decades of operation, just to deal with the current situation. Danzo, judging from your expression, I'm afraid it won't be your turn to be the Hokage this time. Orochimaru walked out of the dark. The Scarlet Tongue licked his lips gently, saying, Since your dream has failed again, shall we proceed according to the original plan? Humph. Danzo snorted coldly, clenched the cane in his hand and said, Orochimaru, this is my business, you don't need to ask. Since they don't value me, I have to use my own methods to maintain the peace of Konoha. With Danzo's decision, Konoha instantly fell into the vortex of the three major forces. At the same time, in the daimyo's mansion in the land of hot springs, a man in a black robe holding a scarlet sickle stuck out his scarlet tongue and rolled the blood off the blade. No, don't kill me. I shouldn't offer a reward for you in the black market. As long as you don't kill me, I can respect the evil god cult as the state religion. A fat man was half lying on the ground, with a tear-like wound on his abdomen, and blood was gushing out. If the people in the underground black market saw it, they would definitely find that this fat man was the key figure in this bounty. The daimyo's mansion in the land of hot springs was directly breached. Once this matter spread, it would definitely cause a sensation in the entire ninja world. Chapter 141 Everyone present is garbage. Hehe, you are begging for mercy now, which is a contempt for the evil god cult. Under the cloak, a distorted face was revealed. The ink-like color spread rapidly on the body surface. In a blink of an eye, the exposed body surface of Feijuan was covered with mysterious black patterns. His feet swung back and forth, instantly forming an evil god cult pattern with an inner triangle and an outer circle. Seeing this scene, the daimyo of the kingdom of soup turned pale as paper, and begged for mercy in a hurry. "No, please don't kill me, I can let your evil god cult become part of the kingdom of soup. No, I can give you the position of daimyo, please don't kill me." The hurried begging for mercy echoed in the ruined hall. A hideous smile flashed across Feijuan's face, and he clenched the tail of the sickle with both hands, walked to the center of the altar, and laughed like crazy. "It's too late. The only way for those who don't respect the evil god is to let you experience the pain of death. I hope you will live forever under the protection of the evil god in the next life." "No." The daimyo of Yunokuni roared in despair. Unfortunately, all words seemed pale and powerless at this moment. The sharp spear instantly pierced through Haiden's chest, and blood splashed. The daimyo of Yunokuni's eyes widened, staring at Haiden with disbelief on his face. His Adam's apple moved for a moment, then he fell heavily to the ground and died completely. The huge ruins were covered with an inexplicable silence. "Holy Son, the elders invite you." A man who was also covered in a black robe rushed in quickly from outside. He landed respectfully on the edge of the altar, and a trace of fear flashed across his face when he saw Feijuan, whose heart was pierced directly. "What's wrong, are you afraid of me?" The black and red patterns on Feijuan's face quickly faded, and he pulled out the spikes on his chest with his backhand, and a trace of ferocity appeared on his face. "Damn, every time I hold a sacrifice, it hurts so much. Sooner or later I will die of pain." For these words, the man who was respectfully standing by couldn't help but twitch his cheeks. The Holy Son in front of him was a cursed body that their evil god cult had spent a lot of effort to develop. Although he didn't know any ninjutsu, he had an immortal body and a powerful curse power. It was enough to scare the entire ninja world. Unfortunately, even with the full efforts of the entire evil god cult, only Feijuan was successfully cultivated. Others, although they also gained some immortality through the power of curse, could only achieve partial forms at most. Compared with Feijuan, this pervert, it was simply a case of comparing goods and throwing them away. "Humph, that group of old men asked me to go back, wasn't it just for me to study them?" Feijuan stood up disdainfully and said, "If there is a chance, I will definitely kill them and give the evil god a generous gift. A group of old guys who have lived for decades are almost old and outdated, so why don't you go and serve the evil god quickly?" Listening to this unscrupulous talk, the man's cheek muscles were twitching, but he didn't dare to scold. In the evil god cult, facing this eccentric character, stabbing in the back at any time, and threatening to sacrifice Feijuan, it is no longer surprising. Of course, in Feijuan's eyes, this is a revenge for the elders of the evil god cult and forced control. The three evil god cult elders acquiesced to Feijuan's actions. As long as it was not a large-scale massacre, they did not care about the lives of one or two ordinary people. "Let's go, why don't you lead the way for me quickly?" Feijuan moved his body, took out a new black robe again, put it on, and urged impatiently, "After meeting that group of old men, I still have to wait for those fun people to come to my door." The evil god believers heard this and turned around quickly to lead the way. On the other hand, because the daimyo of Tang country offered a reward of 50 million taels, bounty hunters and forces from all sides moved closer to Tang country. 5 figures wearing scarlet auspicious cloud robes rushed in from the town gate and landed on the street. "There is no one on this street. It seems that they are all imprisoned in the evil god cult." Kariki said with a serious face, "I hope the daimyo of the kingdom of soup has not been attacked, otherwise this bounty mission will continue soon." Along the way, they have found 2 or 3 attacked towns, compared with this town that was used as a base by the evil god cult and was empty. Along the way, they also got a lot of information. For some unknown reason, the evil god cult required the capture of a large number of young and middle-aged people. In the name of requiring people to believe in the evil god cult, but secretly many people never returned. The whole country of soup was in panic. The daimyo of the kingdom of soup, after asking for help from the land country, could only turn to the underground black market. They caught up again. A member of Akatsuki responsible for perception hurriedly looked behind him. Soon, they saw dozens of figures jumping behind them. The leader was a man carrying a huge shuriken. "Haha, little beauty, are you really not going to consider my suggestion? I am the young master of the Fuma clan." The man was the first to come out. Zionin frowned, a trace of disgust flashed across her face, and said, "Young Master Fuma, our Akatsuki organization has always completed tasks independently. I hope you will not continue to entangle. I am very grateful for your kindness." This young Master Fuma was not the group that escaped from the underground black market with Zionin and others. It was just a family force that came with his clansmen and subordinates halfway. As soon as he saw Zionin, he took the initiative to flatter and asked to join forces to eradicate the evil god cult. "Haha, little beauty, you are too arbitrary. This evil god cult has been able to take root in the country of Soup for so long, and its means and power are definitely not small. I propose to join forces just for your safety." The young master of Fuma laughed dryly and stepped closer. However, he soon saw Kariki blocking him. "Young Master Feng Mo, please respect yourself. The headquarters of the evil god cult is ahead. I hope you still put the mission first to avoid a conflict between the two sides." "You." Young Master Feng Mo's face froze, and anyone could hear the warning in his words. However, this trace of anger just appeared on his face, and was quickly replaced by a playful smile. "Hehe, this young master is a jonin, and I won't be fussy with some trash." Kariki's face sank, and he was about to refute, but when he saw two figures falling silently in front of the city gate, his face changed drastically. "Hehe, this young Master Feng Mo, I agree with what you said just now, and I also disagree with it a little." Qin Yu smiled warmly and looked at Xiao Nan. "If you say that this Kariki is trash, I agree with this point, but in my eyes, everyone present is trash. I advise you not to die, go back and take a shower." Chapter 142 Come Back Alive and Take Revenge. Everyone present is trash? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the field was stunned. The young master Feng Mo was furious. He was the new young master of the Feng Mo clan, although his father died in a mysterious way while on a mission some time ago. He also caused the clan to lose most of its elites, but he was still the head of the clan. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? However, just as this bit of anger surged up, he saw Kang Mu, who had been stalemate with him all the way and was not giving in at all, become cowardly. The young master Feng Mo was not wrong. Kang Mu was stunned when he saw the two arrogant people in front of him. His first reaction was to turn around and leave. This process was completely smooth. Zionin looked back at Qin Yu and quickly followed. For a while, only the young master Feng Mo and his group were left at the entrance of the huge town, staring at the two thin figures in front of them. "Young master, why don't we go?" A man in his 50s walked out of the crowd and said hesitantly. Since the last time the leader of the Fuma clan took the assassination mission and never returned, the strength of their Fuma clan has been greatly reduced. Not only has the number of people who can fight been reduced by half, but even the ninja villages that have always cooperated and hired their Fuma clan to participate in the war have also been less active. It is precisely because of this reason that after learning the name of the country of Soup, they proposed a reward of 50 million to eradicate the evil god cult. Their Fuma clan intends to use this to show that the huge ninja world knows that their Fuma clan has not declined. "You let me go." The young master of the Fuma clan said with a gloomy expression, "He just said that we are all garbage, how can I swallow this breath?" As the young master of a clan, it is inevitable that he has some dandy habits and aura. Moreover, as a ninja family like scattered soldiers, there are many burning, killing and looting, so the temper is obviously more irritable. However, as soon as these words fell, the man standing behind him hurriedly grabbed the hand of the young master of Feng Mo and said, "Young master, the important thing is to take care of the big things. Let's go and annihilate the evil god cult quickly. If that girl gets there first, the 50 million taels will be wasted. What's more, it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge after 10 years. Let's complete the task and deal with this matter later." At this point, the man's voice was obviously lowered, and he looked at Qin Yu vigilantly. "Yes, it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge after 10 years. I'll wait for you to come back alive to take revenge. Go and join in the fun, or even get killed." Qin Yu certainly took all these words to heart. The middle-aged man's expression froze, and there was a hint of cyanosis. In terms of numbers, their group of 9 people was enough to crush Qin Yu and the other 2. In terms of reputation, the Feng Mo clan was also well known. Moreover, from the sound of the other party's conversation, it was a teenager in front of him under the cloak. Compared with his own group, there was a big gap in terms of numbers, experience, and age. However, under such disadvantages, he can still be so unscrupulous. Besides being a fool, he must have some trump card. Uncle Long, get out of my way. The face of the young master of Fengmo sank, and he reached for the shuriken behind him. Their Fengmo clan is best at attacking with hidden weapons, ninja tools, kunao, etc. Among them, the Fengmo shuriken is the most powerful means of their clan. He is also the leader in various shuriken control methods in the ninja world. Now that someone has rubbed his nose, how can he keep calm? Young master, be patient. Fengmo Long hurriedly reached out to stop him, and looked at Qin Yu with fear. All missions are the most important. Chapter 143 You will be killed. Okay. The young master of Fengmo clenched his fists, stared at Qin Yu fiercely, and said, after I complete the mission, I will seek revenge on you. I hope you won't be scared to shit and pee by then. After saying this, the young master of Fengmo turned and left. Fengmo Long couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this. After looking back at Qin Yu, he buried his head and hurried on his way. In his eyes, he never saw the depth of this young man from beginning to end. Boss, why don't you let me destroy his clan? Kakuzu said coldly. The last time Danzo invited him and the Fengmo clan to assassinate Qin Yu. But he survived, and the remaining members of the Fengmo clan were all directly crushed by the aftermath of Qin Yu's 3 balls. Thinking of that scene that day, he still had lingering fears. Don't forget why we came here. If he can't even deal with these people, what's the point of coming here? Qin Yu looked at the blood-red tower in the distance with interest. There were shouts of fighting coming from there. It seemed that the advanced troops of the Akatsuki organization had already started fighting with the people of the evil god cult. The evil god cult was originally the state religion of the Tang Kingdom. However, due to the pursuit of so-called immortality, a large number of teenagers were captured for curse experiments. After the birth of the immortal Phaeton, although there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. But it undoubtedly made the top leaders of the evil god cult more obsessed with the pursuit of immortality. A large number of people were collected for experiments to increase the chance of becoming an immortal, which eventually led to a break with the Tang Kingdom. It evolved to the current situation. In front of the blood-colored courtyard, 5 figures fell from the sky. Lord Conan, we have to get rid of the enemy quickly, otherwise if we let those 2 people take action, we may return empty-handed. Kariki said anxiously. Compared with the Wind Demon clan, they have witnessed Qin Yu's strength with their own eyes. Yet. Zionin looked around and said, however, we still need to pay more attention to what that person said. Keep an eye out. Kariki's expression froze, and he snorted coldly, they are very strong, but it is too arrogant to assert that we will be killed before we even fight. Our Akatsuki organization may not be as strong as him, but we will never give up this mission. Karagi is right, Lord Zionin, don't worry, I think they are planning to monopolize the mission reward and say this. A man in his 30s quickly agreed, and the next moment his face changed slightly, and he hurriedly looked behind him. Hehe, how can this mission be without us? The young master Feng Mo landed directly with 8 people. Zionin's expression suddenly changed, and he subconsciously looked behind them. Unfortunately, he did not find any trace of Qin Yu. Little beauty, what are you looking at? The young master Feng Mo smiled. However, the smile just sprouted, and the next moment, it suddenly froze. Young master, be careful, enemy attack. Master Conan, be careful. 2 exclamations suddenly sounded. The perception ninjas on both sides hurriedly reminded the others, and the others reacted one after another. Earth escape earth formation wall. Water escape water formation wall. 2 shouts sounded at the same time. Soon, 2 walls were seen condensing quickly. The next moment, hot winds and waves surged from all directions, and huge fireballs attacked head-on with a crushing posture. Boom! The collision was no less than that, making the whole world rumble, and the huge air waves rolled back, and there was even more water mist all over the sky. Chapter 144 The Fight of Trapped Beasts. Boom! The dull collision sound exploded instantly like thunder. Figures fell from all directions, forming an airtight encirclement. Haha, I didn't expect so many people to come this time. An old man walked out of the crowd, followed by 7 or 8 men in blood-red robes. Among them was Phaeton. However, he was obviously not interested in the words of this old man. The mist that filled the sky and the earth dissipated with the wind. Zionin and his group of 14 people had a trace of solemnity on their faces. Looking at the several times more people around them, it undoubtedly increased their pressure. 10 jonin, 20 chonin, more than 30 genin, and many ordinary people approaching this side. The voice of the perceptive ninja standing in the defense line also became solemn. This lineup in front of them is enough to crush them with just the number of people. Asshole, didn't the intelligence say that they were just a small cult? The face of the young master of Fuma turned blue. At this moment, he finally understood what Jinyu meant by what he said just now. This number of ninjas is more powerful than their ninja family. Kuriki had no time to quarrel with the young master of Fuma. He subconsciously moved half a step towards Xionin and said in a deep voice, "Lord Xionin, what should we do? The number of enemies is beyond our expectation. We are unable to defeat them." Xionin's expression condensed, and he shouted sternly, "I will create an opportunity for you. Break through each other and hold on until those two people arrive. Maybe there is a glimmer of hope." As soon as the voice fell, the white paper floating on the ground around them changed instantly. Mysterious patterns emerged one after another, and turned into detonating talismans. "Explode for me!" Xionin shouted repeatedly. Boom! Thunderous explosions sounded one after another. Under the strong air wave, a huge shock wave was formed. Originally, the evil god cultists who were surrounded by the circle obviously did not expect that Xionin would lay a backhand at the beginning. At the same time, there was such a rare paper escape. The wind and waves and gravel raised by the explosion filled the entire open space of the square and directly destroyed the encirclement. The old man in the lead pulled back violently, his face changed slightly, and his hands flew down, forming a series of wind escape seals. "Don't let them run away, kill them all, let the whole ninja world know how powerful our evil god cult is." Wind escape big breakthrough. The hurricane swallowed and spit out, instantly blowing away the dust and explosion waves in the sky. However, under this buffer, Xionin and his 15 people have found an opportunity and fled in all directions. "Still want to run?" A trace of ferocity flashed across the old man's face, and he shouted loudly, "Open the barrier." The evil god cultists guarding the 4 directions moved one after another. They were obviously prepared. They flew their hands, formed a series of spells, and slammed them directly on the ground. A layer of blood-colored barrier quickly spread out, instantly surrounding the giant tower where the evil god cult was located. The sudden scene made Xionin and others change their faces drastically. The young master of Fengmo couldn't hold his breath, and he tapped his wrist with his backhand. 2 Fengmo shuriken fell into his hands with a bang. Without any fancy moves, he threw them out suddenly. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Wind style, Wind Scythe. The remaining dozen or so ninjas also took action. Facing the sudden barrier, if they want to survive, they must first break the barrier. Boom! All kinds of impacts, like a blowout, hit the barrier at the same time, forming a huge shock wave. However, this seemingly powerful attack, as soon as it touched the barrier, only caused a dent on the surface, and was instantly absorbed the next moment. 2 wind demon shurikens were directly bounced back. At such a close distance, they directly brushed past the shoulder of the young master of the wind demon, and finally stabbed diagonally on the tree trunk not far away. Looking at the intact barrier made the faces of the members of Akatsuki and the members of the Fuma clan pale. In the emergency just now, they might not be able to use their strongest killing moves. But they also used the most powerful means. However, even with the combined strength of more than 10 people, they still couldn't break through the barrier. What awaits them next will be a fight between trapped tigers. It's exposed. A playful voice suddenly sounded, tensing everyone's nerves. "Young master, be careful." Feng Malong shouted anxiously and threw 2 shurikens with his backhand. Feeling the awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air from behind, the face of the young master of Fuma also changed drastically. Without time to think, he quickly turned his body to avoid the attack. The scarlet sickle enlarged in the pupils of the young master of Fuma, bringing the shadow of death. However, before he could react, the next moment, 2 shurikens rushed to the front and collided with the sickle head-on. Bang! A crisp metal collision sound suddenly sounded. Under the impact, the scarlet sickle obviously deviated from its original trajectory. However, it still scratched his shoulder, spurting out a series of hot blood. "Paper shuriken!" Xionin shouted in a low voice, and suddenly put his hands together. A stream of white paper flew out from his body, turning into a sky full of shurikens, attacking Feiduan head-on. The sudden attack made the young master of Fuma look happy, and he threw a Fuma shuriken backhanded, interrupting Fei Duan's pursuit. Without caring too much, he quickly withdrew and retreated, and finally fell to the ground with his back against the barrier. "Young master, are you okay?" Feng Malong led everyone down to form an encirclement. Although Zionin and his group were unwilling to cooperate with the Fuma clan, they could only bite the bullet and follow the evil god cult that was eyeing them covetously. "Don't worry, it's just a superficial wound, but that person's instant body technique is very fast." The young master Feng Mo took a look at the wound and found that it didn't penetrate deep into the bone. Then he looked at Xiaonan and said, "I knew that the little beauty was reluctant to let me die, so she came to rescue me. After this matter is over, I will repay you well." Hearing these slightly teasing words, King Mu and others couldn't help but look down, and were about to start scolding. However, the voice that drifted with the wind made their nerves suddenly tense. "Hehe, it is rumored that the dying people's words are also good, but I agree that Xiaonan is a little beauty, but you may not be able to live without her." Qin Yu landed outside the barrier with Jiao Du, looked at Fei Duan who had completed the altar, and said with a smile, "If you don't stop him, he will definitely die." "Stop him?" Xiaonan and others couldn't help but be stunned, and hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. All they saw were the fiery faces of the evil god believers. "Here we are, this is the most sacred sacrifice. Our evil god cult has the supreme power to control the life and death of others. Our evil god cult is the greatest." The scene was boiling all of a sudden, and even the skinny old man at the head showed a hint of smile. Facing this weird scene, the young master Feng Mo showed a trace of indignation on his face and shouted, "You bastard, I was planning to deal with you after eradicating the evil god cult, but now it seems that you are in a hurry to die." The stern voice revealed endless murderous intent. Unfortunately, as soon as he took a step, the anger on the young master Feng Mo's face condensed instantly. Chapter 145 Those who kill will be killed. Puff. Blood splashed, and everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. The sharp spear instantly pierced Fei Duan's chest, and the scene that seemed like suicide shook people's nerves. He actually committed suicide. Kuriki's face turned pale, and he was about to take a step back, but a big hand grabbed his arm randomly. "Help, save me, I can't breathe, my heart hurts." The young master of Fengma covered his chest tightly and struggled to say. However, looking at the blood spurting out of his hand, everyone's forehead roared. The location of this wound was exactly the same as Fei Juan's self-injury. Ahem, every sacrifice is troublesome and painful, can't this be simplified? Half-kneeling, Fei Juan, who should have died, wiped the blood remaining on the corner of his mouth. Under the horrified eyes of the crowd, he pulled out the spear pierced in his chest as if nothing had happened. The pierced chest quickly healed after the spear was pulled out. The weird scene made people feel an inexplicable chill on the soles of their feet. "Young master!" Feng Malong's urgent cry made Zionin and others tense up again. Looking back hastily, what they saw was the young master Feng Mo, who was staring with eyes wide open and dead as if he couldn't be deader. A bloody hole appeared on his chest at some point. A large amount of blood spilled out, staining half of his clothes red. At this moment, everyone present finally understood what Qin Yu meant by what he said just now. This is not suicide, but a curse of death. The evil god cult in front of them is definitely not simple. Haha, looking at your faces full of fear, it's really easy to write. Fei Juan laughed jokingly. Crossing the crowd, his eyes fell on Qin Yu, and said, "You should also be commissioned by the daimyo of Tang country to eliminate me. Now that you have seen my strength, I advise you to run as far as you can before I kill everyone here, otherwise if I change my mind, you will also become a sacrifice to the evil god." Everyone's nerves suddenly tensed up, and Zionin couldn't help but say, "Senior Kakuzu, I know you are not ordinary people. Just now we were too reckless and misjudged the strength of both sides, so we didn't listen to your advice and rashly intervened in this bounty mission. As long as you are willing to help, we are willing to assist and contribute. As for the reward, we clearly don't want it." The slightly long voice made Kuriki and others look nervous. This time they came to Tang country regardless of the long journey, all for the 50 million taels of bounty. But they never expected that they would not get the bounty and would always have to stick their lives. If they were asked to choose again, they would never come to Tang country. "I'm sorry, I'm not here for the 50 million bounty." Qin Yu smiled playfully and looked at Phaeton. "Want to be my subordinate?" The small voice seemed to be endowed with a magic sound at this moment. Whether it was the Akatsuki organization or the evil god cult, they were directly stunned. They still remember the scene of Fei Duan showing his power just now. Now Qin Yu, as soon as he opened his mouth, invited others to be his subordinates. What's the difference between that and a certain thief king asking someone to be his son and asking for face? Humph, Fei Duan is the holy son of our evil god cult, and he will not agree to the request of you people of unknown origin. The old man said sinisterly, if you plan to use such means to delay time and find an opportunity to save people, I regret to tell you that this barrier is the strongest defense of our evil god cult. Even if we kill all the people here, you will never be able to break it. The unbridled laughter echoed between heaven and earth. The attack of more than a dozen people just now has confirmed the old man's words. Zionin and others obviously lost their temper. The moment they looked at Qin Yu, they saw a warm smile. The next moment, the pupils suddenly shrank. You mean, like this? Qin Yu clenched his 5 fingers on his right hand suddenly, and at the moment when the lightning crackled, he struck out in public without any fancy moves. Immortal Art Heavy Thunder Axe. The purple lightning burst out like a raging tide. A punch fell, mixed with the sound of dragon roars and tiger roars, tearing the eardrums and rushing straight into the sky. The seemingly indestructible blood-colored barrier sank slightly at the moment of contact. The impact it endured reached its limit in an instant. As Qin Yu's eyes focused, it shattered with a sound. Crack! Like glass shattering, a crack appeared, and the next moment it spread rapidly like a spider web. In the blink of an eye, the entire barrier seemed to have a chain reaction, and it collapsed in front of everyone's eyes. The weird scene made the scene fall into a dead silence. Kakuzu, who was standing beside Qin Yu, said indifferently, Boss, in the future, if you have such convenient means, remember to tell me in advance. You don't need me to do so much work secretly. The inexplicable words made everyone suddenly wake up. The next moment, black blood vessels suddenly broke out of the ground and directly entangled the necks of the 10 people who cast the barrier. The sudden scene made their expressions change drastically. Unfortunately, before they could react, the blood vessels suddenly tightened. Blood splattered, and the crisp sound of bone cracking was heard. In full view of the crowd, the whole neck was instantly strangled in half. The horrifying scene made people's pupils shrink suddenly. While talking and laughing, 10 Chunin were assassinated without knowing it. This method simply shook people's hearts. Kakuzu? He is a legend in the underground black market, a 9th-level bounty hunter. Feng Melong cried out in surprise, do you still remember our clan leader? How did he die? When the clan leader of the Feng Mo clan accepted the mission that day, he left a message saying that this was a surefire mission because he knew that Kakuzu would be traveling with him. Now, Kakuzu is still standing in front of them alive, but it's a pity that the so-called clan leader of the Feng Mo clan is already dead. I killed him. Qin Yu smiled warmly. The small voice made Feng Melong want to slap himself directly. What pot is not to be revealed, what pot is not to be mentioned. After seeing with their own eyes that the barrier that even more than 10 people could not break was broken by the opponent easily, they didn't believe that a group of scattered soldiers could fight against him. Don't worry, I killed your clan leader, but I won't attack you randomly. He assassinated me, so it's only natural for me to kill him. Anyone who kills will be killed. You didn't attack me, so I have no reason to kill you. Qin Yu patted Feng Melong's shoulder. This slap made his scalp explode. Looking at the warm smile so close, he didn't care about the young master Feng Mo's body, and hurriedly put on a stiff smile. This lord said it well, and killed well. Anyone who kills will be killed. It's really clear about the grudges. Chapter 146 Don't play around with Jiaodu. Looking at Feng Melong, who completely rubbed his moral integrity on the ground. The cheek muscles of Kang Mu and others were twitching. However, facing this scene, no one dared to say no. Unless they were tired of living. You've revealed your flaws. Fei Juan's playful voice suddenly sounded. After the experience just now, this time it was undoubtedly like the death calling for death, tensing everyone's nerves. I saw Fei Juan appear at the side of the believer who was strangling the control barrier. The blood-red sickle in his hand cut directly into the black blood vessels. Puff! The blood splattered, making everyone's pupils suddenly shrinking. This scene is the same as that of the young master of Feng Mo. They don't know the ins and outs of the sacrifice. But it undoubtedly makes them feel terrified. Fei Duan pulled back the sickle in his hand instantly, and at the same time turned over and fell on the altar. He stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked the sickle gently. Black mysterious patterns spread out on his body again, and a crazy smile appeared on his face. Haha, I thought some powerful character came. At this distance, you should die. I will make you feel trembling and make all of you believe in the evil god cult. Feiduan pretended to roar madly. The black spear clenched in his right hand turned in vain and stabbed directly into his chest. The sacrifice begins, throw yourself into the arms of the evil god. The hysterical roar echoed between heaven and earth. The sharp black spear directly pierced Feiduan's chest. Puff! Blood splattered again, almost making people's eyes pop. Looking at Feiduan who was half kneeling on the ground again, with blood gushing out of his chest. And Kakuzu who was holding his chest tightly with one hand and looking painful. Zionin was anxious, and rushed up in one step, shouting, "Hurry up! Hurry up and take action! With your strength, why didn't you save him earlier? He is your companion." However, as soon as she took a step, she was caught by Qinyu's wrist. "You are wrong. He is my subordinate, but I always believe in his strength." Qinyu smiled playfully. "Kakuzu, stop playing, let you take action this time." The inexplicable words made everyone's nerves tense. Feiduan, who was half kneeling in the altar, was also startled and shouted in a hurry, "Are you stupid? He has suffered the curse of my evil god like that member of the Fuma clan, and died from piercing the heart. You open your eyes and see clearly." The hysterical words came out, but the next moment, Feiduan almost cracked his eyes. Kakuzu, who was originally full of pain and covering his heart, showed a hint of smile on his cold face. The next moment, he suddenly raised his head and suddenly jumped up. "I caught you!" Black blood vessels shot out from the ground under Feiduan's feet. Like an incarnation. Countless tentacles directly wrapped around Feiduan. In just half a breath, Feiduan was wrapped like a zongzi, airtight. The sudden scene made the faces of the evil god believers around him change drastically. In their eyes, the holy sun Feiduan is their spiritual pillar. They never thought that not only the evil god's curse was invalid, but Feiduan also fell into the hands of others in an instant. "Asshole, I told this kid not to be too arrogant a long time ago, but that person is too weird. He was cursed by the evil god and nothing happened." The evil god elder's face was ashen, and he stomped the crutches in his hand on the ground and shouted sternly. "Do your best to rescue Haydn, and use the last resort to kill them all here." Chapter 147 I don't like being a burden. As the order of the great elder fell, the evil god believers around them all started to move. Fire escape Phoenix flower technique. Lightning escape earth walk. Water escape water whip. A series of ninjutsu, like a tidal wave, went straight to Haydn across the sky. They had no concept of hostages at all. After all, Haydn was immortal, and as long as his head was not destroyed, he could continue to survive even if he was beheaded. It was precisely because they knew this reason that they could unscrupulously launch such a saturation attack. For a while, the huge square was full of ninjutsu flying all over the place, which seemed to be extremely violent. "Master Konan, what should we do?" Kuriki lost his temper and looked at Kakuzu and Qinyue with a little horror. In his eyes, the young master of Fengmo died in the curse of the evil god. Kakuzu, who was also hit, was still alive and well. This made them feel scalp numb. "Let's help too." Zionin's face flashed a trace of hesitation, and finally bit her red lips and said. This decision immediately stunned everyone in the field. Now that the barrier has been broken, Qinyue and others are in a stalemate with the evil god cult, which should be the best time to escape. However, now Zionin actually made such a decision, which completely overturned their ideas. "What's wrong, do you dare to escape?" Zionin saw through their thoughts and said, "Don't forget, in addition to the 9th level bounty hunter Kakuzu, the boy he called an adult is probably a more terrifying existence. If we run away rashly, there is only one way to die. It is better to contribute some effort, maybe there will be a glimmer of hope." Kuriki and others froze, showing a grateful look. Facing Qinyue, who didn't know the depth, it was undoubtedly the best way to deal with all changes with the same attitude. However, just as this thought flashed through their minds, the words that fell into their ears the next moment made people's nerves suddenly tense. "I don't like being a burden." Qinyue looked back at them. "But, unfortunately, you missed the chance to escape." The inexplicable words made Zionin confused. The next moment, a loud noise came from the ground, and the scarlet curse pattern quickly emerged. Boom! A series of spider web-like cracks tore open in an instant. Scarlet blood-like tentacles instantly stretched out from the ground. Like a streak of silk, it went straight to the people of the Fuma clan and the Akatsuki organization. Facing this sudden scene, at a close distance, they couldn't dodge at all. But the only thing to be thankful for was that these bloody tentacles were still shooting towards Qinyu and Jiaodu. There were so many of them that it made people's scalps numb. There were literally hundreds or thousands of them. Be careful! Xionan was horrified and shouted urgently. She immediately used the paper escape technique and turned into flying white paper to dodge. The members of the Fuma clan and the Akatsuki organization around her also jumped up. Puff! Blood splattered like fireworks. A bloody tentacle instantly pierced the chests of 2 members of the Fuma clan. As soon as the blood flowed out, it was directly absorbed by the tentacles, and the whole person turned into a mummy. The horrifying scene made Xionan's face pale instantly. Although she could turn her body into paper and was immune to most physical attacks, her subordinates couldn't do that. They hurriedly used the paper shuriken to force a tentacle back. Then they hurriedly looked down. The scene she saw made her pupils shrink suddenly. Chapter 148, Be a little more serious to show respect. Lord Conan, be careful. Kariki blocked the 2 tentacles with his backhand. Then he saw the ground below was broken in an instant, and an unexpected figure rushed towards Conan like a ghost. I don't believe it will fail this time. Feijuan roared like crazy. On Kakuzu, the evil god curse that had always been invincible was ineffective, which made him hysterical. Under the saturation of various ninjutsu attacks, Feijuan broke free from the restraints and performed the earth escape stealth technique, looking for the target to attack. Facing the only woman in the crowd, it was obvious that he was going to greet her specially. The scarlet sickle, flowing with chakra, was caught off guard and attacked fiercely. It was too late for Conan to launch the paper escape that he had just released again. She could only watch the sickle, which quickly enlarged in her pupils. When the strong wind blew up her hair on her forehead, she couldn't help but close her eyes. Bang! The crisp sound of metal collision echoed between heaven and earth. The long-awaited death did not come, so Xionan couldn't help but open her eyes. Looking at the unexpected figure in front of her, she couldn't hold back. You, why did you save me? In Xionan's eyes, Qinyu should be a person who kills decisively and has a cold temper. He would never help casually. At least, looking at the half of the Fuma ninjas who fell in the field in an instant, and the members of the Akatsuki organization who were struggling to support. It seems that only she is treated specially. I don't like burdens, but your beautiful burden. Qinyu stretched out his hand and flicked Xionan's forehead. The next moment, with a sudden force from his right hand, a flash of lightning broke the teeth of the sickle in Feijuan's hand. The violent lightning spread towards Feijuan like a maggot on the toe bone. Under the sudden attack, he couldn't help but scream in pain, and quickly abandoned the death sickle in his hand and retreated violently. Facing Qinyu, he was able to strike first and was much faster than him in the instant body technique. The first thing was to open up enough distance, and at the same time, he suddenly put his hands together, and the violent blood-colored tentacles around him seemed to be pulled up. Under the crazy condensation, it turned into a blood-colored python of more than 10 meters. With a bloody mouth, it bit Qinyu across the air. You are in the air, let me see how you can avoid this large-scale attack. Feijuan roared like crazy. I won this battle, you obediently serve as a sacrifice to the evil god. All the tentacles from all directions were mobilized, even those besieging Jiaozu were no exception. Kariki and others, who were originally exhausted from defense, also got a chance to breathe. Looking at the dense blood-colored tentacles in the sky, entwining Qinyu and Xionan crazily, Kakuzu, who stood there with an indifferent face and had no sign of attacking, couldn't help but shouting. Lord Kakuzu, please help quickly. Shut up, the boss said that even if he dies, he can't stop him from saving the beauty. Kakuzu coldly scolded. As soon as these words fell, Kariki and others were immediately confused. What kind of law is this? Bang! The blood python bit down with a big mouth. Then countless blood-colored tentacles entangled crazily. In just a few breaths, it turned into a huge blood cocoon. Looking at this scene, not only the followers of the evil god cult, but also Feijuan's face, a smile appeared. In their eyes, as long as Qinyu was dealt with first, the remaining Kakuzu would be easier to deal with. Seal! The great elder of the evil god cult roared. The believers around him all outputted chakra like crazy. They intended to use the blood-colored tentacles to completely suppress Qinyu. But compared with this powerful combined attack, Kakuzu, who looked indifferent, seemed out of place. Is this the strongest method of your evil god cult? To show respect, I will return your respect a little more seriously. The voice that suddenly sounded was like an invisible hammer, hitting people's hearts. As soon as the voice fell, the huge blood cocoon swelled up in an instant. The blood-red pupil power, which exuded the smell of disaster, rushed out crazily. Puff! The sound of cloth tearing suddenly sounded. The scarlet light, at a speed as fast as thunder, slashed out of the blood cocoon. The pupils of everyone in the field suddenly shrank at the sudden scene. Feijuan didn't have time to think about it, and quickly raised his hands to blocked. However, all this seemed pale and powerless under the fierce attack. Accompanied by the sound of cloth tearing, Feijuan responded by cutting in half. Bang! The two halves of the body fell heavily to the ground. The piercing pain could not hinder Feijuan's urgency. With wide eyes, he looked at the Susanoo floating quietly in the sky for more than 10 meters, and Qinyu who was unharmed, with disbelief on his face. No, it's impossible. This is the killer of our evil god cult, but it can't even cause the slightest injury. The face of the great elder of the evil god cult turned pale, and the wooden crutch clenched in his hand fell to the ground with a plop. Looking at this scene in front of him, it was all unbelievable. Their so-called full strength could not compare with the other party's words of being a little more serious. What level of strength did the young man in front of him reach? This is a blood-colored eye, the 9 Megatama Sharingan. Zionin looked at Qinyu in a trance, and when their eyes met, he was the first to lose his temper. You are the Konoha ninja village, the blood-colored Ashura Uchiha Kainu. Uchiha Kainu. Kariki was stunned, and he wanted to slap himself now. Thinking back to the disrespect not long ago, his spine still felt cold. Blood-colored Ashura. Half a month ago, a rapidly rising Konoha super shadow-level strongman. With one blow, he repelled the armies of the Cloud Ninja and the Mist Village. In the land of Earth, he even slaughtered a group of elites. The name of blood-colored Ashura, but in these 3 battles, was fully reflected. It is enough to be on par with the Konoha yellow flash that is popular in the ninja world. But the reputation of cruelty is even more overwhelming. Is it him? I wouldn't have fought if I had known. The great elder of the evil god cult obviously also paid attention to the movements of the ninja world. Looking at the thin figure in the sky, he turned around and ran away without thinking too much. Although he was old, he was still very fast when running away. In the blink of an eye, he ran away dozens of meters away. The remaining evil god believers were scattered like monkeys when the tree fell. Even the strongest support, the Holy Sun Feijuan, was cut in half. The means at the bottom of the box were also broken with a little more seriousness. In this situation of inevitable defeat, not running away would be a shame to oneself. For a while, the huge evil god cult was deserted in the blink of an eye. Looking at this scene, Kariki and others looked at each other in bewilderment. The evil god cult showed a desperate fight just a moment ago. But now they ran away without looking back. This is simply like a tree shadow, so cruel. Chapter 149 Feijuan pretending to be dead. Aren't you going to chase? Zionin couldn't help it. In her eyes, this represents walking silver. 50 million taels. For the current Akatsuki organization, it is a huge fortune. The current actions of Qinyu and Kakuzu are undoubtedly a waste of money. Of course, if Zionin knew that in the original work, he prepared 600 billion detonating talismans to deal with Uchiha Obito. Then I am afraid that her heart would be in pain. If Keiku knew that the money he had saved up by being a miser was wasted like this, I am afraid that even the coffin lid would not be able to hold it down. The country of soup has been destroyed like this, do you think they still have money to give you? Qinyu rolled his eyes. Also, when are you going to get down from my arms? Ah! Zionin's cheeks were blushing. At this moment, she realized that she was like a sloth, holding Qinyu's neck with both hands, and was carried by a princess. There was no time to think about it, and she quickly broke free from Qinyu's arms. However, without Qinyu's support, she couldn't stay in the air and fell straight to the ground. Alas, you are really naive. If you weren't a pretty burden, I wouldn't want to save you. Qinyu's body was full of lightning, and he landed on the ground first and took Zionin into his arms. Feeling the strong arms that he had just left for a short breath or two, he felt again. And the face that was so close, Zionin's cheeks were flushed with shame, and she couldn't help but lower her head and said, Thank you. That's it. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Xiaonan was stunned, and a thought flashed through her mind. Her cheeks were almost as red as apples, and she said, You are so bad. I won't do such a thing. I am bad. Qin Yu loosened his hands directly. Xiaonan, who lost her support, fell heavily to the ground, and the stinging pain on her butt made her scream. I'm asking you, how long do you want to stay in my arms? Can your thoughts be purer? You. Xiaonan stood up while rubbing his buttocks, and glared at Qin Yu in exasperation. Boss, I just received information that the daimyo of Yu country was killed, but his heir is still alive. We may be able to use his head to get some bounty money. Kakuzu walked slowly. He didn't care about flirting. But when it comes to money, Kakuzu's eyesight is not tolerable. Lord Kakuzu, leave this matter to me, you sit aside and rest first. Kuriki walked out of the crowd quickly. Now that the evil god cult has been annihilated, facing the 9th level bounty hunter Kakuzu and the bloody Azura Uchiha Qin Yu, they are fish on the chopping board. If they don't perform well, they will die. Really? Qin Yu took a look at Fei Duan, who was lying on the ground without any movement, and coughed dryly, saying, I remind you that it's best to be mentally prepared. Psychological preparation. Kuriki was stunned for a moment, but he still helped up the cut into Fei Duan as if nothing had happened. The moment their eyes met, the lively eyes made Kuriki stunned. Oh my god! Kuriki threw the body in his hand out and fell to the ground. You bastard, dare to throw me out, I will definitely curse you. Fei Duan saw that his pretending to be dead failed, and he couldn't help but roared. However, his body was cut in half by Qin Yu from the top of his head to his crotch. This obviously lost the ability to move. Unless someone can help him sew up his body, I'm afraid that he will be useless in this life. Boss, someone is coming, I'll chop off his head first and exchange it for some money. Kakuzu stared at Fei Duan. 50 million taels of human head, this is the ultimate temptation. Don't kill me. Didn't you say that you wanted me to be your subordinate? I am willing, I really am. What is that look in your eyes? You don't like to do that to a corpse, do you? Looking at Kakuzu approaching step by step, Fei Duan was completely confused and begged for mercy hysterically. Konan and others on the side were also stunned. Okay, you play dead now. After Kakuzu receives the 50 million taels of bounty, I will help you recover. Qin Yu stopped Kakuzu. The purpose of this trip is to recruit Fei Duan. Now that the goal has been achieved, Kakuzu's heart cannot be chilled. Okay, this is a deal, but I have a request, he must not touch me. Fei Duan looked at Kakuzu, who was staring at him, as if he would explode his back garden at any time, and repeated it again and again. Faced with this proposal, Qin Yu could only put on a serious expression and nodded repeatedly. If Fei Duan knew that the so-called treatment next would be done by Kakuzu. Not only did he have to sew up his body, but even the little bug that was cut in half had to go through Kakuzu's hands. I'm afraid he wanted to die. Half a day later, Xiaonan and others stood aside, watching the high-level officials of Tang country rushing over. After fiddling with Fei Duan's body, they all thanked him profusely. Some people even cried and handed 50 million taels of silver notes to Kakuzu. Seeing this scene, Xiaonan and others couldn't help but twitch their cheeks. They were really worried that Fei Duan would not be able to help himself while fiddling with it, and suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, I want to curse you. This scene might scare many people to death. Okay, thank you all for your help in helping us Tang country eradicate this abominable evil god cult. If you come to Tang country again next time, we will definitely treat you well. The successor of the daimyo shook Qin Yu's hand and exchanged greetings. Finally, he left with all the officials. After the people walked away, Fei Duan finally lost his temper and opened his eyes to curse. After repeatedly greeting other people's ancestors, he looked at Kakuzu walking towards him expressionlessly. You, what are you going to do, what's going on, boss? Fei Duan was stunned, watching Kakuzu dragging his two halves of his body into the collapsed room, making a sound like a pig being slaughtered. No, don't touch me. Fuck you, how did you sew it to my thigh, boss? I want to change someone, I strongly curse him, don't touch me. The hysterical roar echoed in the ruins. Xiaonan's cheeks were red, especially when the scene in Qin Yu's arms flashed in her mind, her cheeks were as hot as fire. Do you have a fever? Qin Yu's voice suddenly sounded. A warm big hand directly covered Xiaonan's forehead. The sudden scene made her cry out softly, and she quickly stepped back half a step, but she was quickly stopped by her. Chapter 150 Cruel Cooking. After a short while, Qin Yu took Kakuzu and the cursing Fei Duan and left the capital of the Kingdom of Soup. Behind him, Conan and his group followed closely with red cheeks. Lord Conan, what should we do? Kuriki asked with a grey face. The long robe on his body had many holes. When Fei Duan was sewn up and appeared in front of them alive and well. It was called a competition, but in fact, it was a meal of abuse. The only thing that made people feel fortunate was that Fei Duan did not take it seriously and cast the evil god curse. Otherwise, I'm afraid I don't know how many people would die in this meal. As for this journey, Kuriki and his group did not want to get rid of Qin Yu as soon as possible. But there was only one way to leave the capital of the Kingdom of Soup, and at the same time, they had not achieved the most important thing. The idea of using force flashed through his mind again and again, but when he thought about it, relying on Fei Duan, the son of the evil god alone, he already felt a headache. Now with two other unfathomable monsters, if you dare to take action, you will be asking for your life. Don't worry, I know my limits. Xiaonan's cheeks were still red. Thinking of the scenes just now, her cheeks were still hot. Looking at the figure who was walking slowly in front of her, she clenched her teeth. Okay, let's rest here for a while. Qin Yu suddenly stopped, and the people following behind him were stunned. Boss, I'm a patient. When I was sewing just now, I didn't even get anesthesia. I don't want to do this kind of work. Fei Duan took the lead and rested on the tree trunk. Everyone's cheeks twitched when they heard this. When he cast the evil god curse and inserted himself a moment ago, he didn't see any anesthesia. Now he's just taking a rest and then letting the boss go. This pot is beautifully swung. Xiaonan and others, 7 or 8 meters away, just stopped and saw a black shadow flashing out of Qin Yu's backpack. Boss, are you hungry? Wait for me, I'll be back soon. I can already smell the smell of the lion. Damn it, I've been holding it in for several days, and finally the boss is free. As soon as Sanwei appeared, he didn't stop at all, chose the right direction and rushed out, and the speed was completely comparable to the wind. Kang Mu and others were stunned. Xiaonan, are you hungry? Qin Yu looked at Xiaonan, and he was too lazy to explain Sanwei's misunderstanding. Facing Erha, it was obviously impossible to reason. Xiaonan came back to his senses and said hurriedly, We have dry food, do you want to eat some? As he spoke, Xiaonan took out the special compressed dry food for ninjas in his backpack. That dry piece was almost enough to kill a dog. No. Qin Yu touched his nose helplessly. For these things, the taste was not good. The probability of choking to death was a bit high. For Qin Yu, who always cherished his life, he had to stay away from this compressed dry food. Oh. Xiaonan responded a little disappointedly, making the atmosphere a little awkward. This disguised rejection made her feel inexplicably empty. Feeling that the atmosphere in the field was wrong, Kang Mu hurriedly said, Master Qin Yu, was that a ninja pet just now? It looks so cute. Your vision is really great. Wait a minute, when it comes back, can I hug it? For the 3 tails that were just glimpsed, not many people at the scene could see clearly. But everyone likes to listen to flattery and flattery. However, if Kang Mu knew that this flattery hit the horse's legs, I'm afraid there would be no smile on his face. Well, it shouldn't mind. Qin Yu responded casually, then took out a scroll and spread it directly on the ground. The seal in his hand changed, and under the astonished eyes of everyone, a large number of kitchen utensils appeared. Are you planning to have a picnic? Xiaonan was stunned for a moment, looking very surprised. In their eyes, Qin Yu's strength is unfathomable, and his cooking skills have nothing to do with him. Fortunately, he didn't invite us just now, otherwise we would really be guinea pigs. Kang Mu couldn't help but lower his voice. I'll go boil some hot water first, and everyone boil the compressed biscuits, which are easier to eat. As he spoke, Kang Mu turned around and lit the portable gas stove, boiled the kettle he brought with him, and put the compressed biscuits in the water and boiled them together. It can be said that this is the simplest way to solve the problem of food and clothing when performing tasks in the wild. Xiaonan has long been accustomed to Kang Mu's operation. She secretly looked at Qin Yu with interest, and the scene she saw made her eyes shrink suddenly. In her eyes, especially for her who was born as a refugee from the Rain Village, a meal is enough to solve the problem of food and clothing. But I never expected that there would be so many details in this, and someone combined the profound ninjutsu with food. Qin Yu had already placed the cooking utensils. He reached out his right hand to the knife, and the lightning flashed, and the Sharingan suddenly opened. Meat. As soon as the voice fell, Kakuzu on the side reacted instantly. A piece of hind leg meat weighing more than 10 pounds was thrown directly into the air. Under the lock of the 9 Magatama Sharingan, the texture on the meat was instantly seen through, as if all the secrets were revealed. Chidori-style random blade cross ding. Endless lightning surged, and under the powerful insight of the Sharingan, the kitchen knife in Qin Yu's hand was instantly unsheathed. The speed was as fast as thunder. Xionin and others only saw a flash in front of their eyes, and the hind leg meat weighing more than 10 pounds was cut open in an instant, turning into a piece of meat flakes and falling on the chopping board. The sizzling sound of electric arcs echoed, and the electric light was still flowing on the meat. The rich meat aroma perfectly locked the meat juice. At the same time, Qin Yu threw all kinds of spices on the meat, and the chopsticks in his hand quickly stirred it under the flow of wind escape chakra. Starch? Qin Yu looked at Kakuzu on the side. His muddy skills were a far cry from Qin Yu's combination of ninjutsu and cooking. Qin Yu frowned and poured the meat into the starch with his backhand. The chakra in his right hand surged and instantly condensed into a raised nan. In full view of the public, he directly threw the starch and meat in the big basin. The sudden scene made people's pupils shrink, and they subconsciously took a half step back. Not to mention the raised nan in Qin Yu's hand, which exuded a terrifying destructive power. In this way, the 9 Magatama Sharingan and various ninjutsu were used as cooking skills. Isn't this a bit cruel? Moreover, they didn't believe that the pot didn't explode after this smash.